I attempted to collect every single Destiny 1 exotic in one stream, and I know what you're thinking, that's impossible, and normally I'd agree with you, but today I'm going to be taking you through this insane journey and showing you how we made the impossible possible. This is by far my most insane, painful, and roller coaster of emotion challenge, so if you do enjoy this, please make sure to hit the like button, and if you're new, go ahead and subscribe as we'd love to have you, and my team would also really appreciate it as we've worked insanely hard on this video, and if this video hits 10,000 likes, we'll try this again if Destiny 3 ever comes out, or Destiny Rising. Also, we have a Patreon. This has helped to make these challenge videos possible, and you can join and not only get a say in what other challenges I do, but you can see videos like these early as well as the behind the scenes parts of the video making process. But that's enough rambling. Now let's explain how this behemoth of a challenge is even possible. Well, just like our Destiny 2 collecting every single exotic video that you should definitely go watch, this is a Pokemon challenge, so it doesn't matter if it takes using Pokemon Ruby, Pokemon Sapphire, and Pokemon Emerald, all that matters is completing your Pokedex, and that's how this challenge is going to work. We can use multiple accounts in Destiny 1, but without spoiling anything, this isn't going to go how you think it is. Also, shout out to Johnstone again, as he's a big inspiration for why I did the original Destiny 2 version of this challenge, and also this one as well. But why would I even want to do a challenge as insane as this? I can already see somebody in the comment section saying, but why? Well, Destiny 1 represents such a magical time. Exotics used to be so rare it would make you jump out of your seat and go bragging to your friends. Exotics used to matter, and unfortunately, I feel like exotics have kinda lost their magic in Destiny 2. I wanna feel the adrenaline and the dopamine rush when I get a rare exotic to drop. And no better time to do this than on the 10-year anniversary of Destiny 1. I started this game when I was 19, and now I'm 30 years old. So this game started it all for me, and I can't wait to relive all of the moments. With that out of the way, let's go over a few pre-hurdles and challenges. First, Destiny 1 is a 10-year-old game, so my biggest question is, are all of the exotics and armor still available to collect? With Bungie's track record of removing things out of the game, this was a valid concern, and something we would definitely need to be aware of when planning a challenge like this. Also, considering it being a 10-year-old game, would there even be enough of a player base to make some of these exotics possible to grind for and obtain? And lastly, there are multiple sets of a lot of exotics, as when Sunsetting was introduced in Taken King, the year 1 versions of exotics were left behind and new versions for all but Pocket Infinity were made. Which versions would we go for? And better yet, was Pocket Infinity even still obtainable? So many questions, and I promise you, they were all going to be major pain points that would need to be addressed. Speaking of things that need to be addressed, we need to talk about which exotics we're actually going to be going for, and I promise you I'll keep this as simple as possible. We need at least one version of every single exotic armor piece in every single weapon. There will also be instances where we go for multiple versions of the same exotic. We will only be doing this if the exotic is obtained in 2 different ways, and both of the original methods of getting the weapon are still in the game. I'll give you a few examples. We're going to be going for both versions of Icebreaker, the year 1 version that was a random drop, and the year 3 version that was from Vesper's Hope.
Wait! That's from the wrong game. This isn't Dungeon Zone, man. Get it together. You know, I'm taking my Icebreaker with me.
Silly me. It was from the Sunrise bounty that was introduced in the year 3 Nightfalls. Another example would be Galahorn. We'll be going for both versions, as there's no way that we can complete this challenge without having our original Galahorn moment.
Galahorn! 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 I got a Galahorn!
I anticipate that this is going to take forever and most likely going to keep this challenge going for months and months and months. But we have to have our OG Galahorn moment. There are other examples, but we'll talk about some of those later. With the pre-hurdles and challenges out of the way, let's go over some rules. 1, I can use as many accounts as necessary, but they all have to be fresh accounts. 2, I have to get every single exotic at least once in multiple versions of the ones that drop differently as mentioned. 3, raid exotics count. 4, raid adept exotics also count. And yes, I know you guys were wondering, class items do indeed count. No, not these. These. I must be going crazy. 6, I can farm raid checkpoints only after I've done the raid at least once fully. 7, I'm doing a subathon, so the stream ends if the timer runs out or if I collect every single exotic in the game, no matter how long it takes. And 8, no cheating, but that's a given. I anticipate that this is going to take forever and most likely going to keep this challenge going for months and months and months. I'm super excited for this challenge, but I can't lie. Mixed with that excitement is fear. Yes, I collected all of the exotics in Destiny 2, but comparing that to this challenge made our previous challenge seem like a walk in the park versus this challenge that would be climbing a skyscraper. Destiny 2 took me 16 days, but Destiny 1, there was no telling how long it would take. At max, I'd give myself 2 months or 60 days. So many people have said Destiny 1 would be impossible.
Dude, it just won't drop, man.
Some people have been playing the game for a decade and still don't have everything. Gjallarhorn for some took years to drop. What chance would I have of collecting all of them in one stream? Could I even make it that long? At long last, the moment of truth has arrived, and the answers to these questions would soon be revealed. So get some popcorn and get comfortable as I tell you the story of how I attempted to collect all 138 obtainable Destiny 1 exotics in one stream. I did it. Every single Destiny 2 exotic collected, a challenge that was years in the making. To celebrate, I took a trip to Hawaii, but I think deep down, I always knew that this wasn't the real finish line. I started planning and even formed a team around me and started working towards something bigger. Collecting every single Destiny 1 exotic in one stream. But there was one problem. I didn't have a date. We were gonna need to know when Final Shape launched before we could do anything. The Final Shape showcase arrived. February 27th, 2024. We had our date. What was the plan? To start the All Exotic Challenge in either May or early June. It was finally happening. I got invited to a Bungie summit. I got to ask Joe Blackburn questions. And then a bombshell dropped. The Final Shape was delayed to June 4th, 2024. That was around the time that we were gonna do our challenge. What now? Christmas was near. And just like Santa Claus coming down the chimney, an idea came down and hit me. If Bungie wasn't releasing anything on February 27th, why don't we just do our challenge then? This was perfect. More planning, and ultimately, more roadblocks. And then out of nowhere, we got invited to the Into the Light, Pantheon, and Onslaught events. With everything piling up, I came to the conclusion that there was no way that I could do this challenge in February. It just wasn't gonna work. It was the night before Final Shape, and I was laying in my bed, staring at the ceiling. I was super nervous, but I was also kind of at peace. I was just reflecting about the 10 years of playing this game that changed my life completely. Wait, 10 years. This had been a 10-year journey. Why not release the All Exotic Challenge on the 10-year anniversary of the Destiny 1 release? We had our date. Progress really began to stall. I kept running into hurdles that made it seem like this challenge just wasn't possible. But I really tried to use my entire summer as a boot camp to learn as much about Destiny 1 as possible. Even on my marathon playtest trip, I spent most of the time in my hotel planning this challenge. We were down to 1 month before this challenge started. I had solved some hurdles, but honestly, The majority of the mysteries that I still needed to solve, I still hadn't really made any progress on. We got some really good news. It might not sound like good news, but Bungie announced that they weren't doing anything big for the Destiny 1 10-year anniversary. I was worried if they did something big, that I wouldn't have anybody to play with in Destiny 1. We were basically out of time, and I still didn't really have all the answers I was looking for. I was admittedly afraid, but at this point, there was no turning back. All I could do was believe in myself and believe in all of you guys to help me overcome this. We were gonna have to do this together. I wake up, I walk to my PC. It's time. We start off our journey where it all began, 10 years ago to the very day. It was September 9th, 2024. So crazy to think that the game that changed my life came out in 2014 when I was barely still clinging on to my teenage years. I knew we had a lot of exotics to go after, but it felt like it would almost be wrong if we didn't start off the subathon going through all of the campaigns. Memories like Regicide, Iron Tomb, and even the famous
"We've woken the hive"
from Dinglebot all played through my head. Get in the comments and let me know what your favorite Destiny 1 story moment was. The first cutscene plays, and I'm instantly 19 years old again. The music, the mystery, and the wonder. All these feelings rushed back and overtook me.
Oh man. Guys, 10 years today. How crazy is that?
It's important to note that I made a prediction before this challenge even started on how long I thought this might go. We'll see how accurate it ends up being.
What's your prediction for when you finish this challenge? 45 days.
45 days, aka a month and a half. My hard stop for this event would be 60 days. If I couldn't get everything by then, this challenge would just be considered a failure, as going any longer would be inhuman. Time would be of the essence for this challenge. Even wasting a little time could be the difference in success and failure. The cutscene finally ends, and after it does, I'm met with new light. Just kidding, just kidding, just kidding. Luckily in this challenge, we won't have to do a lot of new light. Or so I thought. Before I can even go any further though, this happens.
New light? I thought I escaped.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, and contacting.
I didn't bring you back just for you to die.
New light?
You have to move.
Yo, E Brooks, thank you for the prime. Hey.
Error code Anteater. Before the challenge had even started. This had to be a good omen, right? Right? Funny enough, it took quite a bit to get back into the game. I'm sure due to the millions of players playing all at once. I get to the tower after completing the first mission, and I'm met with 2 sparks of light in my postmaster. We would ignore these for now since I wanted to go through all of the story, but once we were done, these would play a huge factor. I went to the tower as I would need to pick up the quest from the Vanguard in order to progress through the vanilla campaign. In true Bungie fashion though, here was the first pop-up that I was met with.
Oh, I got 200 silver though? We should go on like a little shopping spree, shouldn't we?
Deep down, I knew it was a mistake saying that.
Dude, visit Tess. No, that Bungie, stop. Stop. Why is that a thing?
Of course. Even 10 years into Destiny 1's life, there's still pop-ups trying to get you to buy things. 10 years later, I decide to open up a Treasure of Ages box to kick off this challenge, and I get a Mercy of Motion emblem, Silver Dust, and a House of Judgment reputation booster. We do a few missions and we're met with a cutscene that I can't get out of my head because of Angry Joe's review of the speaker.
Lately those tales have stopped. I could tell you.
But I won't.
After this, I head back to the Cosmodrome as we need to go through the vanilla missions that eventually will lead us to the moon. There were so many iconic moon missions, my favorite mission being the one with the most iconic line in all of the story that I know you guys remember.
We've woken the hive.
I also really missed the Sword of Crota mission where we got to grab the sword and kill the 3 knights.
Dude, if we get like a Gallahorn moment in the first like week, that would be low-key insane.
Quit speaking nonsense. It was also really cool this early in the game to already see characters' names in the game that we wouldn't meet for another 5 years.
Seeing the name Zol so early on in D1's life is like, it's like so interesting to see.
Rip Zol, and Bungie, please bring back the Will of Thousands strike. And all the other strikes for that matter. We leave the moon and head to Venus, which can I just say, I very much miss Venus. We blast through the missions, but take the time to listen to the stranger drop one of the most iconic lines in Destiny 1 history.
I don't even have time to explain.
I don't have time to explain why I don't have time to explain.
I will.
Anyways, we keep pushing through, and eventually we're met with our good old pal Uldren and Marasov. Back then, we had no idea how much these characters would be intertwined with this story, but as we know, we would get super familiar with both of these characters over the coming years. Some of you guys a little too familiar with Mara. We keep pushing on and obtain an Eye of a Gate Lord, and soon we're met with the beloved Black Garden. The cutscene still gives me chills.
So, think you can kill a god?
Don't think I had a choice.
After this, we're met with the cutscene that we all know and love where the stranger gives us her rifle and then she just pieces out for 5 years. Okay, CM Beyond Light. Moving on, it was time for Dark Below. This campaign is pretty quick, but it does have some really notable missions. I get to the Fist of Crota mission and I instantly get PTSD. Sardon used to be a menace. After defeating Sardon, we do a few more memorable missions like the Siege of the Warmind. We're going to be revisiting this area later, but I won't spoil why for now, but if you are an OG, you might know why. This all concluded with the Awakening mission that honestly still to this day holds up really well. It's insane how good Destiny 1 still looks just as a whole. I won't say it looks better than D2, but it just feels more novel, gritty, and simplistic in such a unique way that just feels timeless. After completing Dark Below, we're given the weapon Murmur, which I'm sure a lot of you guys all forgot about. This weapon would eventually become a lot more useful than I originally gave it credit for. Moving on, we start House of Wolves by heading to the good old reef. We go through the missions, which again I had a lot of fun reliving, especially Scourge of the Winter, which used to be the initial 3 of Coins farm. Comment below if you remember that first week of 3 of Coin farming. That had the whole community in a frenzy. Another mission I really enjoyed was the Queen's Ransom, where you capture Skolas. This is such a good mission. After we finish all the missions, Petra is waiting for us and she gives us the Vestian Dynasty, one of the few weapons that we would see return to Destiny 2. After finishing the story, we do the Shadow Thief Strike, aka Taniks. This is a boss that we would never see again, and one the community has continually been asking for to return. P.S. We'll be coming back for that cloak, if you know you know. Once we're done with Taniks, it was time to move on to the Taken King, which kicked off with the iconic Phobos mission. The cutscenes after this mission are still, in my opinion, some of the best cutscenes to this day.
This is so cool. This scene right here.
Before we can move on to everyone's favorite mission that I know you're thinking about, I decided that it was time for a little break where we would do Prison of Elders level 28. Seems random. Why would I do that, you might ask? Well, it's time to break down for you one of the most important and hidden facts that you need to know about this challenge. The first time you do a character's 28 Prison of Elders, they're guaranteed an exotic weapon. This is something that's almost never talked about. This meant that I had a free exotic waiting for me as long as this fact was actually true. It's also funny to note that Prison of Elders had not yet returned to Destiny 2, so just keep that fact in mind as well. I jump into Prison of Elders and the nostalgia immediately rushes in. Hearing Varrix's voice sends me right back to being the younger version of myself in college.
Minds must be dismantled or dead.
We go through dismantling and destroying mines and we eventually face the boss that we defeat.
Let's go in to use our super this time. Okay, that temporal shockwave is no joke.
It was time to see what our first exotic weapon of this challenge would be, as long as the fact was true, of course. Here's what we got.
We'll start this one over here. Okay, and then we're gonna go over to the left. And then in the middle, and... Oh!
Remember this?
Dude, if we get like a Gallahorn moment in the first like week, that would be low-key insane.
There's just no way. This is a weapon that took some people years to get. This is a weapon that took me almost a year to get. And we just got it as our first exotic. Do you know how many D1 fire teams I would have been kicked from back in 2014 or even 2015, maybe even 2016? Wild. Somehow, in some way, we got the Gallahorn to drop on our first try. I thought this was going to take me months. And less than 10 hours into the challenge, the rarest and best exotic in Destiny history was mine. All that happiness did mix with a few sad thoughts though. That dopamine, excitement, and rush that I felt that just made me jump out of my chair. Where did that go in Destiny?
They were intended to be that thing that stand apart. And when you get it, you're like, wait a second, this follows different rules. And it was interesting through development of the exotics. Like, for example, the rule that you can only have one exotic equipped is like, you know, I established that rule early on so they could be just out of band, right? Like they could be different. And there's a lot of like internal pushback on that. People are like, you know, why wouldn't you just let me equip 3 of these? Like, why can't I just wear a set of like exotic armor? It's like, because if you do that, right, then we're going to have to like beat every one of those down into like this little balance box, and it's not going to be, we're not going to be able to make like them cool and exciting. It's like, but I want to wear yellow in every slot. Like, why do I want to wear the purples? It's like, exactly.
Outside of missing the glory days, I was super happy. I felt like I was on top of the world. I had just gotten the hardest exotic in the whole challenge in a matter of hours. With all this being said, I felt like I had just climbed to the top of the mountain. But in reality, I wasn't even at the top of the hill. After this, I continued on with the Taken King campaign. Just kidding, it was time for more New Light! Remember those 2 boosts I talked about from earlier? Well, we would be putting both of those to good use now on our other characters in order to do Prison of Elders 2 more times. Now that we had our first exotic, I was ready for more. I create my hunter first and do the initial mission before ending up in the tower. Once there, I used one of my 2 Spark of Lights. It's important to note that the Destiny 1 Collection Edition gives you 1 level 40 Spark of Light and 1 level 25. One representing the Spark of Light from Taken King and the other from Rise of Iron. After jumping to 25 and getting a ton of blue weapons from it as well, it was time to head back into the prison. We get through all the bosses, this time fighting the night boss. After this, it was time for the treasure room, but not before doing something that I know all of us can relate to.
Wait, no, dude.
After breaking my ankles, it was onwards to the chest. Now, I wasn't sure what I was going to get, but I figured it probably wouldn't be anything that impressive. After all, we had already gotten the rarest gun in the game to drop. At this point, I'd be happy with anything. The game had already blessed me, and I figured my luck would be on a cooldown for quite some time. I go to open the chest, and here's what happened. There's just no way. There's just no way. Either I was dreaming, or I just got the rarest weapon to drop twice in a row before we were even past day 1. This just couldn't be real. What was this luck? What were the odds? This made absolutely no sense. Can you imagine a new account in 2014 getting 2 Gallahorns to drop in a row? They'd be banished to the Shadow Realm. Yet, this just happened to me. There was a 0.22% chance that this had just happened, and yet, we just witnessed it. I repeated the process one more time on my Warlock, this time using the level 40 Spark of Light. After this, it was time to head back into the prison one final time to see if I could go a perfect 3 for 3 on Galahorns. We blast through Prison Elders, with it being much easier at level 40. I never thought I'd be saying this day one of this challenge, but RNG gods, please don't give me Galahorn. After getting back into the treasure room, here's what I got.
Dude, get that Galahorn off the screen too. That's bad luck. I don't need that upgrade on the screen. Alright, 5 seconds. Suros? Okay, we can live with Suros. Okay, we can live with Suros.
It's honestly pretty cool to see how different the year 1 artwork looked versus how it looked later in the game, or even in Destiny 2. With that Prison Elders done, we were through with our 3 guaranteed exotics. It kinda sucked getting a duplicate so early in the challenge, but if I was gonna get any duplicate, having it be Galahorn was pretty cool. Not spending too much time relishing in the moment, we dove back into the Taken King campaign. There are so many missions in this campaign that I missed dearly. Outside of the one that you're thinking, I missed the stealth mission so much. This mission goes completely untalked about, but this mission was gold, and it's a crime that Bungie never revisited this concept.
Wait, look at how big that range is. It's a big range. There you go. Wait. Good. I'm gonna extract it. Oh, looks like he did. How much do we need? Only a taste. Uh-oh.
We keep pushing forward and eventually make it to the mission that I know you all were waiting for. Regicide. So good. The music, perfect. The visuals, perfect. The fight, perfect. The cutscene after, perfect.
You were right. The Guardian was the key. I have accepted my fate.
Like I said, how well Destiny 1 holds up even after a decade is incredible. Moving on though, it was now time for Rise of Iron. This is back when we had experience-based leveling. I honestly miss this. How do you guys feel about it? Anyways, I do a few strikes and a few more Prison of Elders, only this time I decided that it was time to pay our good friend Skolas a visit. I missed his boss fight so much. This fight without Solar Burn back in the day was absolutely brutal. I spent countless nights grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding just to get one clear. After we beat Skolas, we opened the chest and I was left a little bit confused. I got the Queen's Web shader, which I loved, as well as the iconic Hildian Seeker ship. But I remembered back in year 1, this being the way to get the new House of Wolves exotics. But I didn't get one. I assumed that maybe I just needed to go back to Varix. I get to the reef and Petra gives me the Taken War quests. It's been so long since I've seen this quest, and I assume that we'll be revisiting this for Buddhi and Gemini, but we'll come back to this later. Getting back on track though, I get to Varix and he has nothing for me. That's when I learned this.
In Taken King, the Elder Cipher is no longer available. The year 1 weapons are instead obtained randomly from the Queen's chest at the end of level 25 Priz Elders activities, and the year 2 weapons are obtained randomly upon returning to orbit at the end of a Challenge of Elders activity.
So back in the day, when you beat Prison of Elders, you had a chance of getting an Elder Cipher from the level 34 and level 35 bosses once a week per character, and that was an exotic quest that when finished, you could take back to Varix to get one of the Prison of Elders exotics. However, apparently this was a thing of the past, so I would have to go about receiving the House of Wolves exotics in a different way. We were already seeing the hardships of this challenge on full display. After this, it was time to do something else that was Taken King related, that we had not done up to this point. Believe it or not, Destiny 1 started with only 2 subclasses before introducing the 3rd and Taken King for each character. We finished the Sunbreaker quest, and I'm immediately reminded of how good it felt. It just hit so hard back then. After I have my newly discovered solar abilities, I head back to the tower where I claim the legendary solar subclass mark. This is cool, I guess, but I was expecting to get a different mark. One that was yellow and would make my counter go up to 3. In Taken King, they introduced exotic marks with the introduction of the subclasses. I know most people usually think about the faction cloaks, and we're gonna get to those, but for now, I had my eyes set on these 3. I didn't quite understand why it didn't drop, so I had to once again go do some digging. No matter how well I thought I prepared for this challenge, I kept getting humbled at every single step. I was scared that this challenge could be over right now if these class items weren't actually obtainable. I did a little bit of research, and here's what we found.
It's still possible to get the exotic class items. The Taken King Collector's Edition content is a downloadable content package that includes 3 exclusive class-specific emotes, 3 exclusive armor shaders, and 3 exclusive exotic class items of XP. The package will be included in the physical and digital collector's edition of the Taken King and will be sold separately. They're add-ons, okay.
They were add-ons, of course, meaning that we had to open our wallets on top of the $60 that we already spent for the collection edition in order to hopefully get these. After making the purchase, we closed and then reopened the game and then headed to the tower. We had 2 packages that were waiting for us. One that gave us the Suros shader and emblem. The other package was called the Sunbreaker's Gift, and it gave us the Mark of the Sun Forged.
Boom! New exotic, yo. Number 3.
The secret behind getting the subclass class items happened to be spending $20. Moving on, now that we knew this, it was time to jump on my other characters. First, I jumped on my hunter and I opened up the Night Stalker's Gift that gave us the Night Stalker's Cloak, bringing us up to 4 exotics. After that, all that was left was jumping onto my Warlock and opening up the Stormcaller's Gift that gave us the Stormcaller's Bond. That got us to halfway to double digits. Not bad. Once we had all 3, it was time to head back to my Titan in order to keep grinding power levels until I was ready for the Rise of Iron campaign. I head back to the Dreadnought to do more side quests and missions. I end up finding my first calcified fragment as well.
Calcified fragment, holy. Fragment, calcified fragment, our first one. Our first one. Oh man. Oh, fragment.
To my OGs, you know that we have an extremely long journey ahead of us. We weren't gonna fully embark on that journey at this second, but with having collected our first calcified fragment, Eris now had something waiting for us.
Alright, find 5 more calcified fragments. Eris says, you want Touch of Malice, don't you?
She gave us the Shattered Past quest, which, believe it or not, was the first official step to kick off the infamous Touch of Malice quest. The next step required us to collect 5 more calcified fragments. We would come back to this in due time, but for now, we needed to stay focused. As we continue to grind, we do some fan favorites like the Shield Brothers as well as Ala Cool. It felt so good revisiting these strikes.
Have an Xbox account ready. Oh my gosh.
Strikes were just on another level back in Destiny 1, and honestly, it puts Destiny 2 to shame. We also did the Paradox mission that was really cool because it had us return to the Vault of Glass to fight Taken. We keep grinding different activities across the solar system, and finally we reach max level.
Thank you, Parasite. I just got to 40, as you guys can see, max level. Finally. Oh, we're max level, guys. We did it.
Now that we were level 40, it was time to go through the Rise of Iron campaign. It was so nostalgic seeing the first cutscene. This really was the era of Destiny that Bungie seems to have forgotten about. I loved the opening mission, especially the first part with the lifts, as well as getting to see our good pal CheffyXo. After I finished the first few missions, I end up in the Iron Temple for the first time in quite some time. Seeing Fellwinter's Peak made the nostalgia all rush back. Seeing Tyra Karn and Shiro. Which, speaking of Shiro, where have you been? Once we finished catching up with our old friends, it was back to the story. As we were doing the Walls Come Down mission, something really interesting happened. Have a look.
Guess we'll see. Oh!
Huh?
That's kind of cool.
We got a quest. And not just any quest. We got the Nova Mortis quest. But how? Funny enough, this weapon as well as its counterpart were big concerns going into this challenge. They originally came with the Dawning, which clearly is no longer here. Insert joke about the Dawning coming back. I can already hear the joke in my head.
The tower in Destiny 1 seemingly got a random update today. Most of you might have assumed Bungie pushed the Dawning event live in the old game for fun.
But outside of that anomaly, I was wondering how we were going to get these weapons. Well, luckily, according to this Reddit post, it can drop randomly by patrolling the Plague Lands or dismantling Xur's tag by completing your Dawning record book. Now, as you can see, I was on the Plague Lands, so this completely checks out. Thank God Bungie made these weapons possible outside of their event, unlike another LMG that's a part of an event that's still not possible to get outside of that event. You know what I'm talking about. After this, we keep pushing and eventually get to one of my favorite missions of all time, the Iron Tomb. Or at least, it was one of my favorite missions. But we'll talk about that later. For now, I just want to say that the boss designs of these 3 Iron Lords was peak Destiny design and creativity, and really the only time outside of the raids that we see a really unique enemy that doesn't really fall in line with the traditional Dreg, Shank, Vandal Captain model. We killed the Iron Lords, and then it was time to run away, which even in 30 frames still looks fantastic.
So good.
We get to see the cutscene of us officially becoming an Iron Lord until Destiny 2, of course, where we find out that that happened in a parallel universe, and that Saladin seems to have no recollection of this. We head back to the Iron Temple and we have a special reward that's waiting on us.
Yep. Hey, there it is, y'all. There it is.
The Young Wolf's Howl, the best sword in Destiny history, dropped, bringing us up to 6 exotics. With that, we had finished the Rise of Iron campaign right around the time of our first full 24 hours ending. You'd think that morale would be pretty high. All campaigns done, and 6 exotics so far, including the rarest one of them all. But morale was low, and I wasn't smiling. I was actually scared. But why? Well, it's because if I couldn't figure out a solution to solve the incoming roadblock we were about to face, then this challenge was going to be over, as it would take many, many months. Well, let me introduce you to faction exotic class items. These were introduced in Taken King alongside of the subclass exotics, but these were tied to your faction instead. Each week, you could pledge your allegiance to one faction per character and turn in packages in order to upgrade your faction rank, which would give you cool goodies like some of our fan favorite shaders and emblems. But if you were super loyal and got your faction rank to 25, you would actually get an exotic quest to get an exotic class item for that faction. Sounds pretty cool, right? What's the problem then? Well, time. If I wasn't doing this in one stream, nothing would be the problem. But in the context of one stream, this would be nearly impossible. Each rank took massive amounts of time when starting from scratch. You could either turn in 5 motes of light, 25 weapon parts, 25 armor parts, 4 special ammo scents, 1 heavy ammo scent. I know hearing the word heavy scent has to bring back a lot of nostalgia for a lot of you. Let me know if you miss heavy ammo scents. And lastly, 25 of the weekly planetary material. Now to break things down a little bit further, turning in 5 motes of light would get you 100 XP. Turning in armor and weapon parts would give you 50 XP. Turning in 4 special or 1 heavy synthesis were both 25 XP. And planetary materials were worth 50 XP. So we can clearly see that 5 motes is the most rewarding. So how many motes in total will we need? Well, have a listen.
So I need 3,125, but that's just for one thing though, right? Am I interpreting that wrong? Or it's 5 modes to get 100 rep, 2,500 per level. So you need all of that to get 1 done. So you guys telling me that to get, am I understanding it correctly, that we'll need 28,125 motes to, if we did it just strictly motes?
So if you didn't fully follow this, as I mentioned prior, Turning in 5 motes gives you 100 XP. You need 2500 XP to progress 1 rank, meaning you need 2500 divided by 100 equaling 25, meaning you need 25 packages times 5 motes equaling 125 motes of light for 1 rank up. Now remember, we need 25 rank ups to get to level 25, meaning we need 125 motes times 25 equaling 3,125 motes of light. This would get you enough motes of light for 1 class item. But wait, we need 9. So now we need to do 3,125 times 9 equaling 28,125 motes of light to get every class item. Now you're finally understanding why I'm so worried. In theory, even if we could get that many motes, how long would this actually take? Well, if we could somehow do 28 Prisoner Elders in 20 minutes, we could get between 3 to 7 motes depending on how lucky we are. If we average 5 motes in every run, it would take 28,125 divided by 5 equaling 5,625 runs times 20 minutes equaling 112,500 minutes divided by 60 equaling 1,875 hours divided by 24 equaling 78.125 days. Wait, 78 days? 78? 78? I didn't have 78 days. And I know what you're thinking. Didn't the exotic class items boost your XP gains? Well, yes, but the problem was you don't get the XP gains until you actually have the exotic class item, so that boost is useless to us. Let me take a breath. Public events were another option that were pretty rewarding your first time doing them for the day. Even though the rewards would diminish, all things considered, this was decently rewarding. The only problem with public events was it took forever to track them down, and the websites that we used to use back in the glory days aren't as accurate as they once were as time has passed, so it's incredibly hard to consistently track down public events. Unless we could figure out another solution, this challenge was unfortunately going to be ending on day 1. All I could do is try to do as much Prisoner Elders as possible and hope that I get enough heavy and special scents along the way to help speed up the process, as well as accumulating strange coins that I could turn into heavy bricks at Zur. And finally, dismantling junk weapons and armor for parts. It didn't feel like a great solution, but unfortunately, it's all we really had to go on right now. I felt defeated. There was really no other way to put it. So after the 22 hours straight we had just spent grinding, it was finally time for me to take my first sleep of the subathon, which would conclude our day 1. All in all, in our first day, we had collected 6 exotics, including the one that normally takes years. In any other reality, I would have been feeling over the moon and sleeping like a king right now. However, in this timeline, I was laying on the floor, staring at the ceiling, wondering how in the world I was gonna conquer this mountain when it felt like an avalanche had happened and I had to retreat all the way back to the bottom.
No autoplay, no algorithms, just a VCR. Dragon Ball Z knew best, 3 tapes, 1 complete picture. So for this Destiny motion picture launch, we did the same. If you missed the old days, this one's for you. Link below to pre-order.
I wake up and it's time to get back to it. I'm still feeling pretty discouraged, but all we can do is keep pushing on. We dive into level 28 Prison of Elders and we get through it pretty quickly and defeat the servitor boss. When we open the chest, we get a grand total of 3 motes of light and 1 additional one from being able to infuse the legendary weapon that it gave. We did get 6 strange coins, which I guess was kinda cool. To break down how the chest works, each small chest can give 2 motes, 1 mote, 2 strange coins, or 1 strange coin. Then the big chest gives 3 of each. This means when lucky, you can get 7 motes of light, and when unlucky, only 3 from the chest. You can also get planetary materials and heavy and special synthesis from the small chest as well. The big chest will give you a legendary weapon or armor piece, as well as a guaranteed exotic weapon if it's your first time, and a chance at an exotic armor piece all of the other times. With that explanation out of the way, we kept pushing and did another run where we received 4 motes of light. Essentially, we were getting a package every run, but at 20 minutes a pop, this just wasn't moving the needle for me. One thing that I didn't mention that was nice was the blue engrams that we'd get while playing PoE that could be turned into the Cryptarch. Once you ranked up on any vendor, they gave you a package that looked like this, and it gave you 4 motes of light and 4 strange coins. Once again, nothing groundbreaking, but this was at least something important to note. Also, we could use all of our glimmer to buy heavy ammo synthesis from the gunsmith. Small things that definitely helped, but still felt like trying to fix a brutal injury with a band-aid. I try not to think about things too much, and we keep pushing on. But that's when something unexpected happened.
Oh, snap.
I thought I had gotten a weapon. Some sort of fusion rifle, maybe? I immediately went to my special slot, but as you saw, nothing was there. Believe it or not, this was the start of the Sleeper Simulant quest. These items were called the Dvalin-RAS8711-FR002. I'm never saying that again. As I was saying though, these items dropped from random enemies and were to be brought back to Banshee the gunsmith. After getting 4, we would be able to progress the quest. For now, we were 25% closer to being able to get our hands on one of the 2 linear fusion rifles in Destiny 1. After this, we keep pushing on, and then something else interesting happened.
Synthesis and strange coins. Because we need... Oh, I got a husk, guys. The husk is what I need for, what's it called? To be able to do the Moto Light glitch, right?
We got the Husk of the Pit, a weapon that if you're an OG Destiny 1 player, or just a Destiny 2 player that played the last Reprise raid, you know that this eventually can be upgraded into Necrochasm. And yes, while I know that this is important for our journey when it comes to collecting the exotics, take a quick listen to what I just said again.
The husk is what I need for, what's it called? To be able to do the Moto Light glitch, right?
This is what we needed to do in order to do the Motive Light glitch? What even really was the glitch? Well, let's have a listen to a conversation that I had on day 1 that I kinda just nonchalantly brushed off because I assumed that it didn't make any sense.
You use Ardian's Alley and Husk. That's the purple version of the Husk of the Pit, right? Run to the tower and get free motes on the speaker every time. Just transfer both guns via Dem or Vault. Wait, so what do? You just transfer them over to different characters and keep going and getting motes on each character and then toggle and keep doing that over and over? So I need to know though, guys, because in Sprack you're still talking about motes from prison though. Like, are we talking about motes from the Crota Husk, or are we talking about motes from prison? Fresh character each time, 5 motes each time, takes about 5 minutes or less. It's brain dead but most efficient. Alright, then last question. How many motes per 25?
What you heard was a suggestion for how I could possibly speed up the Motive Light farm versus doing endless Prison of Elders with very little hope of actually completing this challenge. The suggestion earlier was that if we get a Husk of the Pit, level it up, take it to the speaker, we could get 5 motes, then delete that character and do it again. Apparently you could get 5 motes in 5 minutes, which is definitely better than Prison of Elders, but it still wasn't great and would take ages. So I decided to keep doing Prison of Elders as I was already getting strange coins, glimmer, and synthesis as it was. But after getting Husk, a breakthrough happened.
Yeah, it's like a really good thing for sure. I didn't know if it made sense. Do you know how many it gives? 25 motes and it takes 5. Wait, it gives 25 motes each time? Wait, I thought it takes 5 motes each time. It's 25, are you sure? Wait, then what did we miss about our calculation? Because it's the transferring over the purple version of this, right?
Wait. You're telling me not 5 motes, but put a 2 in front of it. 25 motes. This would be groundbreaking. You needed 125 motes per rank up, meaning that if this really took 5 minutes, I could have a rank up every 25 minutes and we could get a full character to rank 25 in about 10 hours if I did nothing but grind non-stop. This was huge, and we were gonna have to test this immediately. We were really needing the game to throw us a bone. It was only day 2, and I was already losing my sanity. We finished the Prison of Elders, and then we head to the tower quickly. Before we could test our theory, I wanted to turn in our first Dvalin-RAS, you thought I was going to say the rest of it, to Banshee. Next, it was time to go on what I'm calling a wild goose chase. For this strat to be optimal, we were told that we were going to need a sparrow to transfer so we could speed things up.
The first mission, once you hit the second load zone, you can pull out your sparrow, and if you transfer a legendary sparrow through dim, it'll allow you to pull out, and it'll save you like 1 minute, like once you get to the area where the walker is.
We settled on going for the Lysander's Cry Sparrow as I hadn't earned any other sparrows up to this point other than the base one. This required us to get 2 ghosts that were on the Bannerfall map apparently. So, I loaded up a private match and I headed in. We were able to find both ghosts relatively quickly.
Here we go, revive it. Beautiful. Like in here. There. Okay. Right there.
After this, it was back to the tower to claim our prize close to the future war cult where apparently there was a box that would have our sparrow inside of it. But after a bunch of looking, we couldn't find it.
Somewhere in here. It's just so dark. Need my brightness adjusted. But not under the staircase. It was right in here.
You might be wondering what was going on. Well, I was too. Until this happened.
Oh, they changed it, okay. Changed it with Age of Triumph. Good to know. Alright, well there it is. The new way. Let's go, we got it.
Funny enough, this was tied to the Dawning, and after it ended, they kinda just allowed you to claim the sparrow for free. For those of you who want to see just for history's sake where this box used to be, let me show you real quick. After this, we headed to the Dreadnought. Why, you might ask? Well, have a listen.
We made a breakthrough, which is good, where originally we were thinking that we got 5 from the Modalite glitch with the Husk of the Pit, but apparently that might actually be 25, which would change things a lot. I'm gonna try to upgrade this so I can make that happen. I need to kill wizards.
To upgrade the Husk of the Pit, we were unfortunately gonna have to kill wizards. Now, this was actually the worst RNG I could have gotten, but at this point in time in the challenge, I actually didn't realize that yet, and I'll explain a little bit later in the challenge why this RNG was so bad, but for now, just know that we needed to head to the Dreadnought and we needed to go kill wizards, and luckily, we actually had a method that would make this somewhat bearable. You would kill the wizard, locate it where you would pick up the orbs in King's Fall, and then run to the other side and kill the opposite end's wizard, and keep repeating this over and over and over and over again. This unfortunately took a lot of wizards. So many that the game decided that I deserved a trophy for it.
Bane of the Dead, we got a trophy, we spent so much time. Kill 25 hive with precision shots in 1 mission without dying. I'm glad this counts as a mission.
Comment below if you'd like to see me platinum Destiny 1 in one stream like we did with Destiny 2. After a million wizard kills, we finally upgraded our Husk of the Pit to an Eidolon Alley.
There it is, guys, there it is. Oh my gosh.
This was painful, but we were finally ready to test our new strat. Just kidding. The next thing on our list was getting another Husk of the Pit. Yeah, this farm actually required having a Husk and an Eidolon Alley, so unfortunately, I was gonna need to get lucky and get another Husk of the Pit to drop. This would make sense a little bit later, but for now, I was still pretty clueless. With that out of the way, it was time to farm for another Husk. But for starters, how exactly do we even get a Husk? Well, in year 1, you'd get a Husk by killing the Sordid Knights that would roam around the patrol areas. We'd revisit year 1 later, but for now, we were trying to get a year 3 Husk of the Pit. Well, in order to get one of these, we needed to farm ogres and hope to get lucky. That's why I got my first Husk from killing an ogre in Prison of Elders. We debated on some different places to farm, including hoping for hive levels to spawn in Prison of Elders, and we settled on a pretty solid strat. We headed back to our favorite boss, Taniks of course, as the 320 version of his strike had 2 quick ogres that we could farm at the beginning of the strike, and then we could rinse and repeat. It took a little bit of time, but with some patience, the second Husk of the Pit was finally mine.
Oh, is that it? Is that it? Boom, I did it. Easy.
After this, we were almost ready to go. I headed to the tower and prepared to remove everything off of my hunter, as unfortunately, after living the long life of roughly 24 hours, it was time for him to die. We needed to be able to keep creating characters over and over for this method to work. Funny enough though, as I was going to part ways with my hunter, this unexpectedly happened. We got the Kvostov quest. That was unexpected. Well, now that we had it, I was a bit hesitant to delete my hunter. I needed to double check that I could get this quest again on another character, so I quickly headed back over to my Titan. I went to delete the Kvostov again and hoped that I'd see another gold quest pop up.
Okay. There we go. Okay.
Our prayers were answered, meaning that I could safely part ways with my hunter. I paid my final respects, and then it was time to hold square, which felt like pulling a trigger. I was sad, but it was a necessary sacrifice.
Here we go. We're deleting it. Just delete your character completely. Gone.
There would be many fallen guardians throughout the entirety of this challenge. Funny enough, I remember when if you didn't have the Kvostov, there was a whole other process for obtaining this quest. One thing that I would have done in hindsight would have been saving my original spark of light that I gave to my hunter if I would have known that I was going to be deleting him 24 hours later, but unfortunately, I couldn't think about that for now. After this, it was time to put our plan into action. I made a new character, and then it was time to take him through Novice. I transferred over my Eidolon Alley, and then after that, I transferred over my Husk of the Pit, which as you can see, gave me a new quest step, which seemed to be a good sign. Funny enough, in the process of doing this, I made a funny discovery. After the transfer, I noticed that I had a gun in my inventory that looked like Red Death.
What is this? Guys, what weapon do they have me equipping right now? What is going on? Red Death? Yeah, what do they have? What do I have on?
Funny enough, this is just the game being confused and giving you a placeholder gun because you can't use the Eidolon Alley that I transferred over or the Husk of the Pit, but since you have a weapon in your inventory, the game forces you to be holding a gun. I'm assuming the code just requires you to have a gun if your inventory isn't empty. Well, Red Death off the list. 7 exotics down. Just kidding, of course. After this, I picked up the Kvostov, ran past all of the Fallen, used our legendary Sparrow that we transferred over from Dim, talked to Shahan, wait, wrong game, and killed everything required for us to transmat out. After this, we were back in the tower and I immediately ran towards the speaker. It was time for the moment of truth.
Emotes, is that correct? I don't see anything. Am I missing something?
Nothing happened. I guess this was all just a waste of time. And I guess the challenge is over. Or maybe something else was going on. Essentially what we were doing was tricking the speaker. In year 3, the speaker would give you a quest if you got the Husk of the Pit. After this, if you upgraded that Husk of the Pit, the quest step would progress. Because I transferred Eidolon Alley and then the Husk of the Pit, I only got credit for step 1 and never got credit for step 2. And because of this, we went to my vault and hoped that putting the Eidolon Alley away and then re-grabbing it would solve our problem.
Nice, Vet. You transferred in the wrong order. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Luckily, it was just an oversight on my part that caused the issue. Now it was officially time for the real moment of truth. If this didn't give 25 motes and actually only gave 5 motes, not only would this be a monumental failure, but it would also mark the end of the challenge. I said a prayer and ran to the speaker, and here's what happened.
There it is, and I just collect these?
Just like that, this challenge got flipped completely upside down. We got 25 motes in a matter of minutes. This was insane. No, it was monumental, and it changed the whole trajectory of this challenge. This now meant that I could get an exotic class item quest and 10 hours if I grind it straight. This still meant that I would have to put in 90 hours to get all 9, which was almost 4 days of grinding. But what it meant was that it was possible. I ended up coining this strategy, robbing the speaker. I couldn't believe it. This was really the turning point of this challenge, and now I needed to get to work. I quickly put the motes in my vault, as well as the Husk of the Pit and the Eidolon Alley using Dim, and then I deleted the character so I could move on to the next. We did the New Light mission over and over and over and over again. Why did I ever think I was gonna be able to escape this mission, or think that any of my challenges aren't going to involve New Light? As we were doing the New Light runs, something really crazy happened that was unexpected. My stream unexpectedly came to a halt. Was it me having PC problems? Nope, it was actually my internet. I was hit completely offline. I was so sad, and I couldn't get the stream back up, which meant if I couldn't fix things soon, the stream would definitely be over. The thing about PS4 streams is that if someone is in your fire team, they can get your IP address and hit you offline. The way to mitigate something like this is to have a VPN like NordVPN that allows you to play on whatever platform worry-free without having to worry about having your information stolen, which I really wish I would have thought of. Nord is really cheap too, and they allow you to do a ton of different things on top of protecting your information, like streaming shows in other countries. And if I would have had NordVPN, this never would have happened. Luckily for me, I did foresee this possibly happening, and because of that, I partnered with NordVPN, who sponsored this video and stream and stopped this outcome from happening entirely. And you can get NordVPN by clicking on my link in the description, and you can get 4 extra months for free. And don't worry, it's risk-free, and you can get your money back if you're not satisfied, so make sure to click the link in the description. They literally saved this outcome that I described from happening. Thank you to NordVPN for sponsoring this video, and now let's get back to the exotics stress-free. We did make a discovery though. You can actually use a sparrow even though you don't have one on the first mission. So that goose chase we ended up doing was totally a waste of time. But at least we learned something in the process. We did so much New Light. One nice thing though was that Evan let me borrow his treadmill, so I started exercising while I was completing these to help pass the time. After 8 hours straight of grinding, here's how many motes we had.
All right, here's a mote check for everybody who wants to see, or for anybody who wants to see, excuse me. We're at 1220.
1,220 motes. Great progress, but we were still so far away. To get to level 25, you needed 125 times 25, equaling 3,125 motes of light. I was hoping that runs would take 5 minutes, but due to load times, small breaks, bugs, mistakes, and accidental deaths, most runs were taking closer to 7 minutes, or sometimes even more. This strategy was amazing, but it was gonna be so much more work than what we had even calculated prior. Luckily, since we had already done a great deal of Prison of Elders farming, as well as other grinding, we were only gonna need 2,450 motes to get to level 25 on my Titan for Dead Orbit. And with that, it was time to go to sleep. I had no exotics to show for my efforts, but my morale was actually higher now than it was when I was going to sleep the first time. After about a 5-hour sleep, it was back to business. We get right back to it and keep grinding as hard as we can. After a few hours, I decide to do something to help make the runs a little more enjoyable. I started timing my runs with splits. We would take this time extremely lower over the course of the subathon. This was a great way of gamifying a very dull and mundane grind, to be honest. With this new strategy, we kept on grinding, and just like that, day 2 it came and left. As I mentioned earlier, 0 exotics to show for our efforts, but we did have one thing that mattered more than any individual exotic ever could. We had hope. Day 3 starts off the way day 2 ended. More speaker robbing. We had been consistently pushing our time lower and lower and lower. I could taste the 2,450 motes that we needed to be done with this mark, and nothing was gonna stop me from getting there. It had been such a journey already. From thinking just one class item would take up to a week, to having a strategy that could get one of these done in under 24 hours. It was time to lock in and get this quest. Cue the music. So I got this process down to a very well-oiled machine, creating a character, transferring the husk, and then the Eidolon Alley using Dim, then do the first mission, steal my motes, and then transfer the motes as well as the husk and the Eidolon Alley back to the postmaster before deleting the character and repeating it all again. But what if I forgot the step of transferring the Eidolon Alley and the husk of the pit to the vault? Well, that would mean that I would have to grind for 2 more husks of the pit and level one of them up by shooting 1,000,000 wizards until I lose my mind. Well, that doesn't sound good. Let me make sure not to do that.
Guys, we need to talk. Somehow, some way, I don't know how, I deleted the husk and the purple. I don't know how they didn't get transferred. They didn't get transferred.
Yeah. Well, this meant that I had to go back to the Tannic Strike to grind 2 more husks. We got the first one relatively quickly.
There's so many different... Oh, there's one. Yes. Good, good, good.
Like last time, it required killing wizards. On the bright side, we at least know where we need to go to kill them. The second husk of the pit took absolutely forever to drop, but with it came a stroke of good luck. I didn't mention this earlier, but the husk of the pit actually has 3 different variants. 1, where you have to kill wizards, which is an absolute pain. 2, where you have to kill knights, which is still a pain, but not as bad. And 3, killing Thrall, which the cool kids these days would say,
"It's Mickey."
I think I'm a bit old. All jokes aside, we got the Thrall husk of the pit, meaning we could quickly upgrade it in the Dark Beyond mission.
Alright, let's get out of here. Thrall. Thrall's the one we wanted too, wasn't it?
AKA, we've awoken the Hive mission. AKA, the Shurochi D1 mission. We head into the farm quickly because this mission actually checkpoints, which will be worth its weight in gold throughout this challenge. We farm Thrall, and in no time at all, we're able to upgrade the Husk of the Pit to an Eidolon Alley for the 2nd time.
Oh, I am done. Thank God.
We get back to grinding as we had wasted more time than I cared to remember. I felt demoralized. Such a self-inflicted error. But with some patience and persistence, we finally got the 2,450 motes that we needed.
There it is, 2452. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
It felt amazing to finally have the motes of light that we needed for this class item. The road ahead of us was going to be brutal, but this challenge was indeed possible. We also got the Golden Kappa hype train for hitting this milestone as well.
Alright guys, throw in your goldens, How do we use them? We need a Golden Kappa train, let's go.
Twitch was recognizing our commitment. It's also important to note that I'd picked up the Kvostov quest from Shiro that had been waiting for me since I dismantled the gray version earlier. Before we could go any further though, I kinda owed my community 2 different things. 1, I kinda had to jump into a freezing cold pool.
3, 2, 1. Oh my god. I got soaked.
And 2, since we hit our sub goal, I kinda had to get egged in the head by Evan.
3.
Wait. What happened?
2.
Oh, dude, twice? Oh no.
1.
Bro,
gone.
come on, man.
That thing is
How does that keep happening?
That thing is laying down on you like a nest.
You didn't hear a word. You didn't see anything. Okay? You guys didn't see nothing happened, alright? Nothing.
Once I was showered and didn't have egg yolk in my hair anymore, it was back to the grind. We could have kept pushing on with the exotic class item stuff, but I decided that I needed a break from that grind, so we shifted gears to the power grind. With some research, we determined that the minimum power level, light level, you could get into a Nightfall with was 340 light, and I was only 9 levels away, and I was wanting a chance at an exotic.
Alright guys, it's time to get back on our grind, I think. We need to be at 340 for the Nightfall, and we need more legendary marks.
We decided to do strikes as they give legendary marks, and you get decent gear that can help make the grind decently quick. However, You only get marks on the first 3 times that you do it for the week, so once we completed these strikes, we shifted over to Archon's Forge. We had picked up Shiro's bounties as well as Tyra's quest for the artifact, so this was going to be a great place to start knocking these out simultaneously. With some patience and some good drops, we make it to 340.
There we go. Nice, a purple ghost shell. We'll take it. We will take it. What level? We'll take 340. That's got us at 340. I think that's got us Nightfall ready.
Before leaving, since we had already picked them up, we decided to work on the Tyra Karn artifact quest as well as the Shiro bounties. Now you might be familiar with something special that can drop from the Shiro bounties. A weapon that was one of the scariest weapons in vanilla Destiny 1. Believe it or not, the Year 3 Thorn quest could drop from this bounty. It was a rare chance indeed, but it was the only way of getting it, so at some point we would need to tackle this. I opened up the bounty, and here's what happens.
Also, we just finished our bounty. How cool would it be if it gave Thorn? Please, please.
Nope. No worries, because we finished the second bounty as well.
I won't be getting up. Another bounty, maybe Thorn, maybe? Maybe?
Nope. Another swing, another miss. After this, we kept grinding and eventually finished our Tyra Karn artifact quest. We head back to the Iron Temple and claim our prize from Tyra. None of the artifacts I want are for sale, so I choose Timur as a consolation.
I think let's turn enemies onto our side. Out of these 3 at least. Out of these 3, I think we do that one.
Looking at you, Jolder and Scory. I go attune it and then it's officially mine. This was a great source of power levels as it was 380 light. I had another 380 that I thought was waiting for me, but I unfortunately kinda got played.
It might have been Shiro. Maybe it was Shiro. Legendary Engram, we have one. Oh, there, wait. Does it not count the... Hold on. Does Sublime not count? If Sublime doesn't count, that's so lame, man.
No matter, I had a ton of blues and purples saved from all of the Archon's Forge. It was extremely rewarding. After I turn in everything, I'm officially at 360 light. I also bought a 380 mark from the speaker for 60 legendary marks called the Spirit of Saturn. Then something funny happened. I got a trophy for inspecting someone in the tower.
And started on some topics that I, clearly feel some type of way about. Oh, this is nice. Oh, I just got a trophy for inspecting you. Holy cow, look at me. I'm a big time gamer.
Super random, man. Doesn't really add any elements to the story, but I just thought it was funny that you get a trophy literally just for inspecting somebody. With that, it was officially time for our first nightfall of the challenge. And what better nightfall to start with than the Nexus Mind? Man, I remember just how grueling and ruthless these nightfalls used to be in Destiny 1. If you wiped, it was back to the orbit screen. Even though I've made some good strides level-wise, I'm still extremely under-leveled, and it shows as I get consistently pummeled throughout this nightfall. With some patience and a lot of pain, we get through it, and I'm awarded with the exotic Extremophile 011. What in the world is this? Why is it in the pool? No way the game just gave me that. Only there was a way. But that's okay. After a long and painful grind, it was finally time for the Outbreak Prime quest. Just kidding. You know we have to save the best quest for last. What I meant is it was time to turn in these motes of light from earlier. We turn in our motes, and I'm so excited to finally see that exotic class item quest. We've worked so hard for it that I can practically taste it. But as I go in for a lick, something really unexpected happens that you'll never guess, that could only happen to me on a random Thursday. Listen closely. Destiny 1, yes 1, not 2, is being exclusively taken down for maintenance on a random Thursday. Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, man? Bro, I literally am not playing D2 right now. Why is that happening? Why? There's literally no reason. There's literally no reason.
Now, I've seen Destiny 1 go down a few times, usually in parallel with Destiny 2, but having it go down individually, I've never seen before. And for it to happen to me during my challenge, what were the chances? I tried my best to move as quickly as possible. I just needed to see the quest I had grinded so hard for. I didn't want to wait. Could I make it in time?
They didn't have to say.
Who's writing this script? Can I please get a new one? In a reality that could only be possible for me, I wasn't able to get my class item quest because a 10-year-old game was brought offline on a random Thursday in the middle of the night. All I could do is lay and bask in my defeat. There was nothing else that could be done. After a few hours of laying around, watching some old videos, and showing off some of my old VHSs, we were finally back in the game. Once in there though, we quickly noticed something.
Didn't you get a legendary helmet before D1 maintenance? Yes. Whoa, you're right. Whoa. Whoa, you're right. Whoa. You are so right. Doing well, Gallahorn. They took Destiny offline for maintenance and now I'm missing something.
Not only did they bring the game offline, but I guess they assumed that since so few players are playing the game that they didn't need to mention that they were doing a small rollback. This ultimately wasn't the biggest of deals, but I did lose out on a purple helmet I unlocked as well as some dead orbit cosmetics that I got from turning in motes. Once I was over the initial shock, it was time to lock back in and finish what we started before Bungie knocked us off track. We headed back to dead orbit and we started turning in our motes.
Oh, on 25, there it is. We did get it. We did get it. Oh, man.
Despite all of the roadblocks along the way, we were finally able to pick up our class item quest. We had conquered what I felt like was going to be the killer of this challenge. I'm assuming that now that we have the class item quest, that completing the class item quest has to be a piece of cake, right? What's that music that started playing? Oh, this is foreshadowing. It's important to note that turning in all of the motes of light to dead orbit and getting to level 25 resulted in me getting some pretty good gear. I was almost up to 380 light and had gotten some fan favorite shaders like the Bitter Steel.
Weapons. Fusion rifle. Oh, Bitter Steel, yes!
Comment below if you remember the significance of this shader. It's important to note that I had picked up the Sunrise bounty before we completed our Nightfall earlier as well, which goes back to what we were talking about in the intro. The Sunrise bounty, when completed, gave you a chance at the infamous icebreaker that we just recently saw make a return to Destiny 2. Would I get lucky and get it to drop first try? Let's find out.
Nope.
No icebreaker.
Of course it didn't, but that's okay. We had our quest for the class item and that's all that mattered. We take a look at the quest and here's what it required of us. So we needed to be wearing a dead orbit shader, emblem, and class item. Easy enough. We got a ton of those when we were turning in motes. Okay, what else is there? Slay minions of the darkness. Okay, not sure how many we'll need to slay, but I'm sure that won't be too bad. What's next on the list? Complete 10 heroic strikes. Kinda a lot, but I like strikes. Still not the end of the world. What's next? Slay crucible foes. That one might be a little tough, but I'm sure it's fine. And then there's one more thing. Win 10 crucible matches. Yikes. Were there even enough people in the Crucible for this to be possible? This was not looking good. How many Crucible foes would we even need to slay? 10? 20? Yeah, it's 250. Bungie, why do you hate me so much, man? This was gonna take years, especially if I couldn't find matches consistently. 250 times 9 equals 2,250 kills for all the class items total. Just bury me now. I was too far to quit though, so we got to work. We get going on the strikes, knocking those out as well as the minions of the darkness. This part wasn't too difficult. As we are running through the strikes, we get lucky and pick up our second sleeper part to kick off the quest.
Oh, another sleeper.
We kept pushing on, and as we did, we made some progress on another exotic heavy weapon, the Nova Mortis, which required a bunch of void ability kills. Once we finished the strike, we stopped by Banshee quickly to turn in our sleeper part and our next step for the Nova Mortis, ironically. After this, it was back to work. With a little patience, we finished our 10 strikes as well as the minion kills. It was time to face what we all know is next, the Crucible kills and wins. The big question though was, could I even get a match? I loaded into Clash, and I waited, and I waited, and I waited. This was bad. Once again, the whole challenge was in jeopardy because of this one crazily impossible quest. Or 9 quests, but you know what I mean. If we couldn't figure this out, it was all gonna be over. But then we got the bright idea to try something that if you're a Destiny 1 OG, you remember that everybody was doing to get their OG Thorn quest kills because it was impossible. You'd load into matches with another fire team and people would farm their kills. Now I really wanted to get these kills normally, but it seemed like this was unfortunately gonna be the only option here. We loaded up 2 elimination instances and hoped that the game would throw us together, being that we were the only 6 Guardians in the world queuing up for elimination at 3 a.m. in the morning. Unfortunately, despite this, it still wasn't working. We try again after changing up the hosts, and we eventually get it to work. We get going on the kills in the instance, trying to move as quickly as we can. Crazily enough, despite having this method, the load times as well as the coordination still makes this take forever. During one of the games, interestingly enough, this dropped.
I don't think they did either, but oh, look what we got. Crimson Shell, guys, let's go.
Funny to see that the holiday drops are still in the loot pool. Am I the only one that misses Crimson Days? Getting back on track though, finally after a few hours, we get the kills that we needed as well as the wins. It had been such a long journey.
Icarus was good. There it is.
I had stayed up over 24 hours grinding one measly, annoying, anger-inducing, class item. But we made it through. All that was left was heading back to the tower and claiming our prize.
It's mine, it's mine, it's mine. Oh. 8 more to go. 8 more to go.
Finally, the mark of CB's Oblivion was mine, bringing us up to 7 exotics. I felt like that one Piccolo moment after he fused with Nail and he was like, I can win, I can do this, if you guys remember. I felt, despite it being early, that this was a major turning point for this challenge. It just felt like now it was actually possible. Wanting to keep the momentum going, we jump into the special version of the Abomination Heist Strike for the Nova Mortis quest. Honestly, this strike wasn't too difficult, especially after everything we had already went through. After we beat it, we were off to the tower to claim our prize, the Nova Mortis, bringing us up to 8 exotics in the challenge.
Let's go, and boom.
Funny enough, completing the Nova Mortis quest is actually what unlocks the Abaddon quest post-dawning, so without doing anything outside of walking the Banshee, we had the quest. We head to Shirochi, the Dark Beyond checkpoint, and we get to farming solar kills and quickly get the first step done. After that, it was onwards to the harder version of the Shield Brother strike. We burned through this once again without too much resistance, and before you know it, both brothers were killed. With that step done, it was once again back to the tower to claim our solar counterpart to the exotic we had just acquired, the Abaddon.
Let's go, let's go. Boom.
With that, I could almost taste double-digit exotics, so even despite my lack of sleep, I decided that we were going to go after another exotic. Interestingly enough, the one that started it all. Lucky for us, we had actually been already progressing through the first step of the Kvostov quest. The first step required collecting Kvostov pages, which you get from enemies randomly in the Plaguelands. We were already getting these from Archon's Forge. Since we had that part of the quest done, we just needed 3 different Kvostov weapon parts. So with that explanation out of the way, let's go hunt some weapon parts. Now that our hunt was complete, it was time to pay Shiro a visit. I so wish that with these quests we could just call up the characters on their cell phones instead of always having to make a trip back to the tower or the Iron Temple every single time. But I guess since this was delivering him pages and weapon parts, I'll let it slide this time. Once we deliver the goods to Shiro, the final step is doing the Kvostov Rising mission. This is a pretty cool mission that sends us back to the Plaguelands to hunt and kill a captain. Once we killed him, the Kvostov was ours.
He's jumping around like a rabbit. Die. Die. Let's go.
10 exotics down. We were officially in double digits in this challenge and it felt amazing. You may think that the ball was going to stop rolling here, but we kind of kept the momentum and moved right into a weapon that we already had. You might be confused by what I just said, and no, I didn't misspeak. We were going for the Galahorn. Not again, not again, not again, not again. I guess I should clarify. The year 3 Galahorn. Remember, as I said, if a weapon from different years has multiple ways of being acquired, then we need both of them. Galahorn was one of those being reintroduced in the Rise of Iron with a quest. Lucky for us, the first step of this quest was completing the Rise of Iron campaign, so we already had some progress done. The next step had us going back to the Plaguelands where we had to scan a patrol area near the Archon's Keep. We finished this super quickly despite there being a Siva tank waiting for us. After that, it was back to Saladin who sent us off to talk to Tyra. Just a big game of telephone at this point. Like, how about we just have one group discussion? We're 5 feet apart from each other. After this, they wanted us to collect 7 medallions, which meant it was time to go on the road to Viridian City. Sorry, I've had that song stuck in my head for a while now. Anyways, it was time to go on an adventure, and it was time to get those medallions. After a long, but honestly quite enjoyable journey, we had all the medallions we needed, and it was time to head back to Tyra Karn, who sent us right back off to do the Symbol of Honor mission. This mission brought back so many great memories because it had you return to Bannerfall to explore the map in a way that we never had really gotten to before. This mission concluded by killing a big fallen captain named Lixus Lightstalker. Once he was beaten, it was back to Tyra Karn again, who this time wanted us to collect 5 things, those 5 things being dormant Siva clusters, the DSC before Deepstone Crypt. All jokes aside, it was time to head back to the Plaguelands. Sorry, this music keeps catching me off guard. It must be time for another montage.
Oh, there it is. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Now that we had all 5, it was back to Saladin. He then sent us on our way to the final step, which was the beauty and delivery mission that I know a lot of you guys remember well. This mission had us return to the Plaguelands where we did a few objectives before getting our hands on the fabled exotic, the Gjallarhorn. 11 exotics down. But the mission still wasn't over once we got the weapon. And honestly, that's what made this mission special. It really leaned heavy into the power fantasy in making this grand stage where the best weapon in Destiny history could make its return. Endless Gjallarhorn shots firing in every direction, killing everything in sight. Such a great mission.
Nobody even internally knew how good Gjallarhorn was when we shipped it. So it was kind of funny when like it showed up on Xur and we're like, yeah, that's interesting.
I passed up on it.
Then, yeah, like, you know, why would you waste your strange coins on a heavy exotic, right? And then the days went on and the weeks went on and people realized just how out of band good that thing was. And we're like, well, we can't nerf it now. It's like people will actually throw bricks through our windows.
With that mission done, we had 2 versions of the Gjallarhorn in only 3 days' time. But wait, speaking of 3, weren't there 3 versions of the Gjallarhorn? This one? Not nerf. Actually, the opposite. Iron. There was an Iron Gjallarhorn that you could get as a pre-order bonus for Rise of Iron that was black. Was this a weapon that was even available for us to still get with it being a pre-order bonus? Well, I had already bought the collection edition and there was nothing in my postmaster to claim. So I was thinking that this may be impossible, which would really suck as I was counting all 3 of these versions as weapons that I needed to obtain. I checked the store and there was no additional add-ons that I could buy like I did with the Taken King. Unfortunately, it was looking like Iron Gjallarhorn was probably going to be a wash. But then something unexpected revealed itself.
Game share, yes, and some DLCs, I think, but the person sharing with you won't be able to play the game otherwise. Well, it'll just be me. You game shared your account, you should be able to get the Iron Galley. Alright guys, let's give it a go. You ready?
Apparently, game sharing could circumnavigate this as long as the account you were sharing with pre-ordered Rise of Iron? Well, lucky for us, my 21-year-old self did pre-order Rise of Iron, which meant that it was a race to try to game share with my old account to see if this held any weight.
Console sharing. Oh. You already have another PS5 with console sharing enabled. Do you want to enable console sharing on this PS5? You do. Anyone who uses this PS5 will be able to play your games and media. Okay, sure, enable.
After I had everything all set up, it was time for the moment of truth, which was logging back in and checking the postmaster. I was extremely nervous as I really didn't want to leave any weapons behind, especially not the Iron Gjallarhorn. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Can it really be this easy? Can it really be this easy?
Just like that, we had 12 exotics. I can't believe I never knew about this earlier on. Funny enough, this exotic right here would end up being one of the most important exotics in the entire challenge. We can talk about why later on, but for now, just know that receiving the Iron Gjallarhorn at level 3 would prove itself to be quite useful. I hadn't slept in what felt like an eternity, but I couldn't stop just yet. I did, however, start making up my bed in preparation for the looming well-deserved sleep. Before getting to the sleep though, I really wanted another artifact as my current one was holding back my light level. I was starting to feel like I could taste 400 light, but I couldn't remember the best place to get another artifact. Until this conversation.
Is there anywhere that sells, outside of Tyrakarn, obviously, is there anywhere else that sells artifacts? It feels like it's impossible. Perfected offerings have a higher artifact drop chance, I think. Oh.
With this bit of information, it was off to Archon's Forge to grind for another artifact. I tried perfected offering after perfected offering after perfected offering, to no avail, unfortunately. Honestly, at this point, I was already beyond sleepy, and ironically enough, the game started acting like it was sleepy as well.
Bro. What? That's just the bouncy house.
Outside of the craziness though, one good thing that did come from my persistence was another sleeper part, my third one.
Oh, I got another sleeper though. At least that's good. Glad I did one more.
With that, I was pretty content with going to bed even without an artifact. I decided that this next run would be my final run. Here's how it finished.
Oh, I got one. How ironic.
The game actually threw us a bone. I'm shocked, but I'm also not complaining. After this, it was finally time for another nap with day 4 fastly approaching. I felt way better going to sleep than I did before my prior 2 naps. In day 3, we had 12 exotics, meaning we were averaging 4 exotics a day. If we kept this pace up, we could be done in a little over a month. We would see if I could keep up this pace, but for now, it was time for a much deserved sleep. One final reminder, we do have a very limited supply of cbexotic plushies remaining. They come with a random pixelated holographic exotic sticker, link below if interested. After about 4 hours, I was back as we still had a lot to do and I didn't feel like I was deserving of sleeping any longer than that. I knew we had another exotic packed, action-packed, but hopefully exotic pack day ahead of us. We started off the day with one of the most iconic missions in Destiny history. The mission that showed us that secrecy and quests popping up from what seemed like out of nowhere was something that our community loved. The Black Spindle secret mission. This quest paved the way for the Whisper mission, 0 Hour, and the Other Side mission. Not so much the Other Side mission, it just had bad juju, so I wanted to bring it up as it's ironic that the first 3 missions to resemble this in Destiny 2 all had a Destiny 1 counterpart to a certain degree. At first I was a little bit worried because the way this mission used to work was you needed to wait until Lost to Light was the daily mission and then you could trigger the secret mission. What was I gonna do if Lost to Light was never the daily mission? Was I just out of luck? Luckily, now you could just choose the heroic version and load directly in. This meant it was go time. We progressed through the mission, eventually making it to the end where we defeat or almost defeat the ogre before Oryx takes him.
Mind my loadout in quite a while. These legendaries are not bad. Oh, he's getting taken. He's getting taken.
After this, it was an all-out sprint to get back to the area where we were killing ogres to get the husk and the Tannic strike. The way this secret mission works is you have to backtrack after defeating the ogre as usual, but you have to do it really fast. That means orbs need to be dunked right away and you can't waste any time. If you're too slow, the door that leads you in the direction of the Tannic strike will be closed and you'll have to start over. Will we make it our first try?
The door's open, my friends. The door's open, my friends.
We were looking good. The door was open, and now this was going to be the hard part. What you may have noticed is a timer spawned. Welcome to the birth of timed missions. Now I'm sure you're starting to see the influence. We would need to progress through each room all the way to the Tannic's room, killing every single taken in each room before you can move on. The only way you can complete the mission is if everything dies. Here's how the first time went.
At least he's dead. That sucks. Not a bad first attempt in the room. Not a bad first attempt. Alright, so this next one, blights.
Yeah, we got destroyed. It kind of felt good getting beat. Not being able to steamroll everything made things feel scary and much more intense. But we had a challenge to finish, so this time it was gonna be personal.
Well, he's on my side now, I guess. There it is. Beautiful. Hey, there we go. Hey.
At long last, the Whisper, the Black Hammer, the Black Spindle was mine. 13 exotics down, starting day 4 off strong. After this, I did a little challenge of the elders because I was curious on how rewarding it was, since eventually I was going to need to farm strange coins for when Xur would arrive. Let's just say that I was underwhelmed, to put it gently. You didn't get any more strange coins or motes of light than you did doing the 28 Prison of Elders, and the rewards were lackluster at best. I decided from here on that Challenge of the Elders was not a good use of our time. Some good news did come out of this though. We were able to pick up my 4th and final sleeper node, meaning that we could finally start the sleeper quest.
That's not good. Oh, guys, I think that was my last sleeper I needed, I think.
We head back to Banshee, and something strange happens.
And I got this sleeper thing. I think this might be the last one I needed for sleeper quest. I think.
Huh?
Maybe I was wrong.
We had turned in our 4 nodes, but no sleeper. Why? Honestly, in the moment, I kind of just brushed this off, but after some further digging, I'm really confused why this didn't work. To kick off the quest, you're required to collect the Dvalin items that at the end have a number 1 through 4 pertaining to the 4 different individual parts. Funny enough, this did drop for me in a non-numeric order, as I got 2 first, then 1, then 4, then 3. Regardless, I had all 4 parts, and this didn't work. I checked, and I was on my Titan for all 4 of these. For now, we were gonna have to put a bookmark in this discussion. I wasn't happy with our results from Challenge of the Elders, but at least we were moving in the right direction. Moving on from Prison of Elders though, it was time for... Wait. Actually, let's stay on the topic of Prison of Elders for a second. A very strange mystery presented itself when talking about how to get the Prison of Elders exotics. Have a listen.
The weird thing is, and this I do need to go to the tower for, there's actually one thing I want to check out. So what's up with this, guys? Help me out on this. Why are these just available? Does anybody know why? I haven't discovered these. They're apparently the only exotics that you can just buy. This is what we were talking about before. Maybe from account share? No. I wasn't account sharing before. It has nothing to do with that. And you can't get any of the other ones. It was like this before I had turned on account share. It's so interesting. Every other one requires discovery. Discovery, 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 discovery. Discovery, discovery, discovery. They just there to grab. IDKY, it's been like that for a while.
For whatever reason, Bungie made it so that the Year 3 versions of the Prison of Elders exotics were available without needing to discover them? This was a strange discovery indeed. I can't find any documented evidence of this change, but if you can find something, let me know in the comments below, as I would love to see it. With this stroke of good luck, the Dreg's promise was ours. 14 exotics down.
Dreg's promise. No discovery.
I wanted to purchase the other 2 weapons, but unfortunately I didn't have any more exotic shards. Doing a bit of foreshadowing, we would become very familiar with this currency later, but for now, we were flat out broke. I saw in a Reddit post that public events could drop exotic shards, so we quickly got to testing out that theory. I wasn't able to get one to drop for me in my attempts, but we did see one drop for one of our teammates.
Okay. Oh, but I saw an exotic shard from Venium. Venium got one.
That was at least good knowledge to put in our back pocket. For now, I didn't want our progress to stall, so I decided to take another route. I booted up my Xbox. Remember I said we could use multiple accounts? Well, I just wanted to level up some characters and see what I'd get with the guaranteed Prison of Elders exotic weapons. It had already gotten us Galley, so it could bear other valuable treasures. Once again, I want to remind you guys that the concept of multiple accounts isn't going to go in the route that you think it is. But for now, I'm going to continue to leave you guys in the dark. I level up 2 of the characters and use the Spark of Lights to get them ready. Here's how it went.
Psych!
I can see this game is going to have a sense of humor.
Another Suros. Great. Surely the next time we'd do better.
Plan C, I'll take it.
15 exotics completed. There was one good thing that came from getting a Suros duplicate. We were needing exotic shards in order to get the other 2 Prison of Elders exotics on my main account. Apparently, leveling up our Suros and then dismantling it could possibly be the ticket that we were needing, but there was only one way to find out.
Alright, it's fully upgraded. Sweet. Sweet. If this only gives me one shard, I'm gonna feel so scammed. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Sweet. Thank you.
With that, we now had 2 exotic shards. After this, I spent a little time farming Archon's Forge and Strikes for Glimmer, and then it was back to claim 2 exotics that have recently reclaimed their glory in Destiny 2. First was the Lord of Wolves.
Let's go. Let's go.
After that was the Queen Breaker's Bow.
Boom. Let's go. Let's go, man.
With those 2 exotics, we were up to 17. Now that we had the Prison of Elders weapons completed, it was back to our Xbox account to level up our 3rd character so we could get our 3rd and final guaranteed weapon from the 28 Prison of Elders. We finished the activity, and here's what we get.
Dragon's Breath, okay. Double rockets, I can live with it.
An exotic rocket launcher that wasn't Galahorn. Shocker. We got the Dragon's Breath, bringing us up to 18 exotics. After that, it was back to our main account to continue pushing forward. My Warlock was getting super close to being Nightfall ready, so he grinded really hard to get enough legendary marks to afford the chest piece he was desperately needing. Once I had enough, I headed to the Cryptarch to have my efforts rewarded.
60's 100% better. And boom.
D1 is so brutal. I hate it, but I actually love it. But I really do hate it. But I secretly love it. Anyways, we keep pushing, and after several hours, we're ready to take on the Nightfall. With a little patience, we beat it and complete our Sunrise bounty as well.
Okay, very nice. Sunrise, maybe an icebreaker.
Will we get better results from the Nightfall this time? Let's watch.
Looked up a strange coin video and you comment on it a year ago. Did I really? Oh! Oh!
We got the transversive steps from the Nightfall end screen. This exotic is one I sometimes forget was even in D1 before D2. After this, we open up the Sunrise bounty and get something else that was in D1 before D2.
Maybe 3, 2, 1.
I'm sure you all thought I was alluding to us getting the icebreaker, but unfortunately, we've already used up all of our good luck. But are there any swarm enjoyers? With our bad luck, I figured that relying on any RNG exotics for now would probably be a wasted effort, so I decided that we'd just open up a few engrams from the strikes we had done to grind my Warlock's level.
Oh!
Our 20th exotic came from a blue. There's just no way. This is some of the magic that made D1 so special. What an amazing and unexpected feeling. We got one of my favorite Titan gauntlets, not only from a blue, but on my Warlock of all characters. This is an important time to remind you all that in Destiny 1, there's not only no bad luck protection, but also no class protection on exotics. This can sometimes be amazing in cases like these, but this was going to majorly hurt later on. For those of you that remember, there wasn't even same tier of rarity protection. Legendaries could decode to blues, or sometimes just straight up to motes of light.
That is sure you know what you're aiming.
Also, who remembers when green engrams could become exotics?
You won't find these in the codices Titan. Well.
Destiny 1 was the Wild West back then. Moving on, it was time for my Warlock to pledge the new monarchy, as we unfortunately still had 8 more class items to finish. I'm actually crying inside. All of this grinding makes it easy to lose track of time, but if you can believe it, the clock had struck 4 AM, so it was time for a much-deserved sleep. Yeah, about that sleep, I forgot to mention that it was also officially Friday, which meant it was time for the first Xur of the challenge. For D2 players who might not be as familiar with Destiny 1 Xur, he only came from the Friday reset until the Sunday reset, so he was only here for 48 hours. This made it even more urgent to be prepared when Xur arrived, as you didn't have much time. Comparatively in D2, you have from the Friday reset to the Tuesday reset, or 96 hours, double the time. D1 was just so much more painful on so many levels. With that, we start our hunt for Xur, and eventually we find him in the reef after scouring the tower and dealing with getting beavered over and over and over again. But lucky for us, Xur had exactly what we were waiting for.
And the plasma drive and emerald coil for those rare blue quality sparrows.
I'm sorry, I had to. He unfortunately had the Suros regime, a weapon we were already extremely familiar with. Lucky for us, legs were the Legacy engram. Okay, oh my gosh. Why do you guys even put up with me? Oh my gosh.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Also, Xur had the Titan gauntlets, the ACD feedback fences, the Hunter helmet, the Knucklehead radar, and the Warlock chest piece, the Starfire protocol. Now remember, all of these cost strange coins, and really up to this point, the only thing we had directly really grinded for was Motes of Light, and each armor piece was 13 coins. Reminder aside, we picked up the ACD/0 feedback fences, the Knucklehead radar, and the Starfire protocol chest piece, bringing us up to 23 exotics. With those acquired, my sights turned towards something you may have been looking at already, the ornament packages. For those unfamiliar, Bungie updated Xur later in D1 where he could sell D1 weapon bundles with a weapon and ornament for silver dust and strange coins. I really wish I saved my dust right about now.
Now I feel like we need this stuff, guys, because these are 2 guarantees here. How do we get silver dust? Treasure boxes? Is that the only way?
The question became, how do I get silver dust? I was hoping that if we dismantled the Eververse Spectre gear that maybe it would give us some.
What is this going to turn into? Test it? I'm going to test it. I don't even really care about it. I'm testing it. Let's see.
After that failed attempt, I had only one person to turn to. So I tried to go to Tess.
Oh, and then new items possible. You get ornaments too. Okay. Oh, I can't believe it! Ah, this is how they got me! Silver and D1 doesn't work anymore? Really? Attempting to contact platform service. Please wait.
The ability to buy silver in-game no longer existed, and the in-game PlayStation Store had nothing either. At this point, I thought we were pretty much doomed on the ornament packages, but then we stumbled upon an unexpected link.
Check DMs, let me see. I saw this. This is what I was looking at. 1,000 plus 100 Destiny silver.
Could this actually work?
I bought it. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I did just buy it. It was 10 bucks, and it took my money. Let's see. Oh! Let's go.
We might be the first person in years to actually purchase silver in this game. I can't believe that that worked. I'm shocked. With that, I could buy 5 Treasures of the Ages boxes. When opening them, not only do they give 2 silver dust, but they sometimes would give ornaments that could be dismantled for 5 pieces of silver dust. Lucky for us, we got the Black Spindle ornament, the Ragabone. We also got the Basilisk Glory, which was the Suros ornament, ironically enough. After we had dismantled everything, we had 32 silver dust. Once we were done with this, I got a little sidetracked and decided to go on a detour for Xur's tag, which is available at rank 7 in the Dawning book. Why, you might ask? Well, just keep watching.
Yeah, that's right. The original was opening a present at the tower with the tag, but they made it work with dismantling post-Dawning, yes. Okay, so what we'll do is we will do this, but not right now, I don't think. I wonder if we just do each beat the par race time on Infinite Descent. Do I think to just go into each of these and just... Do you guys want me to just try to be a Sparrow Racer for all 4 of these? Because it would save me the chance of possibly getting dupes and I could save money. Should I do all 4 of these? Would it give me 7? Alright, let's give it a go.
We cap out at rank 3, but luckily, after some planning, we realized that we can farm the rest of this in private matches, as a lot of these are SRL related, and they can be completed without SRL being active. Even back then, useful items could be farmed in private matches. Looking at you, Catalyst farmers.
Wait, can you get exotic Sparrow Racing? There's apparently 2 from the book. Oh, and moats? And dead orbit? Oh, hold on.
After finishing all of the SRL time trials, we were up to rank 6. We were so close.
6? Honestly, that's pretty good.
Next, we farmed more orbs and Siva strikes than I care to remember, and with some patience, we were finally up to rank 7.
Boom, thank God. Oh, rank 7.
With this, we picked up the Xur tag.
Alright, Xur's tag. Boom. So now that I have it, you guys said all I need to do is dismantle it, right? And then exotics will come. Correct?
And yeah, you heard correctly. This is why I wanted to grind for it. Apparently, when dismantled, exotics would come? I wasn't sure what that fully meant, but we were about to find out firsthand.
Here we go, y'all. Here we go. It's time, it's time, it's time. And discard. Okay, arms in primary.
Wow. We got a primary and gauntlet exotic engram? That was not what I was expecting, but it actually worked. The more you know. With that said, it was time to take these to Master Ives to see what we would get. Really? Thagamizers. The game just couldn't let us have our moment, could it? That was painful. But at least we still had our primary engram to open up. We got the Monte Carlo, bringing us up to 24 exotics. The reaction was because I was a little scared that Xur was selling that in the bundle, but thankfully I was mistaken and that was Mida. Speaking of Mida though, let's go pick that up now that we have our silver dust that we need. It was nice getting strange coins from Xur's tag to be able to save some of the strange coins we already had.
Right here. Boom. Mida.
My first exotic I ever obtained in Destiny 1 was mine, with special ops as an added prize. 25 exotics down, a quarter of the way to triple digits. After this, we purchased some more silver, which takes forever to hit my account, but after a few logouts, it was ours.
There we go, boom. Silver acquired. You can now acquire exclusive items at the Eververse.
We do the same routine, buying our treasure boxes and dismantling them all. One of the notable things we got was the Deviled Ghost, which was the Festival of the Lost Shell that comes at level 3. This was going to be something that was very important later on, but for right now, I didn't really know the significance of this ghost, and I'll let you guys know a little bit more about it later. Some other things that we got were the Necrochasm Ornament, Devourer of Moons, and a double drop where we got Settled Score for Touch of Malice, and Houndoom for Bad Juju. I always see Houndoom for some reason. With that, it was back to the reef to claim our second and final bundle of the week.
And the White Witch. Boom, Red Death.
We got the Red Death and the White Witch, bringing us up to 26 exotics. This exotic was the definition of pay to win, but we had to do what we had to do. Next, it was time to do something scary. Claiming our legacy engram. Now you might be wondering, why is that scary at all? Well, remember, I said that there was no bad luck protection. So I really wasn't sure how many engrams this was going to take when factoring in a bunch of duplicates. Keep in mind, each legacy engram is 29 strange coins. We purchased our first and decrypt it, and I'm really hoping for anything but transversive steps.
Boom, MK44s.
We get the MK44 stand-asides, getting us up to 27 exotics. Hopefully this luck would continue. We got the fan favorite and one of my all-time favorites, the Bones of Ao, or as Sweat would call them,
the Bones of Mayo.
Getting us up to 28 exotics. But what would our next engram be?
And... yes!
So far, our luck was amazing, which was surprising and strange. There was no way that this would continue.
One. Let's go, man. Holy.
I guess there was a way. With the possibilities of getting duplicates, this was really lucky. Wait, or was it? Frosties and Dune Marchers were introduced after year 1 in Destiny 1. These weren't legacy exotics, which meant we had all of the year 1 exotics from the pool. This is when we made a massive discovery. Bad luck protection did exist in Destiny 1 for exotics, but only in one place: legacy engrams. This will be a huge discovery for us moving forward. To cap off Xur purchases, I bought 43 of coins with my remaining strange coins. After all the Xur madness, it was now well into the morning. The sun was up, and I still hadn't slept. I knew I would need to soon, but I wanted to do some math first.
Rank 7 we can live with, so that means we need another 18 ranks, right? So what we need to do is we need to do 2,450 divided by 25 times 18 equals 1,764 motes. So 1,764 motes, divide that by 25. I gotta do it 70 times.
With everything we had, it was going to take us 70 runs of robbing the speaker in order to get our new monarchy bond, which we would need before reset to be able to pledge to a new faction. Just kill me now. After all I could take, I decided before bed to grind a few 3 of coins for 1 engram to see if we could go to sleep with a bang. We head to the Iron Tomb, which will be foreshadowing to where we'll be very often. After a few runs, this dropped.
Oh, and boots! And there we go, on that right there too. Let's go.
We headed to Raoul, and I'm praying that we get Doom Marchers or Frosties now that it's actually possible. Would we get it?
Nope.
Ash. Oh.
We got the MK44 stand-asides. Lovely. On that extremely less than high note, that concluded our day 4. What a jammed-packed day. Secret missions, Prison of Elders exotics, Xur exotics, and so much more. We now at 30 exotics or 7.5 exotics per day, and we were well on our way to being a third of the way to 100 exotics. It felt great, but with 2 exotic class items needing to be completed before reset, how good could I really feel? Day 5 kicks off back at the Iron Tomb for some redemption. This time, after a few attempts, I got a heavy exotic engram.
Typing each time. There it is. Oh, we're actually already done.
I took it back to Raoul, and he told me that he wouldn't give me a duplicate. And fortunately for us, he was telling us the truth.
And 1. Oh, yes, truth. I'll take it. Thank God.
And he gave us the truth, bringing us up to 31 exotics. After this, it was nap time. There's a saying that when you get a good night's rest that you woke up feeling like $1,000,000, but in our case, I woke up feeling like I was ready to do hours and hours and hours and hours of moat grinding, or whatever dollar amount is associated with that. After 6 straight hours of grinding our faces off, we had our second exotic class item quest. With that, it was time to get to work on the quest. I started putting on all my new Monarchy cosmetic items and gear. At this point, you already know the requirements, so no need to go into it again, but what I will say is that I figured we might as well pop some 3 of coins this time while we knock out some of the strikes. What are 3 of coins, you might ask? Well, they're items that were introduced during the Taken King that give you a chance at an exotic engram dropping when you kill an ultra or a boss. There were diminishing returns if you stack them and cooldowns between drops, but overall, these items were insanely powerful and would be vital for us throughout this challenge. We get to work on the strikes, popping a coin each time before the strike begins, and after a few runs, this happens.
Is that it? Is that it? Yes, guys, yes. There it is. There it is. Oh, man. What do we think it is? I'm gonna guess... Let's say a special weapon. Chest piece. Alright, I see you, Twilight Garrison.
Now, what you just heard is absolute copium. Twilight Garrison is like one of the most sought after exotics that there is. There was 0 chance that this would drop on our first attempt. After getting Gallahorn first try, that ship had sailed. I'm sure some of you still remember the infamous Gary Come Home era from Mr. Swetsicle as he painfully tried week after week to get the chest piece.
No fucking way! No way! Oh my god! It's over! Gary's home.
With that being said, what will we get?
Alright, here we go. 3, 2, and 1. Oh!
Excuse me? What type of luck streak were we on? Twilight Garrison and Gallahorn in the first week? Scratch that. Not even a full week. 5 days. A work week, I guess. Anyways, this was absolutely insane. As much as I wanted to celebrate, we still had work to do, so we got back to doing more strikes. As we were approaching our 10th strike, we had another exotic engram drop.
Give me my exotic. Give me my exotic. Give me my exotic! Give me my exotic. That's mine. That's mine. And a key as well.
This time, it was a special engram. Now there's one special weapon that, no pun intended, is extra special, that sets itself at the top that everybody was trying to chase in Rise of Iron, partially because at first it was a PlayStation exclusive, so not many people could get it, but overall, this was a weapon that everybody was trying to grind for, and I know my OGs know what I'm talking about. If you're still unsure what I'm talking about, let me help you out. We're talking about the Zen Meteor, a sniper that would literally shoot a fiery high damage shot when charged. Everyone wanted this thing when it came out. Now with that being said, with all the luck we've had so far, do we A, get a new exotic but not Zen Meteor because we've already run out of luck, B, get a duplicate exotic that we already have, or C, get Zen Meteor after all the luck we've already had?
Alright, here we go. In 3, 2, Zen Meteor.
Well, if you chose C, you're somehow correct. I don't even know what to say at this point. Somehow, in some way, I had become one with the RNG gods. Surely this wouldn't last the entirety of the stream. With that, I continued grinding strikes. During the final strike, a person in chat asked me about the Pocket Infinity and if I was worried about getting it.
It's actually in the Legacy Special Zero engram as well. Or wait until Zero sells a special Legacy. Yeah, I mean, this stream's gonna be going for like potentially up to 2 months. I'll probably come back to bite me though, saying that.
We'll put a bookmark on that for now. We keep pushing, and lucky for us, on our final strike, we get another exotic engram from the Shield Brothers.
Wait, there was one there? I didn't know there was one there. I didn't even see it.
After we finished the strike, we discussed what exotic gauntlets would benefit us the most.
Question once again, is there a Warlock arm piece that's not a year 1 arm piece? Impossible Machines, is that the ones? Is Impossible Machines what we're looking for? Alright, Impossible Machines is what we want then. That is what we want.
If you aren't following the reason that I want the Impossible Machines, it's because it isn't a year 1 exotic. I know with all of the weeks that we'll be doing this challenge, it's bound to be arms as the Zur week at least once, so the harder exotics to get will be the ones that aren't year 1 exotics. With that being said, I already knew that I used up all of my good favor, so I was pretty much expecting to get a year 1 exotic here. We headed to the tower to open up the engram, but before that though, funny enough, with all those strikes, we earned another Nova Mortis. This is useless to the story, but I thought I'd mention it. With that out of the way, we headed to Raoul to see what year 1 exotic he would give us to ruin our streak.
2.
Well, the Impossible Machines were feeling pretty possible right about now. This was unreal. At this point, people in my chat were telling me to play the lottery, or that this was scripted. After this, we took a break from the chaos as we finished our strikes, and it was time to get through the PvP. It took forever as once again we couldn't find any matches, so unfortunately, we once again had to take matters into our own hands. After one of the games, we got an old friend that I know a lot of OGs will remember all too well.
Wait, it's not one to give me any love. Alright, Ed, I think you're jumping in. Oh, why is Luna? Okay, maybe it did give me some love.
On top of this, something else happened before we could finish all the Crucible games that may or may not surprise you. For those of you that didn't know, yes, 3 of Coins work on Ultras and bosses, but they also worked in PvP matches as well. It gave you a chance at an exotic at the end of each match. Well, let's just say that I had been using them each match, and lucky for us, this paid off.
Oh.
Before turning in the engram, I decided to continue the matches to finish up the quest, and before I realized it, we were done.
Finally. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
With that, it was back to the tower to claim our prize.
Picking up our next class item, the age to come. Thank God. Come here. Come here now.
After so much grinding, our second class item was ours. There was still a big question though. What would our primary be?
2 and Zalo.
Psych!
Of course. I'm starting to notice a trend here. As annoying as it was to see another Suros, at this point, with all the good luck, I really couldn't complain. It's important to note that it may not have seemed like a lot of time had passed, but almost a full day had already passed since grinding this class item. These quests were so time consuming. I wanted to keep pressing on, but my body was telling me that I really needed to take another small nap, so for once, I decided to listen to my body and take a small nap. When I woke up, I decided that we should knock out some of the Taken War quests before the reset. Why, you might ask? For the Boolean Gemini. This quest and the prerequisites for Boolean Gemini ended up being a lot more than I remembered.
There's gotta be something I can do. Same as just reading the Reddit, I don't see her bounties. Yeah, like, what do you do to level her? You need to complete all her quests. Oh, so we need to do like the Taken War. Yeah, the Taken War. Petra. Queen's Wrath. We need to do this.
Ultimately, we needed to spawn a lot of Taken champions across the solar system, as well as unlocking Petra's bounties, as well as doing some stuff for Varix as well. And we were going to need a large amount of Petra reputation, so I needed to get to work. This is why I wanted to finish this before reset, as it was important that I picked up as many bounties before the reset so that I could also pick them up after the reset. With that explanation out of the way, we headed to the Cosmodrome, as this was the first required location, and we killed the first Taken champion, and then after that, we killed the second one as well. After this was done, we talked to Varix, followed by Petra, to progress the quest. She then sends us off to kill 2 Taken lieutenants, but before we could do that, it was time for some pie. And I'm sure you're asking the question, why? Well, we hit our sub goal, which meant that we had to get pied in the face by Sweat. I took a second to go grab a towel before, and while I was doing this, something very devious was taking place. Have a look.
Pie is more important than the Taken? Of course. Of course. Okay, Chad, he's gone. I was thinking about buying an air horn when he's sleeping. Thoughts? No snitches. Okay, well, we might play a game next time he sleeps, okay? Alright, I will, everybody smile.
Lord help me. Anyways, it was time to get pied. I will not be saying that again.
Alright, chat, count it down. 10, 9, 8.
Oh, it's cold.
Funny enough, while this was happening, I was sitting AFK on Venus, and Taken Lieutenant started spawning before I could even get cleaned up, so I grabbed my controller and we took the champions out. Somehow, we got credit for 2 lieutenants? Funny enough, my teammates killed the first while I was getting pied. I said I wasn't going to say that again. So after we killed the one that I was fighting, we actually progressed the quest.
Exotic drop, exotic drop, exotic drop. I don't see an exotic drop, but I do see Speak to Petra. Okay, wait, did it count for you when we did the other one mid pie? I think so. I literally do, bet, because I'm done. I'm trying to figure out how I got the first, because I 100% failed when Sweat was playing.
After talking to Petra and changing shirts, it was off to Mars to do, you guessed it, kill more lieutenants. Once we got to Mars, we made quick work of the champions, and before I knew it, we had finished. We head back to Petra, and after we turn in the fused tombstone, we unlocked our bounties. This ultimately unlocked the Wolves of Mars quest at Variks that would also need to be completed before getting the Boolean Gemini. I really did not remember all of these requirements, and time was slipping away really fast. After this, it was off to do a 34 Prison of Elders, which may have seemed random, but it gives an etheric light as a reward which can be turned into Petra for reputation. This was going to be important because until we got to rank 3 from Petra, we weren't going to be getting the Boolean Gemini. With all that out of the way, we burned through the 34 Prison of Elders, and then the etheric light was mine. I figured that this would give us a ton of experience. After all, etheric light was an important currency, or at least it used to be when it came to getting to level 34 for those that remember. I was banking on this at least getting us into striking distance of rank 2 for Petra.
There it is, Etheric Light donation exchange. How much does it give? Oh, not that much, holy cow.
That didn't really get us anywhere. This was gonna take a while. With that harsh realization, our day 5 came to an end. It felt like I had gotten nothing accomplished, but in reality, we had some really high moments. 4 exotics, including the class item and Gary coming home. Things could have been a lot worse. So I tried to focus on that and to think a little bit less about some of the grueling challenges that were still ahead of us. We kick off day 6 with more Prison of Elders, only this time at level 28. To give you some context as to why, it was Saturday, September 14th at just about 6 p.m. Central. Now that might sound random to hear, but I'm telling you that because there may have been a certain someone that you may have forgotten about that was still going to be here for another 8 hours. I figured farming strange coins until right before Xur leaves, then buying a bunch of 3 of coins would probably be my best option. We do a bunch of runs getting between 3 and 7 strange coins per attempt. After we do a few, this happens.
What happened, Dusty Bucks? Oh, what was that? Exotic? Yes, let's go! Let's go! Let's go. That's hype trains generate exotics.
We head back to Master Ives to see what awaited us. I hope for a non-year 1 exotic.
2 and this is actually really good. It was very unexpected, but very good.
Once again, no class protection was kinda working out in our favor. We got the Rise of Iron exotic gauntlets, the Ophidian aspects, which were warlock arms, on a Titan. And then on my very next prison run, something else happened.
2.
Fight!
Oh no, we already have him up by radar. I got excited. I got prematurely excited.
I just had to open my mouth about no class protection being good luck. After this, I took a quick moment to create a hunter again. Remember, with all the moat farming, I had to keep an empty character slot, so I didn't have one. With all this grinding though, I was full on legendary marks, and I was going to be needing a hunter soon enough anyways, as I was needing the class item before reset. I decided to spend my marks on my hunter so I would have a gear set ready to go for him when I was ready. I also made sure to transfer my Eidolon Alley as well as my husks to make sure we got some extra motes of light. I already had an artifact from Tyra that I could transfer over, so I just really needed everything else. Also, can I take a moment just to say that I'm so glad that Dim works in Destiny 1? Who remembers the way we used to have to transfer stuff in this game? I remember after finishing a raid and switching characters, it used to be such a process. With the marks we had, we were able to buy a cloak, chest piece, and a helmet. We would still need arms and boots, but for now, this is all I could afford. After this, we got back to strange coin farming with 28 Prison of Elders on my Titan until my eyes bled. And on top of this, the game was really starting to drive me crazy.
Exactly, Echoes. Yep. Whoa! Oh. Why don't you just die now? Just die now. Just die now. And that's an exotic. That's an exotic. That's not a green, right? That's not a green. Is that a green? That's a green. That's a green. It's a green. It's a green. It's a green.
Luckily, the game did eventually show us some mercy as we were popping 3 of coins on each boss fight.
Yes, finally! Oh, finally. An exotic again. Something. Like, obviously when CDs became popular, VHSs to DVDs.
I hope that this would bear fruit, as the grind at this point was really starting to get to me.
Psych!
Unfortunately, we got a duplicate Starfire protocol, which was the last thing we needed. Luckily, we would get a chance at redemption sooner than I thought.
An exotic! Oh my gosh. Alright, guys.
Because we were so short on time, I didn't even get to go to the reef to decrypt it. I dove right back into more Prison of Elders, as every second before reset counted. Nothing else too crazy really happened after this besides hearing Varrix's voice echo through my brain as it melted a little bit more each run, so I'll just skip to a few minutes before Xur was about to leave. I wasn't sure if Xur transmatted right at the reset, so I figured that we should probably be at the reef a few minutes early just to be safe.
55 and 60. 60 more.
With the strange coins that we farmed, we were able to buy another 63 of coins. Not bad. Now for all my Destiny 1 nerds, it's time for another quiz. When it hits the Sunday reset, does Xur A, stay until you leave the instance but lock his inventory as he laughs at you? B, eventually tell you to get lost and transmats out? Or C, stay until you leave the instance and allows you to continue buying his stuff forever? Let's see how much you remember.
Wait, he left? Wait, did I miss it? He transmat, I wasn't looking. No!
Well, if you chose B, you would be correct. Anyways, now that he was gone, let's see what we got in that helmet engram from before.
Here we go. And
the Taken King Hunter helmet exotic dropped, bringing us up to 37 exotics. This was huge, as it was another non-year 1 exotic. Now, we had been doing a lot of Prison of Elders up to this point, but it was time to enter a new prison. One with a lot of iron and trapping us more like a tomb. For those that remember, I alluded to the Iron Tomb being a place that we would see a lot. Well, it's finally time to learn why. This would be our 3 of coins farm spot each week to get as many exotics as possible. We had 121 coins remaining, meaning that we had 121 opportunities at exotic engrams dropping. I was so tired at this point from all of the grinding that we did just to get to the point of being able to turn in all of those strange coins at Xur, but this was no time to rest. It was time to get to work.
here we go. Oh! No! No!
That was an absolute grind. But after spending all 121 coins, we got 15 exotic engrams, including a double drop that I didn't even know was possible in my 10 years of playing. You learn something new every day. Our drop rate was 12.3%, which honestly wasn't horrible. I was so ready to sleep, but there was no way I could go to sleep without opening these engrams. I go to the tower to start the opening, beginning with a helmet engram I had gotten, but you aren't gonna believe what happened.
2. Yes! Yes! No, I didn't show it. No, I didn't show it. No, I didn't show it.
Yeah, I had the wrong overlay up. I'm sure you heard what I got there, but no one saw. I'm actually the worst streamer that exists in the history of streamers. Luckily, I was on the PS5, which does have a feature that allows you to save your footage. So now, all I need to do is erase your guys' memory, and then we can start again as if this never happened.
Really need something good here. Please be Empyrean. Oh! Yes! 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 Oh my gosh, I didn't see that coming. Oh, man.
We got the Empyrean Bellicose, which I'm sure you guys are all totally shocked from. Lucky for us, once again, this wasn't a year 1 exotic. After that hiccup, we got back on track, moving on to our gauntlets. I was really wanting the Immolation Fists since they were from Taken King.
We really want Immolation Fists. Immolation Fists. Right on the beat drop. And Immolation Fists. Oh!
The ball was officially rolling. Or the exotic, but I don't know if exotics roll, so we're just gonna say the ball was rolling. The yellow ball.
I'll take it, sure. We don't have them. Sure. Sure.
Things were looking really good, but it was time to switch things up. We are going to be going over to my hunter now, which keep in mind is less than a day old, to make him useful. While there's no class protection, drops are still weighted towards the character you're on, and I was really needing hunter gauntlets. We are going to see shortly if this would pay off.
And
it felt like nothing could stop us at this point. At this rate, we would be halfway to 100 really soon. Things just kept getting better and better. Surely this would continue.
And one.
Nope.
It's the first dupe. Oh, I knew the boots were going to be tough.
Honestly, getting a duplicate at this point was inevitable, but hopefully on the next one, we would get back on track.
And
I guess I was right. Funny enough, I really missed this exotic, and I wouldn't mind it coming back in D2 because of how overlooked it was. It never really got its chance to shine. Anyways, with that, we were now at 43 exotics. We had another heavy engram and I was excited because I already knew it was gonna be my beloved super good advice.
I'm gonna guess super good advice, and I'm gonna stand on it.
Psych!
Okay, I lied. But we still do have one more heavy exotic engram, so surely I'm telling the truth this time.
And
telling the truth this time? Why did I say the truth? RNG gods, why are you taking me so literally? Ugh. Luckily, we quickly turn things back around and get the Rise of Iron sidearm or the D2 seasonal weapon, which doesn't quite roll off the tongue as well, the Trespasser.
One. Yes, that's a good one.
With our remaining 5 engrams, we got 3 duplicates, the Zen Meteor, as well as the Plan C and the Mida Multi-Tool, which quite frankly, I was just glad it wasn't Suros at this point. But on the bright side, we did get 2 new exotics as well. The Risk, just kidding, the cooler and better in every way older brother, the Zalo Supercell.
Off the rip, why not? Why not? 3, 2, please not Suros.
Comment below if you missed Zalo. And we got the one-tapping machine in its infancy, for those that remember, the Hawk Moon, bringing us up to 46 exotics. Overall, we went 11 for 18 on exotic engrams during the day versus duplicates, which honestly isn't that bad. I'll live with 61% every day of the week. I felt great, but I also felt insanely tired. It was time to sleep. With that insane burst of exotics, our day 6 came to a close. 11 exotics, all spawning from 3 of coins. The power of these coins was on full display today. While being at 46 exotics felt great, I knew that we had less than 48 hours to complete our 3rd class item before the weekly reset. For now though, it was time to sleep.
Tested this thing yet. Apparently it's a bear horn, not an air horn. I don't know how Amazon got that confused, but here we go.
Hey CB, good morning, man. This thing is crazy. One more time. Holy.
Rise and grind.
Rise and grind, Mr. CB.
Hello. Hello.
You could say that day 7 started off with a bang. Or a honk, I guess. After my brain was finally working again, it was time to get back in gear. There was only one objective: get my 3rd exotic class item for my hunter in the next roughly 36 hours. We needed roughly 2,350 additional motes considering what we already had to have enough for the 25 rank ups. And remember, each new player mission gives 25 motes when doing our speaker robbing glitch. This unfortunately meant we needed to do almost 100 runs to get the motes necessary. Help me. With that, I took a sip of my Copium G-Sups, which also thank you so much for the support of my flavor, and then we got to it.
Lord Coffee, welcome back.
We grinded the first mission of Destiny 1 with no breaks and no rest for 16 hours straight. 2/3 of an entire day. Finally, after countless runs, we were at 2,287 motes.
2287. 2287. If we count the heavy package that we have, that's enough to get a rank up.
After this long and painful grind, it was time for a little nap. Until you play the same mission over and over for 16 hours and hear the same voice lines echo in your brain,
well, you've been dead a long time.
You don't really realize how tiring it is to do the same thing for 16 hours straight. It absolutely fried my brain.
We just need 2 hours, but we finished the motes. The motes are done, so that's at least good. Alright guys, I love you. I'll see you in just a little bit.
After we wake up and get reacclimated, we only had 12 hours left before the Tuesday weekly reset that, remember, would come at 4 a.m. I knew this was going to come very quickly.
Yeah, the daily reset being at 5 a.m. because we're like, well, we don't want it to be in the middle of someone's play session, so we'll just put it right there. And yeah,
it's so funny. Like, you bring up Gallahorn. We all wanted Gallahorn so much. So what were we doing every Tuesday morning at 4:59 a.m. when I was in college? I was sitting by that Vogue chest. Speaking of, Vogue and Gallahorn, waiting for it to reset so I could hold those chests and try again.
With that being said, it was time to create our hunter that we would be using. After we finished the first mission, we used our hunter's Surge of Light in order to use the Spark of Light to boost our hunter up to level 40. After transferring over the helmet, cloak, and chest piece we previously had bought, along with some hunter exotics from Zur and the 3 of Coins, we also moved all of our weapons, our Ghost, and Tyra's artifact, which I had forgotten required attunement, meaning before we could grind, we had to first unlock the Iron Temple again. We also made a cool discovery too. The Rise of Iron Wrecker book wasn't class specific, so we actually were able to claim our rewards on our hunter to get arms and legs, which was super convenient.
We do. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, I thought that it was character specific. Because I think the maybe, I don't know why. I thought there might have been one that was acting like it was character based. Okay, that's fine. This is actually good then. This is good. Okay. This is good. 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 Good, 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 good. Boom. Oh my gosh. Lovely. Lovely. Boom. Nice.
With that out of the way, it was on to the Rise of Iron missions to get back to the temple. After some pushing, we were finally able to attune our artifact.
We attune now. We attune now. We attune right now.
With that, we could jump into our heroic strikes. However, I had something else that was also time sensitive that I wanted to do first. The Nightfall. We dive into the Nexus mine to complete our third Nightfall of the week to see if it would give us another exotic like it did Transversive Steps earlier.
Come on. I'll take that.
Not quite an exotic, but we'll live with 3 of coins. It's actually funny that, to my knowledge, this is the only other means of getting 3 of coins outside of waiting for Zur, who was now gone until the next week. With that out of the way, it was time to dive into our heroic strikes. Just kidding. I feel like we were forgetting something. Right, we needed to turn in our packages. Let's go do that.
Oh my gosh. Oh. And boom, finally. Oh. Oh my gosh, 3 of them in a week.
Finally, our third class item quest in 1 week done. 3 rank 25s grinded out. Only 6 more times I would ever have to do this quest in my remaining years left on this earth. After this, it was time to start our heroic strikes and killing the required minions of the darkness as we had no time to waste. During one of the strikes, we got to reunite with an old friend that I severely missed.
Dude, there we go. Shadi? The Marade? I don't want a Marade. It better be in my Postmaster. Let's see it.
The stolen will shotgun that sent the community in a frenzy. This is still one of my favorite weapons to this day, and I would be using this bad boy a lot during this challenge. With that blast of nostalgia, that concluded not just our day 7, but more importantly, our first week. You all had kept the subathon going a week, which is insane. And in that time, we had collected 44 exotics or 6.28 exotics per day, including the likes of Gjallarhorn, Twilight Garrison, Zalo Supercell, and 2 exotic class items. I knew plenty of challenges still faced me ahead, but this moment was about recognizing the progress we had made. So many times as we go through life, we get so focused on the destination that we miss or don't cherish all the beautiful sights, memories, and accomplishments we achieved along the way. So while I wasn't at the top of the mountain, I took a brief moment to stop and admire the beautiful sight of the overlook before I continued on my journey to the top of the mountain. We start day 8 off with an exotic. Hey, I never said it was a new exotic. It wasn't all bad though, because I haven't yet mentioned another thing that I did pick up during the strike. One of the most iconic class items of all time.
There we go.
Comment below if you miss it. After a few hours, we finished with the heroic strike grind. It was 2 AM, which meant the reset was only 2 hours away, so we were gonna need to make every minute count. I mean, every minute after I get back into the game.
What do you mean, man? No!
At this point, you all know the drill, so I'll spare you the details. We load up into Crucible and burn through the matches as quickly as we can. With just a tiny bit of time to spare, we finish the quest.
Let's go, finally.
All that was left was heading to the tower and claiming our prize.
Oh, our third one. It's ours, it's ours, it's ours, it's ours, it's ours.
3 exotic class items done in 1 week. What an absurd grind. It's funny feeling like you're on top of the world when in reality, you're nowhere near where you think you are. That's what my reality was, only being 1/3 of the way done after doing so much work. It felt like collecting the Infinity Stones. With that, it was time for a well-deserved rest, to continue grinding. The weekly reset was gonna be arriving soon, and there was still more things that we needed to finish before it arrived. This meant that we had no time to waste. Starting with Vault of Glass, only not the normal Vault of Glass, but the 390 Age of Triumph version. And you may be wondering why. But before I answer that, we need to have a talk about the history of non-exotic raid weapons in Destiny 1. Wait. Non-exotics? I thought this was an exotic challenge. Bear with me. When raid weapons were introduced like Fatebringer in the Praetus timepiece, they were primary weapons with elemental damage types. For instance, Fatebringer was Arc. This was an era where elemental primaries were incredibly strong, and because of this, when Taken King rolled around, this concept ceased to exist. Year 1 weapons were sunset, and all of the following primaries introduced didn't have elemental damage types. For those who started in Destiny 2, think of kinetic weapons before Stasis and Strand were introduced. With that being said, all of these Year 1 relics were left in the past, and everybody at the time wasn't very happy about it. So to counteract this, towards the end of Destiny 1's life cycle, Bungie released Age of Triumph, which added a more difficult version of the raids that would also have Adept weapons. However, these Adept weapons were different. They would all be primary weapons with elemental damage types. And lastly, and most importantly, they were exotics. This was Bungie's way of bringing back a concept we loved while not going back fully on the system they put in place. With that being said, this meant that we had 16 raid Adept exotics that we would need to chase, 4 from each raid. Only there would be an extra twist. The Age of Triumph featured raid was on a rotation, and you could only get the raid's Adept that week from doing the encounters that had the challenge modes active. This meant that this challenge would take a minimum of 4 weekly resets if everything else was to go perfectly. Having everything go perfectly is a big ask though. With that explanation out of the way, now it should be obvious why my sights were set on Vogue. Okay, now with all the yapping out of the way, let's get into the attempts. But first, let's stop by the chest that didn't exist in the Year 1 version of the raid, but that Bungie added in as a nod to everyone who believed that there was a 7th chest at the time. We didn't get anything, unfortunately. Once we get into the encounters, I remember very quickly that there are no revives in hard mode Destiny 1 raids. That's why everybody was on self-res. With that bit of knowledge out of the way, we make our way to Templar. It's important to note that these raids don't have bad luck protection, and there was only 2 challenge modes in Vault of Glass, which meant that we had 6 attempts to get 4 weapons when taking into account all 3 of our characters. I feel like Uncle from Jackie Chan, but I do have one more thing. Let's just quickly talk about what the Templar challenge is. It's actually just not letting him teleport. Simple enough. With that being said, here was our first 3 Templar attempts.
Hey, Brada's timepiece. Let's go. I don't see any vision. Okay, at least it's not a Jume. It's fantastic. I love that. Atheon's epilogue. Okay. I mean, hey, the RNG is working.
We got the Adept Praetor's timepiece, the Adept Vision of Confluence, and the Adept Atheon's epilogue, bringing us up to the big 50 exotics. Halfway to the 100 mark. Getting 3 back to back to back honestly made me second guess if maybe there was bad luck protection. And I was wondering if I might have just been misremembering. There was no time to waste though. It was off to the Gorgon's Labyrinth. But before that, it was time to stop by maybe the most iconic exotic chest in the history of Destiny. The chest that people would stay up until 4 AM each week to save a checkpoint for the chance at Gjallarhorn.
You don't have a Gjallarhorn?
Oh, I got it! Yeah, I got it! Yes! Yeah! Oh my god!
Let me know below if you are one of those people. I know that I was. With that being said, let's see what we got.
Or just another Sublime. That works too. Sure, I guess. Sublime. I'll see you on the next character.
Triple Sublimes. Lovely. From here on out, I also want to mention that if I don't bring up a certain raid exotic chest, just know that it's not because I forgot about it or skipped it or whatnot. It's because I didn't get anything that was actually worth telling you guys about. So I don't want you guys to get in the comments and be like, you skipped this chest in Wrath or you skipped this chest in Kingsfall. I promise I went to it. It just meant that the game isn't very nice and it didn't give me what I wanted. Okay, moving on. Now that we had all that cleared up, it was time to move on to Atheon. For the Atheon challenge, everybody needs to shoot 1 Oracle. Would we go 4 out of 4 on Adept Exotics? Let's find out.
And he's gone.
Nope.
Oh, and there's no bad luck protection.
Well, I guess that solves that mystery. There was no bad luck protection, meaning that we now only had 2 tries remaining to get the final Adept weapon we needed. This went from comfortable to nerve-wracking extremely quickly. On a positive note, we did get the Templar shell. Would our second try bear fruit?
Nice. Yes! Oh, yes!
We got the most sought-after Adept, the Fatebringer, which felt amazing and lifted a major weight off of my shoulders. Even though we had our 4 Adept exotics, we did our 3rd Atheon run for the 5th exotic, aka the main exotic you may be forgetting, the Vex Mythoclast.
You're doing a lot more damage now.
How's it go? No, he didn't. Oh, vet. Wait, Chatter, wait!
This run didn't give us what we were after, but we did get one of the most iconic shaders of all time. I still miss it. After this, I decided I wanted to do the year 1 hard mode Vault of Glass as it had a chance of dropping the Vex Mythoclast. Funny enough, the normal version didn't drop Vex Mythoclast. I only needed one version of it as both versions dropped randomly from the raid, so the method of obtaining it was the same for our rules. This plan sounded great on paper, but...
Thank you, Mitch. Sorry about that. I don't have it. You have to do a normal?
Oh my god.
Yeah, because...
So I was right indirectly.
Well, despite my 390 completions of Vault of Glass, I couldn't load into a level 30 version of VOG without completing the normal version. With that being said, we jumped back in and quickly got to the Gorgon chests. Once there, something unexpected happened.
Patience of time! Yes! 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 So, let's go. I'll take a sniper.
We got the invisibility sniper from the chest, getting us up to 52 exotics. What a great feeling. Can we please go back to this style of raid exotic chest, Bungie? Please, 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 please. Anyways, I decide to keep pushing to Atheon, knowing that I'll need to come back later to open up that chest on my other 2 characters. We do 3 quick Atheons, and none of them bear fruit. We did get the normal ship though. It was nice to see though that exotics could drop from the bosses on normal versions of the raid. It's always Suros. These completions ultimately unlocked the hard mode version of Vault of Glass, which meant it was time to go back through one more time to see what we would get.
And I got the Sparrow.
I've got the exotic until you did the legendary.
Okay. So I got the aspect of glass too. I'm farming.
I don't even think it's possible anymore.
Well, I mean, obtainable exotics is the key.
Yeah.
Bro, aspect of glass again? No other loot?
No Vex, but we did get the hard mode Sparrow and ship, which was kinda cool. With those 9 completions, we were done with our Vault of Glasses for the week. After this, it was on to normal Crota so that we could unlock the hard mode version of Crota. Or so I thought. I don't know if we just needed to have one normal raid done, period, or what the deal was, but somehow we had access. The only way to get Necrochasm would be to get the Crux of Crota that dropped from the hard mode raid. To save you all some suspense, we wouldn't get the Crux of Crota on any of our 3 attempts, but we did get the Glowu, another shader that I really missed. We were running out of time before the weekly reset, so I loaded us out of the raid quickly so we could figure out what we were gonna do next.
Yeah. Oh, I got hard light!
You might be super confused on how that dropped, as it looked like it kinda just poofed out of thin air. Well, back in the glory days, there used to be a thing where the end screen could drop exotics. It was rare, but when it would happen, you'd freak out, and this would cause fire teams to sit and wait at the end of raids to see who might get lucky. Ironically, this is how I got my Galahorn way back in the day. Next, it was time to open even more raid chests. Funny enough, Wrath of the Machine has the most raid exotic chests of any raid. There were 4 secret exotic chests, and even some of the encounter chests with keys could drop exotics as well. It would be a raid that had the potential to help us out tremendously. Here was one of those chest openings we were talking about.
Oh! I was excited to not excited. It's always so funny. Dude, Go away, Suros!
I was so tired of seeing Suros at this point at any capacity. We opened up a bunch of chests, and unfortunately, Hawkmoon was the only exotic that we got from Wrath. With that for now, I was just about done raiding, but before we finished, I decided to open the final 2 chests I had waiting for me from Vogue.
Mida.
The exotic chests were showing just how valuable they could be. Unfortunately, they just weren't giving us any exotics that we actually needed. After this, I would take a much-deserved food break after 14 hours of grinding.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Before we do anything, it is time for an instant replay. We gotta go back and look in the VOD. You wanna know why? Dim. And you may be like, what in the world are you looking at? I guess from Crota, maybe? Someone had a full inventory during raids? I almost feel like I need to go into the VOD and figure out when that would have been to inspect when I had a full inventory. We got word of Crota. Oh, we were maxed. Alright, here we go. And with that being said, here we go, guys. And 3, actually I lied because I already knew we don't have space because of that word of Crota. That word of Crota that we got actually stopped our universal remote. But now it's ours, y'all. Let's go, man. Let's go!
Thanks to my inventory being full, I had the universal remote that dropped from a Crota end screen that ended up going directly to my postmaster. The power of the end screen was once again on full display. With that, I felt like I had done all I could do before the weekly reset, and honestly, I was really proud of myself too. After a few short moments, the weekly reset had arrived. With that, it was finally time to shift gears, and I was really wanting to take a break. And what better break than the outbreak? Actually, an outbreak doesn't sound that good. Let's do the icebreaker instead. This meant that it was time to do our nightfalls as they had been really good to us before. At the end, I was able to pick up the fan favorite strike-specific sniper, the Devil's Dawn.
Woo! Good, that's what I thought.
With that blast of nostalgia, let's get back on topic. Oh yeah, that's right, our nightfall rewards. I did all 3 and you'll never believe that I got absolutely nothing. Just kidding. I got a fall 2015 emote mystery bag. Yay. Would I at least get something good from it?
Booyah. That's how I'm feeling right now. Took the words right out of my mouth. Can I get a booyah, everybody? Can I get a booyah, please?
Booyah? Yeah, that pretty much sums up how I'm feeling 8 days into this challenge. I was in a very booyah type mood. All jokes aside, I feel like I was forgetting something. Oh yeah, we still have our 3 icebreaker attempts. I had picked up the sunrise bounty on all 3 characters, which meant that this could be the week that icebreaker would come home. It was time to see.
Here we go.
Nope.
Nope, shadow price.
No luck on the first. But we did get the shadow price from a nightfall. I feel like I'm getting deja vu, but I wonder from where. How would our second attempt go?
Nope.
Dude, Booyah is gonna haunt me the rest of this challenge.
I was starting to lose my mind. This game had a sense of humor, and it was laughing at me. Things felt pretty much hopeless at this point. What junk would the game give me next?
Yes! Booyah!
Okay. Booyah. That was unexpected, but with that, the icebreaker was mine. Moving on, the next thing on our list was the gunsmith. We had a lot I wanted to do before the Wednesday reset. The Wednesday reset? What in the world was going on the Wednesday reset? Well, I'm glad you asked. And if you didn't ask, go ahead and ask me. Let me introduce you to Arms Day. Each week, the gunsmith has weapons you can test out to raise your gunsmith rank, get cool weapons, and most importantly, there are a lot of exotic quests attached to these resets, more than you might remember. Some take more resets than others, but the main theme is that a lot of these weapons are behind a certain rank and time gated behind a certain amount of Arms Day weekly resets. This meant that it was in our best interest to do as much as we could before the Wednesday reset so that we could get even more progress done the next day. With all of that out of the way, let's test some of those weapons. One cool thing that I didn't remember is that some of the weapons you can even progress in private matches. We finished leveling up all of the weapons and quickly get to rank 2. At rank 2, each class gets a weapon quest that when completed gives you a legendary weapon. The quest first requires us to get shotgun telemetry kills and then dismantling a bunch of rare and legendary shotguns to follow. We quickly fly through the kills using our new universal remote, by the way, and we're given the Mobius shotgun. After this, we completed the process again, getting to rank 2 and the following quest steps to get the Susanoo on my Warlock.
I feel like I'm in Naruto.
And the Steel Piercer, my beloved, on my Hunter.
Ready? And Steel Piercer. Boom. Let's go.
That concluded our gunsmith test weapon grind until we could get more test weapons after the Arms Day reset. It had now been 18 hours of grinding. This meant that it was time to relax with some exotic sword grinding. It just never ends. We make a cool find that you can actually complete all 3 swords at once without having to do the final mission repeatedly for those that remember. We get started getting to work on the Hadium Flakes on the Dreadnought. We get a good route going and repeatedly load in to collect as many as possible each run. Before we knew it, we had all 25 collected.
Hope all goes well. One more. It's 2 a.m. passing out, but best of luck and good vibes. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I got my 25, yes!
After this, it was back to Shaxx to purchase all 3 swords.
I bought it. No second thoughts. Alright, and now I can buy these other ones, right? So now once I buy all of them, will I get 3 quests at once? Is that how that's going to go? As long as I have the marks, I'm assuming, which I obviously have. Okay. Arc Edge and Void Edge. All there.
Before we get started, we rewatched the first YouTube video I ever made 9 years ago where, funny enough, I was using Raised Lighter to solo hard mode Crota. With that being said, we get all 3 swords leveled to 280 as Shaxx requested, and then we head back to him to progress the quest. After this, we had to get 50 major kills with swords, which wouldn't be too difficult, as well as 25 sword kills in PvP. Great. Luckily, since we progressed all 3 swords, we would only have to do this once. We quickly burned through the major kills on Venus with the respawning Minotaurs. Once we were done with the major kills, I decided it was time for a quick 4-hour nap before we moved on to the Crucible. There's just only so much one man can take. It had been 20 hours straight of grinding. I woke up feeling just about as rested as I did before I had went to sleep. With that being said, it was time to get into the Crucible, and you know what they say, when in doubt, hilt it out.
Oh. Give me that. Oh, I got it!
After this, it was back to Shaxx who told us it was time to slay Ekther. Ekther. That sounds familiar. I wonder if we ever saw him again. This part is really cool. You head to the Dreadnought patrol space and you go to the area towards the Ala Cool Strike. Once there, you have to clear out all the knights and everything else, and then the door opens. After this, he'll be waiting for you with the clear white shield that can only be taken down with, you guessed it, swords.
Come on, Ekther. Boom! Goodbye. Goodbye, Ekther. Goodbye, Ekther.
It was super fun taking him down again. Once we were done, it was back to Shaxx to pick up all 3 weapons quests at once.
Yes, let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. All of them. Let's go. 3 of them. 3 of them. All 3. Dark Drinker, Raised Lighter, Boltcaster. Let's go. Happy Arms Day.
And with that long and eventful journey, our day 8 came to a close. What didn't happen in this day? An exotic class item, all 4 raid adept exotics, a raid chest exotic, in-screen exotics, and the icebreaker came home. As tired as I was from the gunsmith and the sword grind that followed, I couldn't help but be proud of how great we kicked off week 2.
Play golf. Golf is cool. There we go, we got our first one, guys.
It was time for the quest step that people still get PTSD about to this day, collecting the materials for the exotic swords. Just one was painful enough to make people wish they never saw another planetary material again. Many people recognize this as one of the grindiest quests in Destiny 1, and honestly, maybe one of the grindiest quests in Destiny history. And I wasn't just gonna do one, or even two, but all three at once. This was gonna be a grind of a lifetime, and we needed to finish before the daily reset, which was less than 12 hours away. Sometimes, to reach the top of the mountain, you've gotta take a few steps through the roughest terrain. No path, no safety net, just grit, and the fear of falling to your death. This was one of those moments, but these are the moments that legends are made. Better yet, this is how you could become legend. It was time to climb.
There we go, there's our first one, guys. Oh, another one, nice. Oh, this is quick, that was nice. Yeah, I'll just reload. Error code cockatiel. Encounters were like, I mean, especially Samuma, right? Hey, there we go. Let's go. Booyah. Let's go. In front of the screen, and that's our 10th one, I think. Hey, we got our first one. There it is, y'all, and there's number 3. Let's go. There it is, guys. There it is. All right, we got work to do.
Does anybody want to guess how long this took me? This was 10 straight hours of non-stop grinding. I took 0 breaks, not even to pee. Okay, I peed a couple times, but outside of that, I took 0 breaks during this. Also, this is super random, but in my 10 years of Destiny 1, I never made it to this location until now. I only mention this because I used to see relic iron spawn there all the time and I always was confused as to why, so this was kind of a full circle moment for me. So sorry. Anyways, on top of the materials required for these quests, we also needed to get the ability kills that matched each sword's element. That meant that we had a ton of solar, void, and art kills that we would also have to get done that I burned through as quickly as possible. Keep in mind though, ability kills weren't as busted regeneration wise in Destiny 1, and there was no rally flags as well, so this wouldn't be as easy as you might assume. We went back to the D1 Shirochi, which by the way, it's really cool that checkpoints on story missions save past weekly resets. My 2 best friends here were going to be Monte Carlo, and funny enough, the Thagamizers for endless melee regens. With that being said, we got to work. First, we finished the Dark Drinker.
GG's. There we go.
That was followed up by the Raise Lighter next.
What an amazing segment.
And finally, we finished our art kills for the Boltcaster.
Come on. Oh, all 3 in one sitting.
What a grind that was. If you want to know just how down to the wire that became, we only had 40 minutes left to spare. While we were waiting, it's important to note that we were finishing quite a few Petra bounties that I was excited to turn in.
There we go, nice. Got it. Alright, let's move to the next thing. Dude, we just made quick work of that. It's beautiful, guys. Nicely done. Alright, back to work. Nicely done. Those are, I think, my 2 biggest bounties.
I'm bringing this up for a different reason, as it's important that we talk about a discovery that we made a little earlier that I still haven't told you guys about. Let's talk about the Radiant Light, aka the buff you get after you complete a weekly Nightfall. If you were an OG and you were brave enough to get the Nightfall done, you would get this glowy aura around your head, and I'm sure when you were in the tower you'd either see somebody that had it, or if you had it, you probably walked around flexing it. And while this was an awesome thing to walk around with, this had another benefit as well. It increased all of your XP gains.
Around with like a face like mine where there's like blue flames coming off of it and all these things flying around their head. That is called Radiant Light, and it comes from beating the Nightfall on this character. Now what Radiant Light does, it will give you a temporary buff for the whole week. You have come through the darkness, undiminished. Increase all XP gains. Lasts until weekly refresh.
More specifically, it increases all XP and most reputation gains by 25%. Believe it or not, this works on faction reputation, so we were able to finish our class items significantly quicker when completing the Nightfalls first.
500, I wonder what the buff, if it'll be 500 or if it will be higher than 1714. 1839.
Obviously, quicker is relative as it was still taking me nearly half a day to get just one done, but this was still helping a lot. With that being said, this would be a great time to leverage this with Petra bounties as her reputation gains were also increased by Radiant Light. Okay, now that we're Radiant Light experts, it was time to wait for the clock to strike 4 AM so Arms Day could arrive. But first, would it even be a Destiny 1 all exotic video if it didn't have a 4 AM dance party? Are you even an OG if you didn't have a late night dance party in the tower? Probably not. Moving on, the clock struck 4 AM and it was officially Arms Day. With that, we headed to Shaxx to receive our final step of the quest, which was a mission that I'm sure you all remember because it was super unique. Within the Alakul final boss room, there are 3 Warden Knights at the end that would spawn. One had a solar shield, one had an arc shield, and the last one had a void shield. Based on whichever sort you were going on, when you killed the Warden Knight, you would need to kill Alakul after within 30 seconds. Since we were going for all 3 swords at once, we would need to kill all 3, then kill Alakul, all within 30 seconds. With that explanation out of the way, let's get into the strike. We make it to Alakul and we get him pretty weak as well as the 3 wardens. After this, it was time for the moment of truth.
3, 2, 1. Just kill everything you see. Everything you see. Everything you see. Make sure they all die. Make sure everybody dies. Now Alakul. Where is he? Alakul. Kill him. Kill him. Boom! Okay, we got it. I think we did it. I think we got it. I think we got it. I think we got it. There's 2. I see 2. Give me 3. Give me 3. 3. 3. 3.
We did it. All 3 sword quests completed. All that was left was returning to Shaxx and claiming our prize. Or in this case, our prizes.
My very first YouTube video over 8 years ago was me and this Raise Lighter soloing Crota, talking to you guys. It was the first video I ever made on the channel. If you look, it's still up there. It feels good to have Raise Lighter back. Welcome back home, man. Welcome back. Welcome back home. Oh man, Raise Lighter. Let's go. Next one, Boltcaster. The one that slightly got a little overlooked, but was still a lot of good fun. I feel like this is one that almost doesn't get, it's almost been lost to history. You hear so much about Raise Lighter, you hear so much about Dark Drinker, you don't hear as much about Boltcaster. It's still a lot of good fun. Number 2, Boltcaster. Let's go, man. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, man. And then Dark Drinker. I mean, what do we got to say about Dark Drinker? I mean, all that this makes me want to do is go do Wrath of the Machine and go spin sword Axis's legs, which you know we're going to do. One of the fan favorites, Dark Drinker. Oh, man. All 3.
All 3 exotic swords were ours. We did it all in one sitting, in one day. 3 of the most painful quests in Destiny history. As much as I wanted to celebrate or sleep, I felt like I could taste 60 exotics. So naturally, we kept pushing. There were 3 more exotics for the taking. However, before we could get them, we would need to get to Guardian rank 3. Funny enough, this wasn't me trying to make some corny joke. I actually wrote this in the script and I noticed when I was about to say it that obviously it's the wrong game, but I thought it was funny so I decided to keep it in. Anyways, we needed to get to Gunsmith rank 3, and now that the Arms Day had passed, Banshee had new weapons for us to test. We got to work and before you knew it, we were at Gunsmith rank 3. With that, we headed back to Banshee and we were given the quest for the Fabian strategy. the Titan exclusive exotic auto rifle. This required us first getting telemetry auto rifle kills, so we picked up a primary telemetry and we got to work. Before you knew it, we were done. After this, we needed to delete rare and legendary auto rifles. You should be seeing the pattern now at this point. We grabbed some auto rifles from the postmaster as well as my vault, and we had enough to dismantle for the next step. This included my Extremophile, if you all remember from earlier, ironically. Once this step was done, it was time to claim our Titan exotic.
Hey, look at that, guys. Fabian strategy, and boom.
I miss this weapon so much. The next weapon, I'm sure a lot of newer Destiny 2 players never even knew was a Hunter exclusive exotic in Destiny 1. We repeat all the steps we did on my Titan, and within the hour, Kate's 6's, or in this case, Kate's 60th's, hand cannon the Ace of Spades was ours.
Give me the Ace of Spades. Shout out to Cade. Boom. Boom.
Bringing us up to the big 60 exotic mark. I'll spare you all the details on what we did next, as you probably can guess what we did. We repeated the process on my Warlock, and before we knew it, the Warlock exotic scout rifle, the Tlaloc, was ours.
And let's go. Boom. 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 Boom.
Am I the only one who misses that scout rifle? That concluded our gunsmith segment for now, but I promise you, this was not the last we were going to be seeing of the gunsmith. Moving on, it was back to Petra, as we had plenty of bounties to do and the lost and found quest she had given us earlier. I was really wanting Bully and Gemini. We kicked things off knocking out the quest that starts off requiring us to explore the Dreadnought. More specifically, the Hull Breach, the Hall of Souls, and the Mausoleum. After this, we had to do Court of Oryx, followed by returning to Petra, which finished the quest. It's important to note that Bully and Gemini came out during the Taken King, so that's why there's a Dreadnought involvement. Once this was done, it was back to doing my bounties, as well as doing some Prison of Elders for etheric lights on all of my characters. Nothing really too fun happened here that's worth telling you guys. It was just a ton of grinding. One funny thing that did happen though was we had a year 1 Dreg's Promise in our Postmaster on our Hunter.
As you can see, top, I did get Dreg's Promise. It's in my Postmaster. So we did get a Dreg's Promise.
This does make sense, as this was a new Hunter, so it was its first Prison of Elders, which guaranteed an exotic weapon. It was interesting to see that year 1 Prison of Elders weapons were still in the loot pool. Anyways, after a tireless grind, we were finally at rank 3.
Here we go, and boom, rank 3. Oh man, we made it to rank 3, guys.
After all this, it felt like that we should have been nearing the end, but it was still just the beginning. Next, we needed to do Varix's quest called the Wolves of Mars, that kicked off by needing to kill Fallen on the Cosmodrome, the Moon, and on Venus. You needed to kill 300 of each. I take a look at the steps to this quest as I forgot it, and I quickly realized that this is a hefty quest and not one that I'm going to be able to burn through.
I think that I'm gonna pick this quest up when we wake up.
With this realization, I decided that it was time to take a small nap, as I was absolutely exhausted. I wake up feeling a bit more refreshed, and I was ready to knock this step out. After we killed the Fallen required, our next step sent us to Mars to kill an Archon Priest after a pack of wolves prowled, which should give all my OGs and myself a ton of nostalgia.
Oh, pack of wolves is prowling. They're prowling.
After we killed him, it was back to Varix, who sends us off to do a mission called A New Den. We burn through it, and as our reward, Varix sends us on another mission, Knock Knock. If you said who's there, I was just saying the name of the mission, which is called Knock Knock. Stay focused here, please. We beat the mission and talk to Varix again, who sends us off on, yes, you guessed it, another mission. This time, the Prime's Path, which requires us to kill a Prime Servitor, which was honestly pretty cool. Once it was dead, it was back to Varix again, who gives us a lovely towel for our efforts.
All that, they're like, thank you, here's a towel for your efforts. All right. Mark of the Queen's Guard. Boom.
And a trophy as an added bonus. Now that we had done the Taken War quest from Petra, the Wolves of Mars quest from Varix, and getting to Petra rank 3, we could finally claim the true or false Gemini.
Oh, oh my gosh, finally. Oh my gosh, what a grind, what a grind. Oh man. Oh.
Sorry, that was the software dev in me coming out. And with that painfully long and brutally grindy journey, our day 9 came to a close. If I never see another relic iron, it'll be too soon. Exotic swords, class-specific exotic weapons, and a forgotten scout rifle. As fatigued as I was, and even though I was running on fumes, something more important was happening. I was having a lot of fun. Day 10 starts off with Shiro 4 bounties. After getting Icebreaker to drop from the Sunrise bounties, I was confident in Thorn dropping from the Shiro bounties. After we grab our bounties, it's off to the Plaguelands to get as many of them done as possible.
Here we go, Thorn right here in 3, 2, 1, Thorn.
Nope.
Not Thorn. Next character.
Unfortunately, we struck out on my Titan, and then it was another 4 failed attempts on my Hunter as well.
Thorn.
Nope.
Then it was on to my Warlock, but because of the gifted sub support, we hit an incentive to jump into the pool.
3, 2, 1, go! That's a pretty good splash.
And then, something even crazier happened.
If somebody gets 100, I will jump in with my clothes on right now. I need to pull up the stream. Oh my god.
Did somebody do it?
Flame drag with 100 gifted subs.
3, 2, and 1. Sweatsicle has became a wetsicle.
I love our community so much. After we both dried off, it was back to the Plaguelands. But first, I grabbed the bounties on my Warlock while I was still in my swim trunks and just a towel, by the way. With this craziness, I was ready to get Thorn. After we finished all 4 bounties, it was time for the moment of truth. Here's what happened.
Huh? Nothing? All right, y'all. Here we go. Number 2. Number 2. Here we go. In 3, 2. Please take all the doubters' money. Please, 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 please.
Nope.
All right, 2. I actually really felt good about that one. I can't lie. I thought that was the one right there. I was about to get up. I preemptively heard it right here. And...
Nope.
Please, no. Please don't do me like this, man. In 3, 2. Please, please, it'd be such a good story. Please.
Nope.
The rich get richer.
Welp, no luck. But the pool jump definitely had woken me up. After a quick shower, it was back to work. One cool thing about all those bounties was I got to unlock the Memory of Jolder artifact in the process, which was my favorite. Now, Warmind was one of my favorite eras, not just in Destiny 2, but in all of Destiny's history. It was just so good, and it felt so good returning to Mars. We had Zol, Nokris, Escalation Protocol, Spire of Stars, and... Wait. What's that noise? I think there's a signal from a war setup.
If there are any Guardians on this channel, a war set just crashed in your vicinity. I could use your help recovering its data.
It's time for Sleeper Simulant. We dive into the Firewall mission to kick off the quest, which was such a cool mission. When you get to the end, the prompt just says to survive. If you're an OG, you're gonna remember this. A series of Hive and Taken Knights will spawn in all side by side. At first, it might appear weird, but what is actually happening is they represent a sequence and you need to pay attention to their order. Once you spawn all 4 sequences and kill the knights each time, a massive knight spawns, and killing it not only ends the mission, but gives you the Curious Transceiver.
Curious Transceiver.
The Curious Transceiver has 4 codes that need to be inputted, and guess what those 4 codes are? Yep, the ordering of those knights. This quest and Outbreak I really wanted to relive, so I tried to keep my guide usage to a very minimum here so that I could actually relive these moments and re-figure out how all of these work. And I highly recommend, if you guys do dive back into Destiny 1, that you guys do the same, as it just makes the quest so much more fun. With that being said, I entered the first code looking at my screenshot I took of the knights to guide me.
Sweet. Lit. Alright, so that's the first one.
After we cracked the first code, the next 3 were really easy. Once this was done, it was time for the Shadow Call mission. This was one of my favorites back in the day because of the verticality and getting to scale a tall tower on the Cosmodrome. Then when you think it can't get any better, you also realize that it has a timer as well.
Oh, I'm timed. Ugh. There's a timer on the clock.
I absolutely loved this mission. And then to add the cherry on top to the icing that was already on a very good tasting cake, there's a Master Chief Cryopod Easter egg. Getting back on topic though, this gave us the Ikelos fusion core. It's so cool seeing the word Ikelos now, knowing how much we are going to be seeing it in Destiny 2 later down the line. Anyways, you could hit triangle when you hover over the core to see how to repair it. This is when an old memory hit me like a truck. Waiting on the war sets. The Destiny public event tracker still existed, but with how long it had been, it had become more like, let's just say, a best guess these days. And that's understandable, but with that fact, this could take a long time. We would need one to spawn on the Cosmodrome, one on the moon, one on Mars, and one on... wait. Venus unfortunately wasn't cool enough to be a part of the public event party. We did a ton of sitting, and we had fellow Guardians sitting all across the solar system. This was a team effort. After some patience, one spawned in the Moth Yards. We finished it up, and then it was back to more sitting and more waiting. I had forgotten to repair the first node, so I quickly went into the core to do that, and when I did, that's when...
Oh, let's go! Let's go!
With that, we only had one more public event to go. We repaired the second node, and then it was time to fly to the moon, as we only needed one more public event to be one step closer to Sleeper. After some patience, one finally spawned on Archer's line.
Let's go! Yes!
Now that that was done, we had repaired 3 out of the 5 nodes. And I'm sure your next question is, what are the other 2? Well, one was deleting a legendary heavy weapon, which was easy enough.
Something wicked. You're gonna be something wicked, alright. You're gonna be a sleeper one day. I hope you're looking forward to it. One day, you're gonna go into Sleeper Simulant.
The last node required doing a mission called the Entropy's Pinnacle. The thing I remembered most about this mission was the area that you fought the Fallen at the end, and the AI voice lines.
Remote hub failure. Routing disrupted.
After we completed the mission, we had completely repaired the Ikelos fusion core.
There it is. Boom. Let's go in, inventory, and... Ooh, okay, and... Oh snap, alright.
After this, we could take the core to Banshee and claim our prize.
And turned into Banshee.
Huh?
And he's like, yeah, alright, see you later. Thanks.
Or Banshee could just steal our sleeper after all of our hard work. Funny enough, I still remember guides being made up to this quest step back in the day that just said essentially, we don't know when the next step is gonna be, but at some point there'll be a next step.
We'll turn the core into a reassembled core, which you need to bring back to the gunsmith. You'll then turn this into the gunsmith, and he'll tell you to wait because he's going to show it to the city's foundries. How long must we wait? I don't know. Maybe until next Arms Day, maybe longer, who knows. But for now, the trail ends. So, yeah.
We were gonna have to wait until the following Arms Day. Just kidding. We just had to wait until the next daily reset. Thank God. Our sleeper journey, at least for now, was over. With that, I could rest easy knowing that it was time to do more raids. This time, we would be doing the only raid that we hadn't yet stepped foot in, King's Fall. Only this time, since the reset had passed, it was now the Age of Triumph featured raid, meaning that we had 4 exotic adepts for the taking. We burned through the first part, and even though this raid had returned in Destiny 2, I got a ton of nostalgia from doing the D1 ships again. Probably because I can't just sword fly across. When we make it to Totems, we blast past it, and before we knew it, we were at War Priest. Now the challenge for War Priest was that you couldn't have the same person take the buff twice, which is pretty similar to how the encounter normally plays out anyways, so this wasn't that big of a deal. Remember, there was no bad luck protection, so this wasn't going to be a guarantee that we get all 4 Adepts. However, we did have an advantage being that this raid had 3 challenge encounters, meaning we had 9 attempts. With that being said, let's get into the attempts.
This one and die, War Priest. Nice. And the Adept, we're gonna get this. Okay, Doom with Shelches. I got my favorite to start. Nice. 3, 2, there it is. Beautiful. Alright, come on. No dupe, no dupe, no dupe. Yes! Anguish of Tristan. Good. Good, good, good.
That was CB. Eddie. It's alright. Good.
Okay.
Good job. No mechanics for me.
Oh, yes, let's go. Sally's Bane. Sally's Bane.
We went 3 for 3 on Adepts, bringing us up to 65 exotics. This was a fantastic start. We also got a calcified fragment for completing the War Priest challenge mode. One thing I find funny is that the Anguish of Dristan and the Atheon's Epilogue, 2 Adept auto rifles we've obtained in this challenge, didn't return to Destiny 2. Abyss Defiant enjoyers were eating good though. Before getting back to the grind, it's important to note that in King's Fall challenge modes, the first time that you do it on a character, you're awarded with a calcified fragment. Now you may be wondering why we didn't increment our calcified fragment counter on our other characters' completions. Well, since the Touch of Malice quest is character specific, we're only going to be counting the calcified fragments on my Titan for this video. Moving on, we push forward to Golgoroth, which was my favorite challenge mode of all of them, by the way. This challenge mode essentially just makes the fight play out how it was intended to, not allowing you to do the 1 orb strat, making all 6 people pass the buff. I miss so much taking Golgoroth's gaze and jumping across the bridge. With that trip down memory lane over, could we bring home the Adept Smite?
Smite. Smite! Yes, Smite.
Not only did it drop, but we went 4 for 4 on drops. This was huge. In hindsight, I should have done this run on my Titan so that the calcified fragment actually counted, but we'll make up for this later. Since we had all 4 exotic Adepts, I figured that there was no purpose in going to Oryx, but we did grab the secret chests in the next room on all 3 characters and got nothing. So with that, we moved on to Wrath to do another secret chest run, hoping we'd get something we needed. Here were our first 6 attempts from the chests.
Super good advice. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, please. Oh, please. Sublime again. Sublime again. Sublime. Legendary. Legendary.
Now I didn't mention this before, but to get to the next 2 secret chests, Vosik stood in our way, which meant we got to do one of my favorite encounters of all time. Can I just say that I miss Vosik so much? What a boss. Anyways, after he was defeated, it was time to open up more chests, starting off with the Vosik encounter chest,
I can get Quantoplasm.
followed by the 2 secret chests.
Oh, here we go. Please, something. Legendary engram.
My first chest was a strikeout. Things weren't looking good. I jump over to my next character to get ready for attempt number 2.
I went to post, but I got a Ophidian aspect for that.
Does you? Nice. Let me double check my dim. Anything dim? Anything for me?
Huge copium color from the streamer right now.
Whoa. Whoa. It's not copium. It's actually not copium.
What's in there?
Look, I just showed. Look at stream.
I got it.
Is that infective?
I got infective.
Let's go, dude.
I can't wait to put that. That's copium. That's perfect line right before.
You realize I have full power over this video. I could just cut that out, right?
Yeah, so that I could add it back. I post the final video.
What a sequence. Vet had Ophidian aspects in his postmaster from the chests, so even though it was copium, I decided that I might as well check Dim to see if I have anything in the postmaster from the chests. And then Scoot, who's editing this video by the way, so this hits even harder, told me that it was copium and that there wouldn't be anything there. And then funny enough, Invective was waiting for me. You just can't make that up. The RNG gods have just been having a field day with this script. Before we picked up our ammo generating shotgun that was waiting for us, I decided to pick up the rest of the exotic chests. Even though we had just gotten an exotic, at this point, there was absolutely nothing that would surprise me.
Are you sure about that? Oh my gosh, this game just never fails.
There's no way. There's just no way. So you're telling me that before I could even go claim my new Invective that I was just so happy that I discovered was sitting in my postmaster, I decided to jump on my other characters just to see if I would get any other exotics. And I did get an exotic that happened to be the exotic that I just got on my previous character, being Invective, before I could even claim the first one, meaning that for the first time in the history of my challenges, that the first exotic that I got ended up being a duplicate because I didn't get a chance to claim it, and then I got the exotic a second time. So the exotic that's sitting in my postmaster is a duplicate, and now this one that I don't care about is technically new, even though it's not new, and I'm losing my mind, and I've been doing this challenge for too long. But you just can't make these types of things up. You know, I said nothing would surprise me, but my jaw was on the floor at this point. With that, our Wrath secret chest runs came to an end. We had the Vogue normal chest checkpoint saved, so we decided to go there next. It was a pretty uneventful 3 runs, but one funny thing that did happen was this.
Wait, he's dead. Oh, bro, what in the... Dude, he just did like a backflip.
I stopped by the postmaster to pick up my exotic shards. I mean the Invective. Sorry. It's important to note that during all this grinding, the daily reset had passed and now it was 4 a.m. This meant that I needed some sleep, but more importantly, this meant that I needed the sleeper, which now was available since the reset had passed. I was eager to get going on the quest, but before that, I wanted to stop by the Cryptarch real quick. We had so many purples and blues from opening all of those chests and all of the grinding that we had done up to this point. So, I decided to do a little OG engram opening. I used to love those so much back in the day.
Come on. Please. Do we have nothing manacles? I can't remember. Do we have those? Do we have nothing manacles? I can't remember. I don't think we do. So yeah. Oh, we don't have those?
We got our first exotic from a purple, the Nothing Manacles, on my Titan, bringing us up to 68 exotics, one away from the funny number. And I knew the perfect exotic that was for the taking that was worthy of that number. The next step was to do the harder version of the Fallen Saber Strike. This wasn't too difficult, and with some patience, we were able to beat it.
Yeah, I got the frame. Let's go. Yeah, I feel like we learned a lot. We investigated.
Now that we had the frame, all that was left was returning to Banshee and giving him what he was asking for.
We just need a collective. Nice. There's one. And... nice. Very, very nice. Let's go, man. 69. Just like that.
We got the Sleeper Simulant, bringing us up to 69 exotics. Nice. Not only did Sleeper represent our 69th exotic, but more importantly, if you didn't notice, this also marked the halfway point, which meant we only had 69 exotics to go, which ironically is very nice. After such a fun quest, I wanted to keep the good times going with more class item farming. I can't escape. A new week meant that there were 3 more for the taking. This also meant that it was time to say 07s to my hunter, as it was time for him to go to the Shadow Realm.
Appreciate all you did for us. Thank you.
I felt like Pegasus. Sorry, Makuba. Anyways, I grinded for...
Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7.
But 8 hours. It was absolute pain. During this, a few things did happen.
Oh, Vet, look at all this. Wait, this is bigger than what you realized. I think you underestimate how much we raised. I didn't realize, but we have a lot of these characters.
We made a huge realization that we were sitting on tons of raid materials that could be transferred to more modes to speed up the process. Also, once again, because I love pain, or more accurately, because I just absolutely suck, I accidentally deleted my husk in Eidolon Alley.
I deleted my Husk of the Pit in my purple version of it somehow.
Not again. This meant I had to jump through all of the hoops once again to get 2 husks to drop and leveling one of them up.
Oh my gosh. Ugh.
After this, we got back to it and eventually made it to the halfway point, getting to rank 13. With that, it was time for a nap. And no, just kidding this time. I was absolutely exhausted. With that mind-numbing grind, that concluded our day 10. Thinking about this challenge just starting to now being at double-digit days is just crazy to think about. And being at almost 70 exotics was also something I could be really proud about. With every exotic that we checked off, things felt more possible. But with every second that ticked, made quitting early feel more and more probable. After about a 5-hour nap, it was time to get back on the saddle. We get back to grinding the first mission for motes for a few hours, and then I decide I want to pivot when I make a realization that we're only 1 heavy weapon away from being 400 light. This is when I decide to do something really cool that you could take advantage of in Destiny 1. Target farming with strike-specific loot. The only question was, what strike had a heavy weapon associated with it? You might be forgetting, but I knew it all too well. The Destiny 2 strike, the Fallen Saber, could give the Baron's Ambition machine gun, which I used to love. With this knowledge, I dove into the strike and we quickly made it to the end. It was time to open the chest with one of our skeleton keys. But before that, I made sure to put on all of my strongest loot. Remember, this was the Stone Ages, so if you didn't put on all of your strongest gear, you weren't getting stronger loot. This was a time where smart loot didn't exist. Anyways, let's see what happens.
There we go. Let's go. Baron's Ambition. No more Mindbender's Ambition. We want the Baron's Ambition.
We were officially at 400 light 11 days into the challenge. This was a pretty cool moment, and I got a rush of nostalgia seeing the number 400. In D1, light level numbers really mattered. Now, numbers don't really mean anything in D2. You don't even need to give D1 vets context. I can just say numbers, and they'll instantly understand. Close your eyes, and let's test this theory. 30, 32, 34, 400. You should have had a clear image in your head with each of those numbers. If you know, then you know. Anyways, after this quick detour, we get back to grinding, and after another 3 hours, we finally had enough motes.
And rank 25. Oh man, oh my gosh. Oh, that's ours.
Once we were past this, we made quick work of our 10 strikes. During that grind, from one of the treasure boxes, we picked up one of my favorite emotes in D1 at the time that it dropped. This is another moment that added nothing to the story, but I know some of you guys remember when Hotline Bling came out, everybody using it at the tower. Anyways, we burned through our Crucible matches, and before you knew it, we were finally done.
Let's go, oh, let's go, champion of the cult.
After this, all that was left was going back to Lakshmi. Sorry. And with that, we claimed our prize.
Oh, the grind's almost over. Almost over. Oh my gosh, man. Oh.
70 exotics done. It felt amazing to be done with another class item. This was perfect timing because after all that grinding, it was now the Friday morning reset, which meant that Zur was back. He was waiting for us once again at the reef. The $1 million question was, what would he have for us this week?
Please. Okay, Taconauts good. Is this the one that can be year 1? I think it is. This one's okay, I think. Oh, Vidian, I have that. 2 out of 4 is really bad.
His inventory was alright, I guess. We needed both helmets, which was great, but the weapon, the Ophidian aspect, and the exotic ornament bundles that I was pretty excited for, all were useless to us. Luckily, chest as the legacy engram was pretty good, as we didn't have many chest pieces up to this point. With that being said, we picked up the 2 helmets we needed to kick things off. First, the Taconauts astronaut helmet.
First one. 3, 2, and... Good.
And then we followed this up with the ATS/8 Arachnid, bringing us up to 72 exotics. Now that we had those 2, it was time to move on to the legacy chest engram. It felt so good knowing that we had bad luck protection on our side and that we didn't have to worry about any more duplicates while doing this.
Here we go. First one. Okay, well, we learned the hard way super quick. Okay, that was quick. And I mean super quick.
Why won't I just keep my big mouth shut? Even with bad luck protection on our side, we got a duplicate. And I'm sure you're wondering how. Well, I had the year 3 version of the Crest of Alpha Lupi, but the way the legacy engram works is they check to see what year 1 exotics you don't have, and then it gives you one of those undiscovered exotics. In my case, I didn't yet discover the year 1 version, so it was still in my loot pool. With that science lesson about how legacy engrams work out of the way, let's get into the rest of the opening.
Void Fang Vestments. Now those we don't have. Here we go. Next one. Okay, Lucky Raspberries. So let's just hope for the best here. And... Whoa. Purify robes. Good. I think we're in good shape, guys. I do. No. Wait, Starfire Protocol. Wait, oh, I have the year 3 version of that one too, don't I?
It sucked seeing another duplicate, but this was the only other chest piece I had prior to Zur arriving besides the Twilight Garrison, and that doesn't count because it didn't have a year 1 version. With that, I could rest easy knowing that every other exotic chest piece from here would be a new exotic that we were needing.
Alright. Next thing, Armentarium or Heart of Praxic Fire or Crest of Alpha Lupi. Armentarium, good. Alright, so guys, Crest of Alpha Lupi or Heart of Praxic Fire. Good. So we've pretty much cracked the code. And then lastly, Crest of Alpha Lupi for Hunter and we're done. This should be it. Crest Alpha Lupi Hunter and we're done. Yes, dude. Alright, the knockout system is good. Like, we understand how it works now.
Funny enough, before having Aeons in all 3 classes, we had the Crest of Alpha Lupi on the Titan and on the Hunter. With that, we had all of our year 1 chest pieces, which felt amazing. It felt like we blinked and were almost at 80 exotics. After this, we went ahead and bought 103 of coins with our remaining strange coins. Then I hopped onto my Warlock to have them pledged to Dead Orbit as class items were still haunting my mind. I knew the next thing we would be doing would be grinding Prison of Elders for strange coins until my eyes bled. So I felt like it made sense to do this on my Warlock to be slowly ranking him up while we did this. With that being said, we get to work. As we know, Prison of Elders is great because we can grind motes, strange coins, and use 3 of coins on bosses at the same time. But one more great thing about it is you never know what might pop out of the final chest.
Mote. Exotic.
Oh! We were now 1 away from 80 and we couldn't stop now. I figured that getting 1 exotic from the random chest was already a really lucky break, so I wasn't really expecting to get anything else from the chest during the rest of our grind session. Counting on another drop at this point would be naive, or me just hopelessly wishing that it would drop. But then...
2, nice, I get 5. Let's see if we get an exotic. Oh yes! Yes!
Not only did we get our 80th exotic, but we got both Ahamkara exotics back to back from the exact same source. I guess with that hopeless wish, the Ahamkaras actually granted it. Crazy. We were now 20 away from the big 100 mark. At the start of the day, we hadn't even hit 70, so this was a huge morale booster. We get back to Prison of Elders as I'm feeling energized after those last 2 drops. Things were going pretty well, and we were getting through the runs really fast. Now remember, I said we were popping 3 of coins on each run. Well, during the grind, this happened.
There we go, guys. There we go. Yes! Oh my gosh.
We grind for another 2 hours after this, and then it was time to sleep. Xur had arrived at 4 a.m., and it was now well into the day at this point. As I drifted away into unconsciousness, the remainder of my day 11 drifted away as well. Not much to say besides W Xur. In all seriousness though, I would need to get my rest, as it was going to be vital when I woke up to get as many strange coins as possible before Xur transmatted back to the land of the Nine. I want to start day 12 off with a question. What's worse than a Destiny 1 all-exotic challenge that requires you to be awake for an ungodly amount of hours and dedicate potentially months and months and months of your life of doing absolutely nothing but grinding yellow squares until your eyes bleed? Close your eyes. Now think about it. Picture it. And now hold that thought. We get back to grinding level 28 Prison of Elders, and after a few runs, this happens.
Yes!
We got the Helm of Inmost Light, bringing us up to 82 exotics. Would this luck continue?
An exotic? Maybe? Yes! Booyah!
This was big because we were getting extremely close to finishing our heavy weapons. All we were needing was super good advice and Thunderlord. Here's what we got.
Super good advice. Okay. Okay. We officially have all 82 exotics on this account right now. That's what just happened. Now, is it a new exotic? It's not.
I think that's the happiest I've ever been over a duplicate exotic. And I left out the third option because I wanted you guys to see this naturally in the clip, but just in case you all still aren't following, let me explain. Earlier on in the challenge, we had gotten the Plan C and the Dragon's Breath on my Xbox account in Prison of Elders. Now that we had them both on this account, we officially had all 82 exotics so far on this one account. This is when we made the executive decision that we were going to continue the rest of this challenge, only going for all of the exotics on this one account. I wanted to see every single exotic on this account at least once before this challenge ended. This meant that we were back to this account being not only my main account, but my only account. With that craziness out of the way, let's get back to the question I asked you all at the beginning of the day. What would be worse than collecting all 138 Destiny 1 exotics on one account now, I might add? Your first thought might be nothing, but you'd actually be wrong. The only thing worse was us hitting our sub goal where I had to have a peanut butter and banana smoothie. My 2 least favorite things on this planet.
It smells terrible, by the way, like terrible. I don't know how you guys do this. All right, I got the yogurt, and I got the peanut butter too. This can't not be enough. That's so many bananas. So here's our materials. I'm gonna toss them all in. Oh man, oh no. That's a lot of peanut butter. Okay, oh. We're gonna do 5 spoons like you guys said though. Try to keep it over the thing so it doesn't fall. Alright, that's 5. Oh. We're gonna give it a nice pour. Oh. Oh no. This is too much. My poor gamer subs cup. We have our tincture of queen's foil. We have it. Alright. Oh no, guys, I can't do it. It's just too much banana. So we do like that much there. Putting some milk in. All right, now this is should be. Oh, dude, it's all like curdled. It looks disgusting. All right. That's one thing I promise I will never drink again. Like, never together. Or strike me from the heavens.
It took exactly 39 minutes and 23 seconds to finish this smoothie, and I felt sick and my stomach was killing me for the rest of the day. But it was worth it with all the support that you guys had shown, and thank you guys so much again for all the support. There was a positive that came out of this though. Suddenly, in this exact moment, this challenge didn't seem quite so bad. Everything had been put in perspective. I was actually excited to go back and grind more level 28 Prison of Elders endlessly. We grinded nothing but 28 Prison of Elders for the next 17 hours straight. During this time, there were some really high highs and some really painful lows.
All right, and exotic. Kind of stacking up the Titan helmets right now. I'll take it. How about a 3 of coins? Or an exotic, excuse me. Yes! What is it? Arms? I don't think we have a lot of arms. I think that should be good. Sealed Ahamkara's Grasp or Shinobu's Vow. Those are the god grabs. 2. Shinobu's Vow. It's one of the ones that's okay. It's not the god grab. It's okay. We can live with Caprice. We can live with Caprice. That's pretty cool. Is that an exotic? This game is comical. This game is such comedy. Double exotic? This game is comedy. That's at least good. Did I just max out? I didn't even realize. Where'd the rest go? Or did I just perfectly max out at the perfect time? Exotic? Celestial, we don't have that. We don't have that. Yes! I had to think about it a second. Oh! Ooh. Chess piece, okay. Chess piece are kind of interesting. 1. Alchemist Raymond, Alchemist Raymond, Alchemist Raymond, Alchemist Raymond, Alchemist Raymond, Alchemist Raymond.
Psych!
Darn it, man. Oh, there's one. There we go, guys. Let's go. There's one right there.
Victory. Well.
Primary. Okay. Jade Rabbit. It sucks.
When you grind Prison of Elders for 17 hours straight, there's no telling what might happen. The game giving me an Eternal Warrior right after getting it from the chest, or getting another Starfire Protocol after getting a dupe of it from the Legacy Engram was RNG having some fun with my sanity. With that, I think I earned a nap. And with that, day 12 concluded. Big lesson of the day was Prison of Elders is extremely rewarding. We now had over 203 of coins, which was great, but I was nowhere near satisfied. When we awoke, it would be time to grind as we needed to make every second count while Zur was still here. After a nice nap, it was back to it. We dive right back into Prison of Elders as there was no time to waste. Things start off looking extremely strong.
Now give me an exotic! Let's go!
We got a helmet engram that I was super excited to head to the Cryptarch and decrypt. All I needed to do was finish the run and we could head there.
Nope.
Oh, no! Oh, I could have been the double.
A Nothing Manacles duplicate. Pain. Even though I was sad, we still had our helmet engram, so there was still hope.
Fight!
Oh, I see. It's gonna be one of those days, isn't it?
Never mind. There was no hope. But then, we quickly, after a few runs, got a chance at redemption.
Exotic. Exotic. Woo! Woo! Special, okay. Hereafter.
only to be brutally reminded that there was no hope. However, as the day progressed, the tides began to shift.
That's new. Give me the double. Yes!
We did get 2 duplicates to go with these 2 new exotics, but I wasn't complaining. It felt amazing to be at 88 exotics. Not because the number 88 is special, sorry 88, but because with that, we were officially 50 exotics away from being done. With that, we rushed to Zur right before he was leaving and bought as many 3 of coins as we could. After we spent them all, we had 296 3 of coins, which was pretty good compared to last week. With that being said, it was time to return back to my tomb to hear the audio line,
No, it can't be.
148 more times. After a long and painful 7-hour session, we had grinded out all 296 3 of coins. How many exotics would this net us? You tell me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. 28 engrams. Oh my gosh.
We got 28 exotic engrams on a 9.45% drop rate. I prayed that we'd start things off strong.
Starting off pretty bad, I can't lie.
I meant to say starting off strong, starting now.
If we can get Skyburner's Annex or the Stag. Also, how brutal is it that these can just become Titan exotics? The Stag. We'll take it. It's new. Stag. We don't have that. All right, good. Please be the Stag. Please be the Stag. We'll take it. We'll take it. It's 3-1.
That was all for our helmet engrams. I was pretty pleased with those results and even happier that we had passed the 90 exotic mark. I could taste the big 100. For our arms, we unfortunately got back-to-back duplicates, but then we followed it up with one of my favorite exotics period, the Don't Touch Me gauntlets.
All right, at least we got 1 out of 3.
Next was the chest pieces. Hopefully these would go our way.
I said 1 out of 5.
That's okay. Surely they'll turn around from here.
1.
Nope.
2. This sucks, man. This sucks.
Really now?
Yes! Oh my gosh.
That was absolutely awful, but there was at least a positive to it. There was absolutely no way that it could get any worse from here. Right?
And Frosties. Two. And
what is this, Oprah? You get a Radiant Dance Machine. You get a Radiant Dance Machine. You get a Radiant Dance Machine. Unbelievable. To anyone who thinks D2 is tough, just remember how hard we used to have it back in the day. We only needed one more exotic to finish all of our boots. That exotic being Frosties. But with only 1 engram remaining, and seeing the stretch of luck, I completely ruled this out of the realm of possibility. With that being said, let's get this over with.
let's do 9 and 1. Oh my gosh. The One Piece is real!
This game is trying to do everything to keep me from quitting while simultaneously trying to make me go absolutely insane. With that craziness, we had our first exotic slot filled in less than 2 weeks of this challenge being live. As annoyed as I was, this felt really, really good. That concluded our armor, so now it was time for the fun part, the weapons. Starting with my primaries, but since my primaries had been cursed this entire subathon, I'll save your time as with all 3 of my engrams, I got 3 duplicates. Things did turn around slightly for us on the special weapons though. We did unfortunately get 2 duplicates.
Telesto.
But on the bright side, we did get 2 new exotics as well. The shotgun that I think ended up shining more in D2, the 4th Horseman.
Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it, man. I'll just take anything at this point.
And then we got another exotic that in my opinion has been completely forgotten about, but it really, really did shine bright.
And one. Okay, yes.
With that, we were down to just our heavy weapons. Now, like I mentioned earlier, all we needed was super good advice and Thunderlord, 2 machine guns, and we had 5 exotic engrams. Let's see how this went.
Oh, yes.
This was a fantastic start, and with 4 engrams left, this was looking really promising.
And super good advice.
Nope.
Super good advice.
Nope.
Super good advice.
Nope.
No! Please don't do this. Please, I'm begging. And one, please.
Nope.
Well, it was looking extremely promising. Oh well. 9 exotics on 28 engrams was brutal. Only roughly a third of our exotics were new, and the rest were unfortunately duplicates, which definitely stung with how much work we put in. And the even more painful thing was that there was still much more to do before the weekly reset. Before that though, I needed a long rest. And with that, our day 13 came to a close. I can't lie. Despite being so close to the big 100 milestone, I was a little demoralized grinding so extremely hard for almost 303 of coins, which became 28 engrams, only to walk away with 9 exotics. The takeaway of the day though, is that getting 3 back-to-back-to-back Radiant Dance machines is absolutely criminal. After we wake up, we start off day 14 with something different, robbing the speaker.
At night.
Sorry, I'm running out of ways to make this interesting. It was Sunday night, so I knew the Tuesday reset would be here before I knew it. It was absolute pain, and unfortunately, another long and painful grind was imminent. I grinded the first mission for the next 8 hours. And you may be wondering why only 8 hours? Well, the 2 days straight grind of Prison of Elders really paid off as I was getting motes, synthesis, and legendary weapons that were all going towards my reputation. This is something we'd be incorporating going forward. Anyways, with that being said, we made it to Dead Orbit rank 25 on my Warlock.
And it's weird. There it is. There it is.
With that, you know the rest. We powered through our strikes, and then through our Crucible matches. Keep in mind we had expended all of our 3 of coins, so we weren't going to be able to take advantage of those during this segment. Regardless, before we knew it, aka after another 5 hours, which at this point in the challenge felt like a blink in the eye, we had finished our quest.
Still nice, let's go!
We got the Light Beyond Nim, I mean just the Light Beyond, bringing us up to 98 exotics. After this, I created a new hunter as our old one had been sent to the Shadow Realm as we said earlier. I was really wanting to level him up so we could do some of the raids that he hadn't done. Unfortunately, I had no Spark of Light for this hunter, which meant I was gonna have to level him up the old-fashioned way. This was extremely slow and painful when going through the story missions. But then, we made a discovery.
I think I can infuse this to level 400, I believe. Look at that. Level 400 on my character. One thing. 50 legendary marks is kind of steep, but kind of worth, to be honest, for what it's going to accomplish for us. Kind of sucks that it's going to take this much, but, you know, I kind of have to. Gotta spend to win, I guess. Beautiful. Nice.
This had us up to 94 light at experience level 3. We were able to go into missions we had no business being in because of this. With this strat, we were able to get into the level 28 Vault of Glass when, keep in mind, our experience level was only at 18. This saved a ton of time. We would dig way deeper into this later, but for now, this was a huge boost for us knowing we didn't have a Spark of Light to lean on. Before diving into the Vault of Glass though, I wanted to try something. I wanted to test if there was character deletion protection. So with my new hunter, I went into a level 28 Prison of Elders. Now remember, a character's first Prison of Elders 28 clear should guarantee an exotic weapon if it's keyword their first attempt ever. Would this apply though after characters were deleted? If so, this would be huge. Either way, there was only one way to find out.
Give us an exotic to get us pushing here. No! Wait. Time out.
Now we didn't get a new exotic, which sucked, but we had stumbled upon a breakthrough that was gonna be major. If we were missing weapons super late into this challenge, in theory, this was a guaranteed way of being able to get an exotic weapon to drop. Now, technically, without realizing it, we had discovered this earlier on my hunter that I had created that got that year 1 Dreg's promise, but I was so caught up on the fact that we got the year 1 Prison of Elders weapons that I didn't even realize that we had proven this discovery. We would keep this knowledge in our back pocket. Anyways, after burning through easy mode Vault of Glass, it was time to do hard mode on all 3 characters now that my hunter was strong enough to get in. We get to Atheon and it's once again time to see if Vex Mythoclast would drop. The encounter starts and we quickly defeat Atheon. And to my surprise, the Vex Mythoclast dropped.
Nah, you're going down, man. Maybe Vex, maybe. Oh, Lucifer got Vex. I did see one drop.
Just not for me. Here were our next 2 attempts.
Vex Mythoclast.
Nope.
Here we go.
Nope.
These were pretty uneventful level 30 Vault of Glass runs, unfortunately. We follow suit and do easy mode Crota before diving into the level 32 hard mode. Would any of these 3 runs bear fruit?
Nope. Nope. Nope.
That is not an exotic.
Apparently, Crux of Crota isn't a fruit, so there was no fruit to bear. It does look like it could be a fruit though. And just like that, our day 14 concluded. It was pretty uneventful, and we didn't have any fruit. But what was eventful was our second week that it just came to a close. We started at 47 exotics, and we ended up at 98, more than doubling our count. I was really proud of where we were, and more importantly, I couldn't wait to see how far we would be at the end of week 3. The only question was, how much longer could I keep pushing? Week 3 kicks off on the Dreadnought. We're here to do 2 different activities for one common reason. We did 4 Court of Oryxes, defeating 4 unique bosses from antiquated runes to get us up to 6 calcified fragments. Now I know I said 2 different activities, but before we can talk about the second, we needed to head back to Eris. You may have forgotten, but the Shattered Past quest that we had gotten on day 1 tasked us with getting 5 more calcified fragments, which now that we had 6, we had satisfied. Here's what happened when we went to Eris.
Reciprocal rune, okay. Oh, I got another one of those quests. I think those give, oh, okay, and then Old Hunger.
Completing the Shattered Past kicked off the Old Hunger quest, which would be our next essential step to getting 1 step closer to the Touch of Malice. This required us to head back into King's Fall to kill War Priest, the Sisters, and Oryx in order to get the items that Eris required of us. Since we had already killed Golgroth for our Adept weapons earlier in the week, we had already had a Daughter's checkpoint, so this was really convenient. This meant that we had 2 items for the taking. Without too much trouble, we were able to defeat the Sisters, getting our hands on the Shroud of Anuk.
Jacob, I'm gonna join you on that. GG's, yo. Very nice.
Next was Oryx. Conveniently, we still hadn't completed this challenge mode, so doing this would get us not only the Ravenous Heart, but also another calcified fragment. With that being said, it was time for the Oryx challenge mode. For those curious on how you do the Oryx challenge mode, it's kinda done the way people were already doing it in Destiny 1. You would just wait all 4 rounds and then detonate all 16 bombs at once.
Hey, nice. There we go. Nice. And the Ravenous Heart, too.
Just like we had expected, we got the Ravenous Heart as well as another calcified fragment. Now for my OGs, you know that our business was far from finished with calcified fragments. By the end of this challenge, we are going to be needing to collect 45 calcified fragments. Now, if you're a Destiny 1 veteran, this either gave you a bunch of nostalgia or PTSD. For me, this was one of my favorite quests of all time. At this point, we had 7 fragments, meaning we would still need another 38 before things were all said and done. After this, it was on to the Age of Triumph 390 hard mode Vault of Glass, but only on my Titan and Warlock as my Hunter wasn't strong enough. To save you guys the suspense, yet again, we didn't get the Vex Mythoclast to drop. After this, we quickly head to the Dreadnought to pick up a rune that would be useful for a calcified fragment later. That rune being the Agonarch for anybody that remembers. You got this by activating a Taken energy spark and then killing waves of Taken followed by a Lieutenant. We would need to do this the next 7 days to fully charge the rune. With that, it was back on the Hunter leveling grind. We would have a long grind ahead of us to get him back to 40, but leveraging our Iron Galley and our Ghost that could be boosted to 400 really helped. This grind would be halted by something really important though, the weekly reset. I was a little sad that we only had 1 exotic class item done this week versus the 3 that we got done last week, but I figured that this challenge would be going on for more than enough weeks where I could make up some ground. Moving away from class items though, it being the weekly reset meant that we could get 2 more Nightfalls done. It would be 3, but my Hunter still wasn't ready yet. Before we started that though, we had my Titan pledged a new Monarchy, and then it was time to get going. We knock out the 2 Nightfalls, and here's what we got.
Really? That's gotta be the most mid loot I think I've ever seen across the board on a Nightfall. Our head's glowing.
Good work.
What exotic did we catch? I want to throw the ball at my TV. Or my monitor. Let me throw the ball.
Not a great start to the week. After this, I took a very long sleep as I was exhausted. When I woke up, we grinded and grinded and grinded and grinded and grinded and grinded. I felt like Tony Hawk in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater where you could enter in the cheats and do unlimited grinding. It just felt like we were grinding for an eternity. The only thing really to note during this grind was that we found out that we could complete Crucible bounties and private matches, which would be a game changer later.
Alright, everybody here? Let's see. This will be interesting to see, or get closer for the nade. Alright, let's see. Oh, snap. Okay.
Also, I stopped by Banshee and I felt like I got PTSD to Guardian ranks locking me out of things when I found out the gunsmith weapons were level restricted.
What do you mean these require level 38? Bro, I'm getting Guardian ranks. Now, granted, I don't know if these are going to give experience anyways, but why am I being Guardian ranked?
I wasn't strong enough to wield the sheer power and the sheer might of the Omelon Test FR1. I would simply crumble in its presence. Anyways, after a bunch more story missions, I decided to start grinding Prison of Elders to take advantage of exotic chances while grinding up to level 40. And with that, our day 15 concluded. It kind of felt like there was an invisible ceiling on me getting to 100 exotics. Day 16 would be the day we cracked triple digits, or I would eat an exotic. Sorry, I didn't really have an or and then something else ready to go, so I just said, or I'll eat an exotic, as that was the first thing that weirdly came to mind. Apparently Monte Carlo is a cookie in Australia, so I guess I'll eat that if we don't have 100 exotics by the end of the day tomorrow. Oh boy. Remember me saying that we ended the day doing Prison of Elders? Well.
Let's go. Wait, when did we get this? When did we get this? Oh, let's go. Were we full? We were full. Oh, it's a real hype train in here now. Let's go.
We were full on helmets, so during one of our runs, the glass house went straight to the postmaster. This has happened a few times now where because I have too many blues or too many purples, things have gone straight to the postmaster, but it never fails to surprise me every time. With that, we are now 1 away from the big 100. Before we moved on though, we needed to open up a package.
Okay. That's what we got. Okay. Oh, holy. It's kind of cool. It's got like the tag on it. So I think the way this goes is, oh, there we go. Nice. Yes. This is good. Oh my gosh. We got a turtle shell. Oh snap, this shirt's gonna go hard. Okay. The shorts? I didn't know it was coming with shorts, but sure. Oh, guys. Oh, oh, the beard. Next, guys, the cap. The cap. Oh, this is a cool detail. Hold on. I know this is not gonna fit with my hair, but it even has the his eyebrows there. All right, we have one more thing. One more thing, guys. One more thing. Let's go. Let's go.
So, to my Dragon Ball Z fans wondering why I had a Master Roshi costume sent to me, it's because we had hit our sub goal, meaning that we had to cosplay as Master Roshi. When were we gonna do this? You'll see. Anyways, wanting to get back to it, we dive right back in. Would we follow up this craziness with another exotic?
No.
Unfortunately not, but another big thing did happen, and that was my hunter getting to level 40, which meant I could put on all of our strong stuff and use them to get into the in-game activities. After this, we take a quick food break, and then we have our warlock pledged to New Monarchy. It wasn't time to work on that class item though. It was time to work on our raids since the weekly reset had arrived. We burned through the level 30 Vault of Glass to see if Vex Mythoclast would finally drop. Would this be the week?
100?
Nope.
No land beyond.
Nope.
Alright. Vex, please.
Nope.
Oh, I got double drops, so I thought I got it. I got an aspect of glass.
Once again, no, but we still did have the 390 version. We make our way to Atheon and we roll the dice. Here's what happened.
Nope.
That was a lot of things for a lot of nothing. Now he's dead. Now he's dead. Now give me my Vex. Vex, 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 Vex.
Nope.
I did say I needed some infusion for it. Please, 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 please. No, I don't want Fatebringer.
Once again, we get absolutely nothing of value from Vault of Glass, but we did get something cool to go off topic for a second.
Praetorian foil! Oh, but it's the new one. I got it. But I'm still gonna be happy about it. I'm still gonna be happy about it. It's not the OG.
We got the Praetorian's foil, the Vault of Glass fusion rifle that most of the community I'm sure doesn't even know exists. Now I got the year 3 390 version, which is nowhere near as rare, but my OGs know that the year 1 version of this weapon still is heralded as one of the rarest weapons in Destiny history, if not the rarest, to be honest. This thing was rarer than Gjallarhorn. Anyways, outside of that little Destiny history lesson, we got nothing. This meant it was time for us to do our 3 Crota hard mode runs. Would any of these bring us our Crux of Crota?
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Unfortunately not, but something unexpected did happen.
Bro, what is going on? Why? Why is it so hard? Wait! No! No, wait, I'm confused. Oh, I'm confused. Where did this even drop from?
Another in-screen exotic that we left early for. It sucked it wasn't a new one, as that would have been the big 100, but we still had plenty left to do. Next being the 390 Age of Triumph version of the Wrath of the Machine, as it was now the weekly rotator. This meant that we had 4 exotics for the taking. We start with the Vosic challenge mode that requires you to throw balls at the safe room doors to activate them. This means that you only get 3 rotations to beat Vosic as you burn through 2 rooms each phase. I always thought this was a little goofy, but I have a lot of nostalgia with this challenge. In my opinion, this doesn't really add much to the fight, but hard mode Vosic in general adds an extra set of balls that I did really love. Everybody has to be on it for this fight, whether it's the TVs or the balls or the captains from start to finish. After a few fails, we get into a rhythm and we take Vosic down, throwing 2 balls at both doors. Here's what we got.
Chaos Dogma to start.
We got the Chaos Dogma Adept, one of my favorite scout rifles ever, bringing us up to the big 100 exotic mark. It felt amazing to be in triple digits in just 16 days. What a journey. I still remember getting our first exotic when Gjallarhorn dropped all the way to now. Absolutely crazy. This also meant that I didn't have to eat a Monte Carlo. I was really wanting to try one. Having 2 more attempts remaining, we jump on our next character and we get right back to it. But before that, something else happened. Remember, like I said, we're always stopping by the chests. I'm just not always talking about the chests because most of the times I don't get anything. But every single time before we got to Vosik, we did open up both chests. On the previous run, it was a failed effort. But on this attempt, the truth is... As I was saying, the truth is that I got nothing.
Nothing manacles again for the 90th time. I got nothing.
Manacles. What a great game. Anyways, it was time for our second attempt. Hopefully it would go better than our chests.
Anything but Chaos Dogma. Genesis Chain. Good. Whew. Alright.
2 for 2. This was looking great so far. If only our secret chest could just follow suit. At this point, it felt like the chances of me getting a new exotic were about as likely as me pulling a rabbit out of my hat.
Please, 102. Oh! Yes! Oh my gosh, yes.
I bet you guys didn't know that I'm a magician. With that craziness, we were now at 102 exotics. We hit 1 more Vosik challenge, so we quickly headed back, and here's how our final one went.
Medulla. Yes, thank you.
3 for 3 on Adept so far with no duplicates. This was a major feels good. After this, everyone went to bed as it was extremely late, which was understandable. Since you guys already know that this didn't mean that I was going to bed, I went ahead and turned in some materials to the speaker for more motes, but most importantly, as I mentioned, it was really late, meaning that another daily reset had arrived, but more specifically, it meant that Arms Day had arrived. This meant that I had more gunsmith weapons I could test out to gain even more ranks. With that, I got to work on my Titan, and after a bit of grinding in our favorite PvE mission and private matches, we got to rank 5. After this, we headed back to Banshee to pick up our package, and when we did, he gave us this.
Nice. This is it, I think, right here, right? Okay, hand cannon kills the primary hand cannon till I'm in tree. Boom.
But what was this for? Well, it was an exotic hand cannon, but it wasn't for Thorn, or Hawkmoon, or Ace of Spades, or even Last Word, but opposite of the word last. It was the first curse. Banshee gave out this quest once you hit rank 5. Now that the quest was mine, it was time for a quick nap before what I knew would be a long and painful journey. When I woke up, it was time for me to get to it, as I'm sure you guys were ecstatic to see me claim the first curse. The first step required us getting telemetry kills. Easy enough. After this, I headed back to the tower for the next step in the quest.
Beautiful. Alright, see you next Wednesday, sir. See you next Wednesday, 07s.
So once you get to rank 5 and knock out a few of those steps, the next step is to wait for another Arms Day. So to all of you guys that were ecstatic to see me get the first curse, I'll see you next Wednesday. Fantastic. With that, our day 16 came to a close. The story of today was triple digits. Even if we failed, it was hard for me not to be proud of just how far we had come. I had no idea what challenges would lie ahead, but surely it would all be downhill from here, right? Right? Remember that sub goal I set we hit?
I just turned this on. Alright. Give me a 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, and... Why, hello there. Does somebody need a Nimbus Cloud? Look at my shell. How are we looking? You can't tell me this turtle shell doesn't go hard. Who wants to learn a Kamehameha wave?
It was time to meet Master CB Roshi. We decided that I would grind for Thorn today in my Master Roshi cosplay, as maybe it would give me the luck I needed. Before diving into that though, I had a ton of engrams, so I decided to open them all up.
Psych!
No! It's ironic that when I have a shiny bald head, I get the shiny head exotic. Anyways, it was onto the Iron Temple to pick up my bounties, and then it was off to the Plaguelands. Would Master Roshi bring us Thorn on our first 4 attempts? Let's find out.
A wish on the 4-star ball.
Nope. Nope.
Thorn.
Huh?
You can end this.
Rank?
Push it.
Really? Please.
Nope.
Unfortunately, it was looking like Glass House might have been a bad omen on what was to come. I couldn't dwell on this though. We jumped on my Warlock, and here's how the next bounty went.
Please, please, please. Please.
Nope.
Not a good start, but we had time to bounce back.
Number 2. Come on. Please.
Nope.
This luck was about as ridiculous as my costume was. With every failed attempt, things felt bleaker and bleaker. At this point, I had pretty much given up hope.
Please. Please. Ah! Shala! And that's why you train under the Kame house. Let's go. That poor CB thought he could do it all himself. When really, sometimes you just need to just see how it's done from somebody who's done it for a long, long time.
I couldn't believe it. We got the Jagged Purpose quest for my Thorn while dressed up as Master Roshi. I can't believe that this was the secret all along. Now you might be thinking that it's time to complete the quest now that we had gotten it to drop, but you'd actually be wrong. I kinda told my community that if we got Thorn to drop in the Master Roshi costume, that we would jump into the pool in the costume. Yeah.
3, 2, and... Oh, my beard's gone. I lost my beard.
After we dried off and changed, it was time to knock out the Thorn quest, starting off by visiting Eris.
Depleted hand cannon. Holy.
The first step required us to defeat Kovic in the wretched eye strike that we were able to beat pretty quickly.
I got you. There we go. Nice, nice.
After this, it was off to the Plaguelands to kill the Devil Splicers, defeat the weapon. Once we got the kills required, it was time for the fun part. What was the fun part, you might ask? 125 void kills. Now, for those that remember, the OG Thorn quest in Destiny 1 might be one of the hardest quests in history. You truly don't know pain until you get to about 30% in that quest, and then you get killed like 2 or 3 times and you're back to like 4%. It was literally brutal. That was true pain, and while I would love to redo that version of the quest, unfortunately we can't because it got removed from the game. And that's because with the introduction of Taken King, exotic bounty quests ceased to exist. For non-OG D1 players, vanilla Destiny 1 had exotic quests that could drop from random bounty completions.
Well, I turned in 5 Vanguard bounties at once. Now the truth is, there is no guaranteed method for securing exotic bounties.
This could give you quests for weapons like the infamous Pocket Infinity. Unfortunately, with these quests being done away with, now the Year 1 versions of these weapons only live on in Xur's Legacy engrams. With that being said, we'd have to make do with the Year 3 version of the Thorn quest. Luckily, this version was a lot easier. Even still though, I made a declaration with myself that with Thorn, Chaperone, and First Curse, that we would wait in the queue even if it took me months and months and months to find matches. These quests just represented such a painful but magical time in Destiny 1 that there's no way we can't do this the right way. Now with that being said, I'm terrible at Crucible, so while this version of the quest would be easier, it still wasn't going to be an easy task. With that being said, we dove into the Crucible matches and we got to work. Just kidding.
Well, I guess I can get a good nap in, right?
I think I legitimately could take a nap.
This was gonna be a while, but no matter how long it took, I didn't care. It was time to get some void kills. Wait, wrong montage. But if you're a D1 OG, you know just how legendary that montage was. Okay, let's try this again.
I will take it. And we'll go. 3, 4, 5. One. All right, we got one. That's 8. That's 8. Oh, there it is. Let's go. That was the one. That was the one. I'll take it too.
Finally, after longer than I ever want to remember, we had all 125 void kills done. After this, we headed back to the tower where our next step was much more chill. Just cleansing the weapon with 5 motes of light.
Oh, cleanse by light. Consume motes. Oh, I have those. I have motes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go.
Now that's my type of quest step. Once we spent the motes, we were on to the final quest step, which was doing a harder version of the Abomination Heist Strike. We load into it, and with a bit of patience, we finished the quest.
All right, skeleton key, y'all. Is this it? Is this it? Huh? Got the arms. Oh! Let's go, man.
After this, it was time to dive back into the Age of Triumph Wrath of the Machine raid as we still had one more Adept waiting for us. Just kidding.
Oh, no. Did I keep the checkpoint? Oh, the node, we did it again. How did this happen twice? We have to go unlock the node. I don't have Iron Tomb. I'm assuming I gotta do Iron Tomb, don't I? It's 5 missions, right?
The checkpoint that I had saved on my Warlock, I kinda didn't have access to, because I didn't have access to the node due to the fact that I never completed the Rise of Iron campaign on my Warlock. Great. This meant that I had to complete the entire Rise of Iron story on my Warlock again. After this very annoying detour, it was time to get back to Wrath, starting with my favorite encounter of all time, the Siege Engine. Even to this day, this encounter holds up so much. In the music, when you saw and heard the intro, you just knew it was on. After beating the Siege Engine, Axis was waiting for us. Now for this challenge, we would have to supercharge each time before slamming on top of Axis. This encounter can be kinda tough, but it's so incredibly fun. With that being said, let's see how the first attempt went.
Fever, maybe? Fever?
Nope.
Steel Medulla. I got a dupe.
No way! Unfortunately, we got a duplicate Steel Medulla, but at least someone got Nano Phoenix? Which, if you can believe it, after 10 years, I still don't have that ship. Comment below if you have it. We still had 2 attempts left. I prayed that it wouldn't come down to the final one.
Please, 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 come on, please. Please. Yes! Oh my gosh, thank you.
Thankfully, we got the Fever and Remedy Adept, bringing us up to 105 exotics. That concluded our rating for now. The next thing on my list was completing my Hunter's Nightfall, as now he was up to power. Would I get anything good? Well, just watch.
Telesto. Oh no. What is that?
No comment. Moving on, the next thing on my mind was Prison of Elders. We were at 365 strange coins, and I wanted to see that number get closer to 500 or 600 before Zur arrived. So with that, I grinded as much Prison of Elders as possible. We did take a break to do one final thing though. I wanted the Year 1 Husk of the Pit. Now for my older players, you'll remember we used to get this by killing the Hive Sword at night that would roam around the patrol spaces. But for those that remember, those knights were eventually removed. Did this mean that it was now impossible to get the Year 1 Necrochasm? Well, no. There was still a way to get the Year 1 Husk of the Pit despite the roaming knights being removed, but only in a very, very specific place. Believe it or not, in the Fist of Crota story mission on Earth, you could load up the mission, Sparrow quickly to get to the Bladed Knight, down him quickly, leave, and then rinse and repeat. This apparently still had a chance to drop the Year 1 Husk. This took so many fails, and honestly, I was starting to wonder if they even really still existed.
It's because of the power level and basically being a new version of it. Oh, there is that it?
Nope.
No, I got baited.
Nope.
But then, right when I had given up hope.
Yes, there it is. I think that's it right here. Boom, level 80.
We had gotten our Year 1 Husk, which meant that all that was left was leveling it up, which we did in the Dark Beyond mission.
Yeah, right. There it is. There it is. There it is. And boom. Ready to try for Crux next week.
With that, all we needed was Crux of Crota, and the Year 1 Necrochasm would be ours. After this, we dove back into Prison of Elders for a little before taking a well-deserved sleep. And with that, our day 17 came to a close. We had gotten one of the most iconic PvP weapons of all time, as well as our final Wrath of the Machine Adept weapon. Now, while this was great, something even greater happened with the closing of this day as well. This stream was officially longer than the Destiny 2 All Exotic Challenge, which took us 16 days, 19 hours, 12 minutes, and 48 seconds. It's crazy that we collected 222 exotics in Destiny 2 in 16 days, and with this challenge, we had barely cracked 100 in the same period of time. It really just goes to show the magnitude of how much harder this challenge was. The first part of day 18 started off like any other day. A ton of Prison of Elders grinding, which did lead to a Celestial Nighthawk duplicate, but nothing of any value. The main event of the day was Mr. Will Is Not His Own returning to us, meaning that we once again had a chance to take our exotic count higher. Here's what he had.
Primary Legacy. Okay, Primary Legacy. It's not special, but it is primary. We can get last word.
Unfortunately, it wasn't a great week for Xur, which was extremely painful as new exotics were getting harder and harder to come by. This is the tough part about a challenge like this. The more exotics you get, the closer you feel. But with each new exotic, the probability of getting an exotic you don't have decreases, meaning you have this painful inverse relationship. With that being said, we were able to pick up the hand cannon that took the Crucible by storm in the glory days, the last word from the Legacy Engram.
There we go.
We also picked up the Bad Juju from the Legacy Engram, which, as I stated, was also being sold as the weapon from Xur, which was horrible luck. Funny enough, we even got the Year 1 Thorn from the Legacy Engram.
Year 1 Thorn, that's funny. Not what we needed. I forgot that it's in the pool.
As I mentioned, bounty exotic quests were done away with and these weapons were put into the pool. Now with Thorn, this didn't matter as we already had it, but with Pocket Infinity, this would be our only ticket to freedom. Now on the topic of primary exotics from the Legacy Engram, there was an exotic that I kept trying for, but I couldn't get it to drop. I was completely confused, and after multiple duplicates, I had to turn to the forums and Reddit for answers. I couldn't comprehend why the No Land Beyond wouldn't drop from the Engram. It was a primary exotic. Now granted, it was a sniper, but it was in the primary slot. Why wouldn't it drop? Destinypedia said it came from the primary engrams, and so did some Reddit pages as well. But it turned out that the No Land Beyond, as well as the Universal Remote, came from special Legacy engrams.
Let's have a read. Can No Land Beyond drop from Legacy Special Engram or Primary Engram? Primary, since it's a primary weapon. Edit, I guess not. Secondary it is. It's a special weapon with a perk that allows it to be equipped in the primary slot. No. No Land Beyond is a special weapon that can be equipped. No Land Beyond is not a primary weapon. is obtained over special engram. I decrypted over 15 legacy primary engrams looking for bad juju and got everything except mythic class. Well, not one. Uni and NLB. Also in year 1, you got No Land Beyond and Universal from Lucky Legendary Special Engrams, as seen here. Oh, this dude's got his sources. Holy. All right, let's click on it and look. Well, there you go. I guess that solves that. Oh, dude, I feel like I got farmed. Like, I really feel like I just got farmed. Like, I got ran for 200 strange coins for 2 weapons.
It meant that I wasted a ton of strange coins on a goose chase. With that being said, now that I knew that we needed special legacy engrams not only just for Pocket Infinity, but possibly also No Land Beyond as well, I wanted to know how long it had been since Xur had last sold special legacy engrams. I figured a month, or maybe 2 max.
I want to see the week before November 10th. That's insane that he hasn't sold it in that long.
November 10th of last year. Are you serious? But we were completely serious. The last time Xur had sold special legacy engrams was November 10th, 2023. It had been 322 days since Xur last sold special legacy engrams. This couldn't be right. It just couldn't. Yet it was. This just had to be a bug. There's no way this was intended. Could Bungie possibly have a bug? Without this, how could I get the Pocket Infinity? And with that fact, I felt like this challenge was doomed. I tried to push through the rest of day 18. A few other insignificant things happened, but overall, I no longer felt like this challenge was possible.
Everybody just assumed that we had control over what was showing up on Xur. We didn't. Like, Xur was a random beast.
Will of his own.
Yeah, and like will of his own, Sunbracers 3 weeks in a row. Like it was exciting time seeing what Xur was going to pick that week. So we were just kind of watching it, and then we had the ability to like set our clocks forward and see what he was going to do, and then we saw he was going to do Gjallarhorn again, and we all just sort of sat back and watched. And oh my God, did the community just
I remember
exceed
that day.
every expectation.
Day 19 is one of those days where you just want to sleep through your alarm and you know that you have to go to work, but you just don't want to. It was really hard to get myself back on the saddle after the previous day's Xur news. We grind as much Prison of Elders as we can, with the goal being to get my strange coins as high as possible, while also hopefully finishing out my Titan's new Monarchy rank that we had been passively progressing. This was a tireless grind, and while we did see some duplicates,
This game is horrible.
we did also get the Helm of Saint 14 as a consolation.
Oh, it's new! Oh, it's actually new. Oh.
We take a nap after I've had all that I can take, and once we wake up, we spend the rest of the day dismantling mines, killing important targets, and destroying mines until my sanity was completely gone. And with my sanity leaving, so did day 19. I gotta get myself out of this rut. Day 20 kicked off with a combination of Prison of Elders and robbing the speaker of his motes. After some patience and even more pain, we had finally made it to rank 25 on my Titan.
25, guys.
With that, you know what's next. It was time for some trials.
Let's go! Let's go get a flawless, guys.
For the trolls that have probably already typed a comment asking if I'm gonna get the exotic emblem, the Eye of Osiris, it was now my time to shine. Anyways, it was actually time to do our 10 strikes as well as our crucible kills that we would once again be needing. But before that, I jump on my hunter and pledge to future war cult. You might be expecting me to say that we're going to be going for his class item, which would be true in time, but I was actually going to be doing this for another exotic in mind. But for now, I'm not going to spoil it. With that being said, I did a bit of grinding and I got my hunter to rank 5. Now I know that we needed to get going with another class item for my Titan as I said, but there was one final urgent matter that we couldn't avoid. Xur was leaving, which meant that we needed to turn in all of our stuff before he transmatted away. We had 625 strange coins that we were able to save up. We got all the way to 445 3 of coins, which I honestly felt like was pretty respectable. With that, It was now finally time to knock out our strikes and Crucible matches, which took a while and had moments felt like these.
No, no, no. Oh my gosh, the bubble got thrown. Bro! I hit the super and it threw a nade before the bubble. These things suck so bad.
But we did eventually push through and get it done.
It's time. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is.
All that was left was heading back to the tower and claiming our 5th class item.
Oh, another Infinity Stone done. Oh, it's mine. It's mine.
We were now officially more than halfway done with our Infinity Stones. Honestly, this was the morale boost that I was needing, but that morale boost was about to get thrown in the trash. With that, it was now time to embark on a journey that I had been dreading the thought of since the challenge had began. I didn't bother starting this quest because we wouldn't be able to finish it without obtaining a certain exotic weapon that was now in our possession. With that being said, we were going to be going on a field trip. Only for this field trip, I was going to be needing a chaperone. To start the trip, we would need to get to Crucible rank 3, which honestly was easy enough.
37. And that actually puts us to rank 3.
With that, we could pick up our quest.
New quest. Defeat Guardians in the Crucible with the last word equipped to boost your favor with Tex Mechanica. Boom. Guess what Zur was selling this weekend? Primary Legacy. Guess what we're going to be doing with that Primary Legacy? Boom. There it is.
Getting kills with the last word equipped in the Crucible. Only deaths would set your progress back tremendously, and kills with it felt like it barely moved the needle. There was one glaring problem. As you guys know, I'm terrible at Crucible. Like I said earlier, this is a quest I refuse to do any way but the OG way. I would do this quest head on, no matter the pain and no matter the queue times. I knew that I was going to need to be fully rested before attempting this though, so I decided to shift gears to grinding my Hunter's faction rank, which I was able to get just about to the halfway point. With that, day 20 ended, and I drifted off into dreamland where I dreamt of a world where the Crucible was an absolute pain, and that I breezed through the chaperone quest. Surely this dreamland could be a reality, right? We wake up and we get started.
We are going to try to do one more fun PvP quest. And by fun, I mean pain.
As expected, matchmaking is brutal, but I make sure to do this during the day so that one player on each corner of the world is hopefully playing. With time zones, it doesn't really work like that, but this is the only logic I had to go on. The matches go absolutely terribly. Like, I was expecting brutal, but I was not expecting this brutal.
Oh, dude, you don't spawn in with ammo. I need a sidearm. I tethered. Oh, it sucks. Surprised people are so bold. That's a stick. No. Oh, that's unfortunate.
This is horrible. I'm terrible with last word, and I've always been. I came to the realization quickly that I really wanted to have a sidearm. The only problem was I had 0 sidearms on my account. I had deleted all of them. I was really wanting a wormwood right now. Now you may be asking though, don't I need kills with the last word? Well, no, I just needed to have it equipped. It sounds like I'm saying the same thing, but there's a major difference. With that being said, I keep playing, and after a lot of games, the universe throws us a bone.
Oh, we got a sidearm. Yes, it's a blue, but we got one.
This helps a bit, but we were still really struggling. We keep grinding, and we make a realization.
We did hit a 5 at the end. Streaks do help. What did we get back to? Oh! Somehow we just came from the depths of the abyss. I don't know what we did there, but we low-key did it. I was about to strategically leave. All right, we'll take it. We'll take it.
Another thing that's important to note is that kill streaks give more progress, which would be great if I could just get some kills. I gave it everything I had in my very being, but after it was all said and done, I peaked just shy of the 33% mark. Feeling absolutely defeated, I decided to punish myself with more speaker robbing. I didn't deserve a break. After this, it was time to add insult to injury. The very things that had been eluding me for the last 21 days, I was about to brand on the back of my head. We had hit our sub goal, which meant that it was time for Sweat to cut an exotic engram design into my head.
Would you like to give an engram a shot? You want to try drawing it first?
Yeah, don't mind if I do.
This is honestly good. Okay, then lastly, there's like the inside engram.
You think I'm drawing? That has not happened. That's about as good as you get.
All right, that was good. Honestly, I'm not as worried now. I feel like we're good.
Maybe a little overdone the edge there, but chat, it's sort of a hexagon, right?
Honestly, this isn't bad. This looks good. You did it. You did it.
Happy exotic subathon, boys.
Whoa.
What sort of humiliation ritual was this? Anyways, now that I had an exotic engram on my head, maybe now I could be one with the exotics. Instead of the avatar, I could be the exotic tar? Doesn't really flow as well. Anyways, we get back to the speaker grinding, and luckily, all of the grinding over the last few days, it paid off. I finished the future war cult reputation grind on my hunter.
There it is. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, and boom. Ah.
And that's how day 21 concluded, getting killed in the crucible over and over and over and over again, and washing it down with the first story mission over and over and over again. It just doesn't get any better than this. About things not being able to get any better. The PlayStation servers went down with about 9 hours remaining until the weekly reset, which was just fantastic. It's not like we were in a rush to complete a challenge or anything. With nothing else we could do, I took a 2-hour nap. When I wake up, I was pleased to find out that I was able to log in. The only weird thing was that the servers were still down and most people still couldn't log in, let alone join me.
Problem is, guys, this isn't gonna work. I gotta be honest.
Because of this, knocking out my heroic strikes for right now didn't feel like a great use of my time, so because of this, we did something else. We loaded into the Paradox mission. That feels random. Why? Well, we really need to stay focused right now, so unfortunately, I have no time to explain.
I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain.
We dive into the mission, but we don't go the route that we normally take.
So the Vex have predicted their own annihilation.
So cool.
Are things starting to come back yet? No? Okay, well next we had to fight off some Taken.
Hello.
After whatever that was, we kept pushing.
Here we go.
I had a friend back at the tower. She used to say, Bradith, there's always room in the mind for hope.
Alright, there's 2.
Once we grabbed the memory, we had a Hydra boss to kill as well as oracles before we could proceed.
I'm really scared to the Galahorn myself to death. There we go. Cool. And a blue engram for our troubles.
After this, it was onwards to claim our third and final memory.
Okay. No! That's a death? I don't know if I agree. I thought I actually had handled my fall well.
They think this is the end of them.
That's unreal.
A path with no escape. And yet, here they are. There they were, and there they will be, and there they will have been.
Once we had all 3 memories, it was time for my favorite part. You jump on the platforms that disappear, and then you go through the portal.
Here we go. This is so cool.
Welcome to the end of the Vex.
This was so cool.
Their immutable future.
Dude. This was like so cool.
The voice lines in this still give me chills to this day, and I still remember taking out the Minotaur all of those years ago.
There it is. Nice. There it is, guys.
We defeat the Minotaur, and then it was time to claim our gift.
Chills, man.
Another dead ghost.
Chills. We got the ghost, guys.
After this, we headed to Lakshmi to turn in the cult ghost.
And Boom. All right. Wait till next week.
Well, that seemed like a really random adventure to end up with absolutely nothing. Unfortunately, I still don't have time to explain while we were doing this. Anyways, before we could do anything else, it was time for an unboxing. Why, you might ask? Well, we had hit another sub goal where I agreed to order a PS3 and play Destiny 1 for a day on it.
Oh, that's nice though. That's nice. I do like that. This is the black charcoal one.
Believe it or not, the PS3 and Xbox 360 servers are still on to this day. We'd come back to this later. By the time the unboxing was finished, the servers were back on conveniently, so we grinded for our class item on my hunter. You know the drill. Strikes and then crucible matches.
Let's go. Oh my gosh.
With less than an hour to spare before the reset, the Chaos Cloak was ours.
Oh my gosh.
Another Infinity Stone crossed off the list. After a very brief wait, the reset had arrived. And with that arrival, something very interesting happened.
Wait, wait, no time to explain. No time to explain. No time to explain, I forgot.
What had just occurred? Well, if you thought I had obtained the Cult Ghost coincidentally just before the reset, you'd be mistaken. This was actually so we'd be able to progress the quest that I told you guys I had no time to explain, that if you haven't gathered by now, is for the no time to explain. The next step after turning in the Cult Ghost was to wait until the weekly reset, which conveniently had just happened. Now that we had all of this explained, it was time to press onwards. First, we had to progress our faction rank more because Lakshmi is greedy and apparently me having 25 rank ups and the exotic cloak isn't enough for her.
Ready for war? Earn reputation through donations? You want my precious motes? What? Oh, thank God. I was about to say, I was like, I'm 26.
After we forked over the materials, she tasked us with killing a powerful minotaur to get a simulation core that we would then shatter, which is funny that we would go through all that trouble to find one just to shatter it. We would come back to this later. Now that the reset had passed, it was time for some Nightfalls, which was kicked off with an exotic drop.
No! Oh no!
Just once again, not one that we wanted. How would the next one go?
A future war cult chess piece. That's what I get. Not 20 strange coins, not an exotic. I get a normal chess piece.
Unfortunate. Now I would have loved to do my Warlock's Nightfalls as well, but unfortunately he was deleted when grinding for my Hunter's Cloak. This was sadly one of the drawbacks to this brutal grind. I had unfortunately already burned through all of my Warlock's Spark of Lights as well. I just wish there was some way that I could somehow get around this. That would be too good to be true. Now we haven't gone too deep on character boosts up until this point, but let's take a moment to talk about them. When you buy the collection version of Destiny 1, you get 1 level 40 Spark of Light and 128, which you've seen me use. Additionally, something I haven't talked as much about is that there are 3 different items that you can buy on the PlayStation and Xbox store. A Titan character boost, a Warlock character boost, and the Hunter character boost as well. Also, as a caveat, you can only buy one of each, which is interesting. It locks the purchase after. Funny enough, this is one of the rare instances where I wish Bungie would just take more of my money. Re-going through the campaigns just hurts so bad. Now, I had bought the Hunter and the Warlock boosts earlier as I've deleted both of these characters before and then used those boosts to help with the initial grind. However, the Titan one just sat in the store because up to this point, I thought that I would only be able to use it on my Titan until this moment.
Alright, so this is the Titan Surge of Light. We were talking about it a little bit earlier. Even though this is locked to the Titan to open, any character can use the boost. So I want to see this, because this would be huge. If this works, then I would use it on my Warlock, and I'd still have another Warlock one for later. I want to see this. I want to see this. This is going to be huge. Let's see. I'm opening it. Subclass, Spark of Light. It does look like it's not character specific, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to make my Warlock, and then we're going to see.
I quickly go to create my Warlock, and then it was time for the moment of truth.
Dude, I can actually use it. Oh my gosh. Bro, I can use a Titan boost. This just saved the day. I wish I would have known that when I was grinding my hunter the other week.
Well, would you look at that? The more you know. This saved us a ton of time, as every time we grind for a new class item, I had to delete one of my characters. With that being said, we could now knock out my Warlock's Nightfall. It was time for another exotic drop to take center stage. It was time for the curtain call.
Bro, what type of rewards? I could have used some of those, but yeah, I wish I got the coins.
Real funny. Anyways, with that, it was time to shift gears to using all 445 of my 3 of coins that we had gotten earlier. After a ton of grinding and a 30-minute break to watch the Revenant reveal stream to see what new things were going to be coming, we decided that it was finally time to get some rest. We still had more 3 of coins to go through, but for now, this would have to wait. We start off day 23 with our highly anticipated PS3 stream. Just kidding.
Okay, we got a software update, guys. They still do those.
It needed to download and install a ton of different updates, and it was moving at a snail's pace. So I decided to let it do its thing overnight, which meant that I got to spend the next few hours in Iron Tomb. We did have something pretty interesting happen during the grinding.
Oh! Double and double special. I've never done that before.
We got a double drop, and now I want in and out. We were also in and out of the Iron Tomb, as I just couldn't be bothered to grind all of these 3 of coins at once.
Alright, so what I need to do before we start, take down a powerful taken Minotaur. Alright, that should be easy enough.
So, we moved on to hunting the Minotaur down for no time to explain.
Wish I had my shotgun. There's the core. Oh, it's shattered. Okay, we gotta shatter. We gotta shatter. We gotta shatter it. We gotta shatter it. We gotta shatter it. Boom, shattered. Grabbed it and smashed it like a ghost.
After shattering the core, it was back to Lakshmi. Was she happy that we killed a Minotaur? Nope. She wanted us to kill an even bigger Minotaur by heading into the Vault of Glass and killing Atheon. Also, completely unrelated to the story, I got Aphrodite's eye as an artifact.
Aphrodite's eye? Oh, snap.
Which is a bit creepy. Getting back on track though, I was excited to get the no time to explain, but a more pressing matter required my attention. The Crota's End Adepts, our final 4. Crota's End had 2 challenge modes, Death Singer and Crota. We burn through the first few parts of Crota's End and arrive at the Singer of Death. What was her challenge mode? Well, you needed to kill every single hive before Eddhoot started singing, and if you did, a sword bearer would spawn, and when you kill the sword bearer, you take its sword and then you slay Eddhoot with the sword. This isn't particularly hard, but it requires you to move pretty quickly or else you'll have to restart. Which happened to us. After a little patience, however, we were finally able to put together the run.
There it is. Thing of Eddhoot. There we go, first one.
Instead of repeating Eddhoot, we decided to go straight to Crota next to finish things on our hunter. And I'm sure you're wondering what the Crota challenge is. Well, you have to take out his shield in one go. Wait, once again, that's the wrong game. You actually just need to make sure that the sword bearer is never the same person. Will we get another new Adept?
Hey, we're the Crota Adept. There we go, nice.
So far, so good. After this, we circled back to Eddhoot, and here's how the next attempt went.
Okay, good. No dupe.
This was going great so far. As I just mentioned, no dupes, which felt amazing. I prayed that we could keep this up, and then we pressed onwards to Crota.
Nope.
Oh, the game's gonna be mean. Game, no, don't do me like this, game.
Well, this wasn't good. This meant that we would only have 2 more chances to get the Abyss-defying Adept. Would we get it? Let's see our fate.
Give me my thing! Oh! Give me my thing! No! Yes! I do! Yes! Yes!
Thank the RNG gods. That was a little too close for comfort, but with that, we had all 16 raid adepts. Something most people thought I was absolutely crazy for deciding to go for, but they were now all officially mine. With that, we killed Crota one more time for a chance at an exotic which didn't bear any fruit, besides a duplicate Fang of Eddhoot Adept. Before moving on to anything else, we needed to have a chat with Eris as we had completed a quest step, as you might have noticed when we slayed Crota. If you didn't know what this quest was, it was for the Year 3 Necrochasm quest. As you all remember, we had done the previous steps of getting the Husk of the Pit and leveling it up, as you had seen when we were farming for Motes of Light. With all of the previous steps completed, we were now on the step that required us to kill Crota at 390 light, as well as killing Omnigul in the Will of Crota strike. Conveniently, we had already killed Omnigul many times, so this was all we were needing to move on to the next step.
Here it is, the essence of the Oversoul. Complete. Here we go. Ooh. Ooh. Let's go, man.
With this, I could feel the ball rolling, and I wasn't about to stop now. It was now off to Atheon to retrieve the Eye of Atheon that Lakshmi was requiring from us. What's up with all of these eyes? Eye of a Gate Lord, Eye of Atheon, and Aphrodite's Eye. I was beginning to feel like Donzo. Anyways, we burned through the level 30 version of Vault of Glass, and we don't get any new exotics, but we did get what we were after.
Eye of Atheon? Oh yeah, I forgot. I got an eye. I was like, wait, what did I get? I forgot. This is the future war cult character.
What did we do after that? Well, we shattered it, of course.
Yeah, shatter his eye.
After heading back to Lakshmi, she sends us off to the Twilight Gap to do more Crucible. Just kidding. But we did actually have to go to the Twilight Gap. We would do this later, but for now, I figured why not attempt our other 2 Atheon checkpoints? We most likely wouldn't get anything, and this probably was going to be a waste of time, but I just couldn't afford to leave any of these runs on the table.
It's not tracking, I'll tell you that much. Alright, here we go, please. Please, please, please. Oh! No way! Oh! Let's go! Oh my gosh, we got it. Let's go. We're actually gonna beat this challenge. What the heck? This is one of the ones where I was like, bro, like, this is gonna be one of the things that really like holds us up.
I couldn't believe it. We had just knocked out 6 exotics in what felt like a blink of an eye. The Vex Mythoclast was ours. The OG one that took the Destiny 1 world by storm all the way back in 2014. It felt like nothing could stop me at this point. Having one of the rarest exotics from the challenge crossed off the list just felt indescribable. After this, we ran all the other raids for our chests, which did result in some duplicates, but nothing of any significance to report. After all of our weekly raid chores were done, it was time to shift back to the No Time to Explain. We headed to the Twilight Gap to do the mission, which made the nostalgia come rushing in.
Okay, we made it. We got it, guys, we got it. Nice. The bracelet of Anna Bray, what? We got an Anna Bray mention that early?
It was so cool to see Anna Bray mention this early, as well as receiving her bracelet. After this, Lakshmi sent us to the Black Garden to destroy the Groundskeeper. Another mission that I had so much fun reliving.
Alright, how do we anger him? Huh? Oh, they're just kind of doing their own thing. Oh! Oh, there's like a percentage of anger. So what does like shooting in general do? Nothing? What about walking in front of them? Does that make them angry? No, they literally don't get angry. What if I punch him? Let me punch him. Wait, he's not angry. I would say this is angry. He's shooting at me. 96% angry. Wait, he approaches. The groundskeeper approaches. Come here. No, I don't get him as a trophy. No, I wanted to keep him. Did he count? He did count too. Oh.
Once this step was completed, it was back to Lakshmi where we could finally claim our prize, the no time to explain.
Oh! Someone has taken notice of our actions. Guardian, someday we may be able to ask him to explain what all this means. We will meet Anna Bray. Boom. No time.
117 exotics down. What did I do to celebrate this wave of exotics? Well, I grinded 3 of coins in Iron Tomb for the next almost 7 hours, which concluded our very action-packed day. Vex Mythoclast, Necrochasm, and all 16 raid adepts completed, with no time to explain as the cherry on top. I didn't know what challenges remained ahead, but I was really proud of the challenges looking back that we had already overcome. Is it finally time for the PS3 stream?
This is it. Alright, install that bad boy. Let's go. It's time to get to work. Welcome to PS3. $29. Sounds like a steal. You can only make purchases using wallet funds. You can add wallet funds by redeeming a PlayStation Store voucher code on this device or visiting PlayStation or play.st/2pup. Ah! It's frozen. It's literally frozen. I can't do anything. I think I gotta turn it off. This is going great so far. What a great experience. Here we go, guys. 369 minutes left. Back to the PS5.
I guess it's still not in fact time for the PS3 stream, which means that I was banished back to my tomb. I grinded out my remaining 3 of coins, which took another 5 hours. After a tireless grind that spanned the last few days, here's how many engrams we ended up with.
1, 2, 3. Alright, there's our weapons. 3, 4, 5. 54 engrams, guys.
445 3 of coins became 54 engrams, or about a 12% drop rate. Another thing I hadn't mentioned was that every time we would do this farm, we'd end up rich because all of the ether seeds that we would get from killing Fallen. We could take advantage of this get-rich-quick scheme to buy more heavy from Variks to then rank up more from the factions. As the challenge was going longer and longer, things were coming more and more together. After this, I took a 5-hour nap, which was short-lived as I needed to get back on the saddle, which kicked off by me pledging the dead orbit on my hunter. After this, I take our new warlock through Prison of Elders as he has a guaranteed exotic and he gets nothing.
Nope.
Nothing.
Just kidding. Our special slot was full and I got the Patience of Time that went to the postmaster. And with that, it was time to move on to something that I had been dreading. It was time to reface my fears. We hadn't finished that field trip yet, and we couldn't complete this challenge without it. We were getting absolutely destroyed, getting killed over and over and over again. But even still, we fall down, and then we fight forward. Then we made a huge breakthrough.
There it is, and then second this is done, we take it off and put it off again. That's how you do this quest. 6. There it is. That's how you do chaperone. Where are we at? 39. Let's go.
Let's go through that quest one more time. Get kills with the last word equipped. Now remember, I said that this had a very different meaning than actually getting kills with the last word itself. This wording meant that we could get kills with anything as long as that weapon was equipped. But what if I told you there was another hidden meaning? If progress only increased when last word was equipped, what would happen if last word wasn't equipped? Well, it would mean we wouldn't get any progress, right? Well, yeah, but that's not the point. What happens when you get killed when the weapon's equipped? Well, duh. I lose all my progress. Right, so what would happen if it wasn't equipped? Wait. I wouldn't lose any progress. That means if I get kills with the last word, increase my progress, and then take off the weapon, my progress would be safe. So since I'm terrible at Crucible, the best way to do this would be to wait for my super in heavy or any other way to get easy kills, progress the quest, and then remove the weapon. This could work. And with that plan, despite falling down, we were fighting forward.
51. Come on. Is that a 5? It's a 5, yes. Take it off, 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 take it off. Good. Now look at how careful we're playing right now. We had a 4-0 and we didn't even play that well. We're just being so cautious. 71. Oh my gosh, yes. Oh, dude. Very nice work, guys. Very, very nice work. You know, I'm not going to argue the 3%. 78%. We are officially past the 3/4 mark.
Fall down, and then we fight forward.
Come to us. Just like that. That's one. This one we ideally just want to be patient. Two. 3. 83, guys. Okay. Alright. Oh, just a few more streaks and maybe a win or two. Stick them. Yes. Oh my gosh, guys. Yes, dude. Guys. Huge. Huge. 90. Oh my gosh.
Fall down, and then we fight forward.
Oh my gosh. No, that wasn't 5? Dude, that wasn't 5. Oh my gosh. Get me out of here. I thought that was 5. Is this 5? That's 5. Oh my gosh, yes. Oh, dude. Oh my gosh.
Fight forward and finish. We actually did it. Freedom. Freedom at last. I was so proud of myself. It took thinking outside of the box, but we got the quest done. We headed back to Amanda, who required us to give a donation to Raul.
You need to go make a generous donation to Texas Research Division. Go talk to the Cryptarch Raul and I'll let him know you're coming.
We head over to Raul, and here's how much he required.
Let's see what it is. 15,000. It's expensive.
Nothing like banging my head over and over and over in the crucible for days on end, only to be laughed at and told that I'm too broke. I wish I saved a few of those ether seeds now. Regardless, I was still feeling over the moon. After this, I ate some breakfast, and then it was finally time for the PS3 stream. Here's how our time went.
Oh, look at this. Guys, this doesn't even look like a game. Eververse grand opening, guys. It just opened. Boom. Easy. Why is the speaker giving me more speeches?
Of the light.
This was the now what stage of Destiny if you were like playing in vanilla. Aww. I thought it was just gonna make a new one because I've never played on PS3. It put it where I was. Well, this is what I had on. What's the snapshot in time? No Land Beyond in 3, 2, 1.
That was actually a really cool blast from the past. And seeing that snapshot of my D1 account right before Rise of Iron started when PS3 and Xbox 360 got left behind actually gave me a super special moment where I saw a snapshot of me at 21 years old as a college student, and it threw me back to that exact period of time in my life. It was an unexpected but very cool moment. And with that, day 24 ended. No exotics to show for today, but completing the crucible step of Chaperone was the highlight of not only the day, but probably of the week. We had fell down, but ultimately, we fought forward. This tagged on with the PS3 blast from the past made this a day that I would never forget. After returning back from my trip to 2006 when the PS3 launched, it was time to get back to business. More specifically, it was time to open up those 54 engrams that could all result in exotics that we needed. Just kidding. We had already, if you remember, completed all of our exotic boots. So that meant that any exotic boot engrams were obsolete. Oh well. How many did we have? 5. This meant that before the engram opening even started, we were down to 49. We quickly burned through the boots, and then it was time to actually start. Beginning with the chest pieces, all we needed was the alchemist raiment, and I had 9 engrams. This would surely be easy, right?
Let's just get it out the way right off the rip. How about on number 1, alchemist raiment?
Nope.
Oh, that kind of hurt a little bit. Okay. Alchemist raiment.
Nope.
No! Alchemist raiment.
Nope.
No! Show me the script!
Nope.
No! Alchemist raiment.
Nope.
Dude, no, I need you to stop doing this. Like I said, alchemist raiment. I feel like I was clear with what I said. An alchemist raiment.
Nope.
Dude, no, not Gary. No, I didn't say Gary. Alchemist raiment.
Nope.
Bro, no. No.
This was not a good start. We spent so much time grinding for these engrams. If it didn't drop here, I would just quit and set my soul free from this challenge.
Yes! Oh! Yes! Oh my gosh, yes! Yes! Good! Chess piece is done.
This game clearly wants to keep me prisoner. Anyways, with that, we were officially done with our chest pieces, which felt great. Only helmets and gauntlets remained if we weren't including the class items for armor. Next, it was time for the gauntlets, and all that I needed was Sealed Ahamkara's Grasp, Shinobu's Vow, and no backup plans. I had only 5 engrams, so I wasn't really hopeful on getting all of them. My goal was 2, but unfortunately, the game had other plans and only gave me one of the 3 that I was after, giving us Shinobu's Vow.
Yes! Yes! Everybody who voted 0, see you later. See you later.
Moving on to our helmets, we were still needing the Ram, the Stag, Skyburner's Annex, Insurmountable Skullfur, and the Acylophage. It seemed like RNG might smile at us when we got an exotic helmet before we even started opening our exotic helmet engrams.
Oh! The warm-up prediction. It's a dupe, but you guys won.
With that being said, with the 7 helmet engrams, I had a goal that was just to get more than 1 new exotic. Unfortunately, once again, the game had its own plans and decided that 1 new helmet was all that I deserved, giving us the Stag.
And 3, 2. Oh, okay, the Stag. Yes, okay, I'll take it.
Well, honestly, this was okay because I was sure that some of the exotics like Insurmountable Skullfur and Acylophage would drop pretty easily, since those are usually exotics that come from the early game. For now though, that was all for our armor. Only 3 new exotics to show for all of that hard work. 1 per armor type. You were starting to see how this challenge could get infinitely more brutal over time. You could grind all you want for engrams, but if Raul wakes up not liking you, then you can kiss all of your hard work goodbye for that week. Next, it was time to move on to my heavies. All I was needing was super good advice. I had 6 heavies. Would any of them bear fruit?
3, 2, super good advice. Just like that. Just end it all right at the beginning.
Well, that was easier than I was expecting. With that, we were officially finished with our first weapon slot, which felt great. Could we continue this on with our special weapons? Outside of Chaperone, which was a quest, the Year 1 Icebreaker, and the Pocket Infinity, we were only needing Telesto in the special slot as well as the No Land Beyond, since it hadn't dropped from the primary Legacy engram. Funny enough, we once again got an exotic to kick things off from a purple before even getting to the exotic engrams.
Oh!
We had 11 special engrams. Here's how the first one went.
Please, just first one. Yes! Yes! Take all their hearts, let's go!
Now the big question still remained on if we could get No Land Beyond to drop from the remaining special exotic engrams. With still having so many engrams, it felt all but guaranteed. But despite this, it still didn't drop in 10 engrams. Were we still missing something? Well, yes. A little bit earlier on, somebody in our community had showed us a very interesting clip.
Huh? And would you look at that? No Land Beyond drops from special and primary.
What did this clip ultimately mean? Well, as crazy as it sounds, despite No Land Beyond and Universal Remote dropping from special legacy engrams from Xur, they dropped from primary year 3 exotic engrams. This meant that they didn't drop from those special exotic engrams because they weren't in the special exotic engram pool. This meant that we actually didn't need anything else from our year 3 special exotic engrams. With that being said, surely with our 10 exotic primary engrams we would be able to get No Land Beyond, right?
Nope.
That's okay, because we still got 9 more.
Nope.
Heart Light, no. No, I don't need that. Please, number 3.
Nope.
Oh, no, not like this. It's gotta be 4. 4 is a lucky number, I'd say.
Nope.
No. We're still okay. We're just building up suspense. What type of story would it be if it came at the beginning? No Land!
Nope.
No. Not Red Death. Please, no. Not like this. Please, I'm begging. Please let me get No Land so I can be done with these. Please. Please.
Nope.
No, not Suros! This is so cooked. And 1.
Nope.
Monte Carlo, why? Please, don't do me like this. I have 2 more if this one doesn't drop. Alright, please. Come on, this one right here.
Nope.
No! Jade Rabbit, no. What am I gonna do if these next couple don't drop?
Nope.
Master Ives, man. No, I don't need Hawk Moon. No. Please, Tyra, it's about to happen. Please, Tyra, please. Please, Tyra, don't do me wrong. Please.
Nope.
No, Tyra, you did me wrong.
Well, of course not, because this game is awful, but at least we did walk away from this a little bit smarter. And with that, our exotic engram opening came to a close. 5 new exotics from 54 engrams. We had a 9.2% drop rate on our new exotics versus duplicates. Not a great feeling, but at least we had cracked into the 120s. This didn't make me feel much better, but it was a consolation. After this was done, we shifted gears back to the chaperone. I hadn't only become rich with duplicates, but also with Glimmer, so now I could afford the generous donation from Raul. Once this was done, we headed back to Amanda, who sent us to get shotgun kills against guardians or high-level enemies. I took this to the exclusion zone higher tier difficulty mode with the additional yellow bars, but this was taking absolutely forever.
Oh my gosh, what the heck?
So with that, I decided to take a nap. When I would wake up, Xur would be here as it was Thursday night. I took 4 hours to sleep, and when I woke up, Xur had arrived and I was super excited to see what he might have for us. For the 3rd Xur in a row, he was at the reef. Not sure why he hadn't been feeling the tower. Would he have anything new? Well,
it's gotta be. Legacy Special, for the first time since November 10th of last year. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, Xur, please! No, Heavy. No, this is a bad Xur week. There's only one thing I even need. We are gonna pick this up. This is at least a good drop. If it was gonna be anything, it needed to be this, or Sealed Ahamkar's Grasp. This is the best armor piece Xur could sell for us. Everything else has a year 1 version besides Sealed Ahamkar's Grasp. So let's go ahead and pick this up in 3, 2, and that's the end of our Xur week.
So while Skyburner's Annex was definitely nice, we didn't need anything from Xur's Legacy engram. We didn't need the weapon he was selling, we didn't need the Titan or Warlock exotic, and we didn't need either of the ornament packages. This honestly hurt so bad. Xur was way too valuable to only be selling one thing that we needed. After this, We purchased 165 3 of coins from Xur, and I walked away in tears. To finish out our day 25, I grinded Prison of Elders for the next 12 hours straight. We got a few duplicates, but that was really it. As happy as I was about our exotic engrams we had gotten from the 3 of coins, it was difficult watching a week's worth of work only go towards 5 new exotics. That with Xur only bringing only 1 new exotic made a decent day of progress feel like total failure. Day 26 kicked off with a bang, literally. My power went out while we had our biggest hype train ever on Twitch. The support to keep this stream going this long was absolutely bonkers. After that, we did some Prison of Elders, and then we ended up taking a 5-hour nap. When we woke up, we had something interesting happen. We had hit another sub goal, which meant that we had a special surprise in store. Just watch.
Woo! Oh my gosh. Look at this thing. Guys, SRL's back. Dude, being on this is crazier in person, y'all. Oh my gosh, this is the perfect addition to the room. I got somebody to introduce. I need to introduce. This is Banshee. Literally the mastermind, the GOAT.
Shout out to Banshee bot Pete. He drove all the way from Florida to deliver us a life-size micro mini sparrow. You heard me right too. He literally has some of the coolest stuff in the community. So go check him out because his stuff is incredible. He also made our icebreaker too, by the way. Would streaming on the micro mini be the key to our new exotics?
The RAM.
Nope.
What is it? What is that? MK44s? Oh, this game. No.
No, but honestly, it was still really cool. We streamed Prison of Elders on the micro mini for the rest of our day 26. It's still so crazy to me that we have a life-size micro mini in my room. The Prison of Elders farming continued for another 7 hours before needing to hurry to Xur to turn everything in. After it was all said and done, we had 403 of coins. This was worse than last week, but we had other things that we had been grinding that had occupied some of our time, so it couldn't be helped. Okay, as you all know, we put a bookmark in our chaperone quest as we were still needing those shotgun kills on Guardians since the powerful enemies was hardly giving us any progress. This meant that it was time for us to go full shotgun warrior to get this done. After more time than I care to remember, we get all the kills that we were needing.
Good. Oh, we did it, yes. There it is, guys.
After speaking to Amanda Holiday again, she sent us out to do the Shield Brothers strike, but with a catch. We needed to kill both brothers with a shotgun, which I thought was honestly really cool.
All right, I'm gonna shotgun him. Shotgun the first. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Die. Think I got him. Let's go.
Without too much trouble, we were able to get this done. Now that we had completed this step, it was finally time to claim our prize.
All we can do now is wait for Tex Mechanica to announce the winner. I wonder how long we have to wait.
Just kidding. We needed to wait for Tex Mechanica to announce the winner, which means that I'll see you guys on the weekly reset. Anyways, while we had the momentum going, it was time that we shifted gears to another Crucible-involved quest. I hadn't mentioned it yet, but when the Wednesday reset hit, we picked up a hand cannon called the Imprecation. What you might not know is that this kicks off the next step to the first curse quest. This is what we were waiting until Arms Day to be able to continue. The first step with Imprecation required us to infuse the weapon to at least 260 light to get its hidden perk that's just called Finish Ascending. On top of infusing the weapon, we also needed to get 7 kill sprees in PvE, as well as 7 Crucible killing sprees. The PvE side was easy enough as we just went to the Dark Beyond and shot Thrall until it was done. The Crucible side was a little more fun though, where we were needing to get 7 precision headshots in one game. I can't tell you how many times I got 6 precision kills. The game just kept robbing me.
I get it? Wait, that was a precision? Well done. In what world?
We were so close though, and I wasn't gonna let anything or anyone get in my way of getting this done. So I leaned forward, focused up, and I got to work.
Okay, that's 1. That's 2. That's 3. We actually kind of stole that. No, that's... Oh, if that's not precision, where did I hit him? Come on, weapons. Oh, I got 2. Okay, at least we got 2. Come on, please bring this home. Okay, six. All right, last one. Can we snag one more? Oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you. We did it, y'all.
After this, I ran and took my quest to Banshee as I was so excited to claim my prize. It sucked that we couldn't get Chaperone right away, but at least we could finally get our hands on the first curse weapon.
I'm supposed to tell you they want it back. Want to examine the wear on it and see how you used it? But S. Barnes Davis at Tex Mechanica says he'll have an even better piece for you real soon. I'll see you on Arms Day.
Oh, unfortunately, the next step required me to wait until Arms Day. So, we would be waiting for 2 of our exotic weapons to get delivered through the mail. I wish I could pay for expedited shipping. Can you guess the way I celebrated almost finishing 2 of the scarier quests of this challenge? You guessed it, with more Iron Tomb until day 27 concluded. Once again, no exotics to show for the day, but I did get to experience something I love even more than exotics. Time gates. We start off day 28 the way day 27 ended. In my tomb, grinding and grinding and grinding. After a 9-hour grind total of spending all 400 of those 3 of coins, we walked away with 36 exotic engrams. A 9% drop rate, which was okay, but man, this was really hurting knowing a lot of these engrams couldn't even benefit us. With that grind done, it was time to go camping. Our sub goal was hit, and I promised if we hit it, we would go camping in my backyard, and I thought what better way to camp out than to do my exotic engram opening at the same time. Remember, boots, chest pieces, heavy weapons, and special weapons we didn't need, meaning that 17 of the 36 exotic engrams were of no value to us. With that reminder out of the way, let's get outside.
We're gonna be camping out while playing some Destiny. I also already have my stick, guys, because you know, we're not like putting it on, because they had like on Amazon too, they had like the little like skewers or whatever. They're like, I was like, nah, I'm using a stick. There's no way I'm not using a stick. So I like to get it just right above the fire. You know, like I'm getting the smoke, but we're not getting the fire. I don't know who a s'more is. No, Bog, no. Can we get some no mans? So Bog, so what we got here, so like when you get the marshmallow, you get the chocolate in there too, and it all melts together. And then you take like a bite, you just go. Oh my gosh, that's so good. So as you can see, we have a lot of different things to open. Sealed arm car's grasp.
Nope.
No. 2. Yes! That was the secret. Yes, I just needed to warm up the controller. 2, 1, no backups.
Nope.
No. Oh, no. Okay. 2, no backup plans.
Nope.
And 1, no backups.
Nope.
And 1.
That completed all of our gauntlets, which felt amazing. There was another question that remained though. How would the helmets go?
And Acylophage symbiote. No. 2, Acylophage symbiote. No. The ram. No. The ram. 2. Yes! Oh, it dropped. The ram dropped on the Titan. And two. And 1. What is with these duplicates? 12 exotics left, guys. 12 left.
Unfortunately, No Land Beyond once again eluded us, but overall, this was a ton of fun. Even though I didn't get everything that I wanted, I was really pleased to get 3 new exotics and 40 engrams. It's actually crazy hearing that back. Exotics were just becoming so hard to come by. After we finished camping out and cleaning up everything outside, the rest of the day was going to be dedicated to getting another class item, as it felt like all roads always somehow led back to the first mission of this game. We only had 2 class items left, and I just wanted to be set free. With that being said, we kicked things off by having to say goodbye to another fallen soldier. This time, it was my warlock, as I needed the slot to kick the grind off. Unfortunately, I would also need another Eidolon Alley. I'm sure you're thinking that once again I did something dumb and deleted it by accident, but this actually wasn't the case. My Eidolon Alley had kind of evolved into a Necrochasm after using a Crux stone back on day 23. With that, I had to regrind to get another husk and level it up. After this was done, we grinded and didn't stop until the quest was ours, which was exhausting. Camping usually goes hand in hand with some sleep at some point, but that didn't happen on our camping trip. After this, it was off to grind strikes in Crucible, which always takes forever. One cool thing that did happen during this grind was I finally got one of my favorite helmets in the history of Destiny.
But they will not die.
There it is. Let's go. Finally, I've been trying to get that thing forever.
Man, I miss the era of being able to wear what you fight. Can you imagine beating the Scarlet Keep and getting to wear Hashla-Doom's helmet? She's Crota's daughter, for crying out loud. That would be so sick. Anyways, we finished the rest of the strikes, then we moved on to Crucible matches and the kills, and before we knew it, the quest was done.
We did it, guys. We did it, we did it, we did it. There it is, the Cloak of Oblivion. Oh. There it is. There it is.
The Cloak of Oblivion was mine. 8 out of 9 Infinity Stones collected. With that, we took a well-deserved sleep, which concluded our day 28. Gauntlet exotics completed, a new helmet, and another step closer to class item freedom. The biggest thing that I learned today was that portable campfires from Amazon are actually really cool. Day 29 was an interesting day. It felt like Phineas and Ferb. I woke up and I knew what I wanted to do today. A massive science experiment. Remember when we leveled up my character just barely enough to get into Vault of Glass by leveraging my Iron Galahorn and Ghost? Well, that had given me an idea. Before we could test this theory though, there was a few things that were calling me. The first thing was listening to an announcement that was scheduled to be made once the weekly reset hit, which had just arrived.
Congratulations, Guardian, you won. Tex Mechanica let me give it to you myself. It's called the Chaperone, same as the original. I did the design work from memory. Use it to protect the folks who need help the most. I'll be proud that you won the contest. Let's go, guys. Let's go. We did it, y'all.
I had won the contest, and the Chaperone was my reward for my triumphant victory. With that, we only needed 10 more exotics to be completely done with the challenge. I also knocked out my Nightfall and Raid Chest chores, which just gave me duplicates, but I wasn't tripping since I was still on my Chaperone high.
Come on, no land. Guys, why not? Why not? I know it's copium, but come on, man, please.
Nope.
No, we actually got an exotic. It just wasn't the right one. No Land Beyond.
Nope.
No! Stop giving me the wrong primaries! Oh, I'm being trolled right now. I'm getting trolled.
Trying to stay positive, I headed to the tower to turn in some engrams before moving on to our experiment.
No Land Beyond.
Nope.
No! Game, please! Game! Stop! The game hates me.
Okay, I was officially off my Chaperone high. Moving on, it was time to delete my Warlock, as we were going to be needing the space for our science experiment. As you know from earlier, we could use Ghost and Iron Galahorn to push our character into activities like Vault of Glass that he couldn't normally do. This was a fun little discovery, but I really thought that we could take this further. Let's think about this a little bit more. We could get weaker characters into year 1 raids earlier. That's cool. But could we do even more with that if we thought about the bigger goal of this challenge? What was I doing? Well, trying to get all of the exotics? Could we use this method to somehow get more? Well, before we took our character through Vault of Glass and Crota, but were we forgetting something? What if we took a deeper dive into Vogue? Well, it does give chances for random drop exotics for completions, but getting a few chances at some exotics at an earlier level isn't all that groundbreaking. But wait, what if we could get a guaranteed exotic weapon earlier? What if you could, let's say, somehow get a character to a level where they could enter into Prison of Elders earlier and faster? That would result in a guaranteed exotic weapon for that new character. What this meant was that we essentially discovered and created a guaranteed year 1 exotic weapon farm. But what would be the minimum level to get in? And more importantly, how fast could we get to that level? It was time to get to work.
I think the number is 125, but we're just gonna keep trying. All right, still nope. Still not high enough. Still not high enough. Okay. So that's 42. Oh, level 10. It's always a catch, but I don't need any of those. Or actually, a level 50 special would be actually ideal. That's 120. I like it that there's always something new. So they just start shifting. Interesting. Okay. But I can get good boots though. Level 8. 121. I was told you can get in at 125. Well, let's try 120. Oh, wait. Oh, we're in. Oh, snap. That's a guaranteed exotic weapon. So level 8, I need to, in level 20, 120 light. Here we go, y'all. Let's go. Lock in. Only need 120 pog.
We had cracked the code. Experience level 8 at light level 121. And we could enter into Prison of Elders level 28. We had actually done it. Thank God we had been patient and taken the time. What did we get for our discovery?
Please, please. No land or something I need. Just something I need. Something I need.
Nope.
I don't need that. I don't need patience and time. Actually, I might need patience and time. Low key, I might need some of both.
Had been patient and taken the time. Can we just stop, please? Anyways, it was time to see just how long this would take to execute in real time to see if this was actually worth it. The nice thing about all of the gear we had that made this work was that we could put it all in the vault, so all we would need to do is speedrun to level 8. With that, it was time to see how far we could take this.
On the next character, we'll hold this checkpoint so that it's just 3 rotations of the Fallen and then life's good. We'll get it all optimized. It's still a work in progress. Alright, that's done though. We're level 8, guys. We're level 8. We did it. Alright, 56 minutes on the first. Pretty bad, but that's okay. That was our test. We were just routing, and we were able to learn a lot.
Honestly, for a first attempt, not that bad. Would this finally give us the exotic primary, but also special weapon that we were after?
Why are you praising Suros? Here we go. Here we go. No land icebreaker pocket infinity. No land icebreaker pocket infinity. No land icebreaker pocket infinity. No land icebreaker pocket infinity.
Nope.
Wrong one. No. No. It's the wrong one of the two.
Wrong primary but special weapon. Anyways, all jokes aside, could we take this time even lower?
Actually, I need to kill like a few things here. Alright, there it is. That should give us it. Boom. Alright, level 8 and stop. 43 minutes versus 56. Alright, cool. 43 minutes to level 8 that time. Still cut down 13 minutes.
A 43:38. We were able to accomplish this through bounty completion optimizations, utilizing heavy ammo synthesis, and through private matches. Once again, we got a primary but special exotic weapon.
Please, no land right here. Right here. Right here. Right here.
Nope.
No! Game! What is wrong? What did I do?
Just once again, not the right one. I was still feeling like I could get this time closer to half an hour with some more optimizations to where I was completing my bounties.
Alright, there it is. Of course, we get to level 8 as that happens. It's funny.
A 32:31. I was much more pleased with this time. Moving on to the Prison of Elders. After the double universal remote drops, There was honestly nothing that would shock me in terms of this drop.
D what I need. D what I need. Come on. No! Gallahorn, why? I have enough of those.
Are you sure about that?
I almost feel bad saying it. It feels blasphemous to even be mad at a Gallahorn, but I'm not happy.
What sick, dark, twisted reality am I living in? Speaking of different realities, it was time to actually jump into a different one. It was time for the launch of Destiny 2's new episode Revenant, and I decided to take 30 minutes to quickly try it out. I was super pleased to get our 129th exotic when I jumped into the game.
I've forgotten how to... Okay, here we go. I was like, I need to get to my season pass. All right, here it is, guys. We got the exotic. We did it. That's a lot easier in D2 than D1, by the way, guys. Oh my gosh. I need it to be that easy here.
In all seriousness, though, it's actually so sad how much easier it is to get exotics in Destiny 2 than Destiny 1. After absolutely breaking my brain playing for 30 minutes and over 30 frames, which remember, I had lived in 30 frames for almost 30 days straight now, it was time to get back to farming the first mission as we had our final class item to grind for. After just a few short hours though, I decided that I'd rather take the passive grind approach, so we created my Warlock. We had him pledged to future War Cult, the final faction that we would have to grind 25 packages for. After this, we boosted him up to level 400 using our final Warlock boost that came from our Titan bundle. We knocked out his Nightfall, and I was pleased to see 11-3 of coins drop. Would any of these bear any exotics?
Wow, okay.
Of course not. But on the bright side, we did have his guaranteed 28 Prison of Elders weapon. Maybe this could change things.
No Lane Beyond, Icebreaker, Pocket Infinity. In 3, 2, 1.
Nope.
Oh, Lord of Wolves, no. No, man, no. Funny enough, I think that's my first year 1 Lord of Wolves. That's kind of funny, but
Year 1 Lord of Wolves. After that bit of disappointment, we went through our raid chests, which did grant us a few duplicates, but nothing else to report, unfortunately. And with that, our I'm not sure fully how to describe it day concluded. Chaperone finally came home, Revenant launched, science experiments, and most importantly, we were 10 exotics away from the finish line. I just needed to keep running and not turn back, as I could not afford to slow down now. Day 30 was about building upon day 29. We had invented an exotic farm method that, while wasn't giving me any new exotics yet, could be super handy down the line. Today, my main focus was improving upon it. This thought process led me to the question of what if, after finishing a level 28 Prison of Elders, if I could get that same new character to a level where he could enter into the level 33 hard mode Crota. Well, this would ultimately result in endless Crux of Crota attempts. Remember, I was going for both versions of Necrochasm. It just wouldn't be a D1 exotic challenge without a Crux of Crota drop.
Take him down, take him down. Everybody take him down.
Get him.
Max, fucking go.
Get him, dude, get him.
Yeah. I got the crux! I got the crux!
Blame C, red there.
Oh, reactions in Destiny 1 were just on a different level. We would even be able to stop by the Vault of Glass chest for a chance of exotics there as well. With that, I got to work on perfecting the strategy, which would first require us finding out what experience and light level we would need to get in. Before that though, I took a 5-hour nap, and when I woke up, I headed to the gym because it was Arms Day. Sorry, I mean Banshee. Why did we need to go to Banshee? Well, to lift a curse that he had put on me.
Oh! Finally. It's been so many weeks. Oh, it's been so many weeks. Oh. Less than 10 to go.
With that, It was time to figure out how strong we were needing to be to get into hard mode Crota.
131. Still can get in. See if I can get to 130. 130. Can't get in. Alright, so 131. Are we 141? We are. Can we get into hard mode Crota? If we can, then we're about to be able to do the next phase of our farm, which would be trying for a crux, and then we'd start over again. Still can't get in. Here we go, guys. The next delta. Is my Titan at the delta for Crota yet? We tried 141. We're trying 151. Oh, yes, we're in.
At experience level 16, less than half of the level recommended of hard mode Crota, which is 33, you can get into it as long as your light level is at 151. What an insane discovery. With this breakthrough, we got to work. What were the results of our efforts? Well, a lot of dupes from Prison of Elders, a lot of dupes from Vault of Glass chests, and most depressingly, no Crux of Crotas in all of our attempts. The day did finish off really cool though with a double cannonball from me and Evan. Day 31 was pretty much the exact same as 30. I was determined to get the Crux of Crota, but unfortunately, the game once again had other plans.
Bring it home. Crux! Crux! Crux!
Nope.
You wanna know what's so crazy? This strat is actually working though. And the only reason why I say it, I've stopped getting Glowu. That's why I didn't get the other shader. I'm not getting the emblem anymore. Like all the things that I used to get as loot that I didn't have equipped actually aren't dropping anymore. I do wonder if it's gonna give me this thing soon.
So what you were hearing there was my very overcooked tinfoil strat, because believe it or not, with hard mode Crota, if you already have the Glowu on a character, or if you already have the Sparrow or the ship, it actually won't drop again, because I think in the game's code it only will allow those things to be on a character once. So what I was trying to do was make my new character transfer over Glowu, transfer over the ship, transfer over the Sparrow, and that way none of that stuff was ever dropping on my runs, and I thought maybe that would make it where the game would be like, hey, let's just give him the Crux since we can't give him any of these other things. This was very much me coping. At the end of 24 hours, the only thing that I had once again to show for my efforts was a bunch of yellow squares that I didn't need and the lack of a yellow circle that I was absolutely dying to get. Day 32 was an interesting day. Today we are going to be going after the Icebreaker. Wait, I thought we already had that. Well, you'd be right because we got it from the Nightfall. Oh, so we're referring to the year 1 version of it since we still needed that version as well, and Zer was going to be here today at 4 AM. Sure, let's go with that. With that being said, we did some Prison of Elders grinding and then took a short nap before waking up to Zer. The good news was he wasn't at the reef, so surely this was a good sign.
Uni, chess piece. No, this is so bad. Holy, this is a bad sir.
Unfortunately, this meant that going for Icebreaker was out of the question. Or it would have been if that's what I was even referring to earlier. What I was actually alluding to was needing to cast the very first contest dungeon race which had Icebreaker as the exotic. This brings up the question that I was really wanting to ask all along. Do Destiny 1 exotics belong in Destiny 2 dungeons as their exclusive exotic drop? I have my own opinion on the matter, but you let me know. Anyways, that concluded our day 32. A miserable Zer week, coupled with a dungeon race that went even longer than some raid races. Day 33 was an amazing day. Prison of Elders gave us exotics we didn't need.
Nope.
I just can't with this game, man. Just playing the slot machine.
Nope.
No, dude.
Nope.
Bro, why is it always tubes?
Nope.
Brother, man, like why can't it just be exotics? I need something, please.
Crux of Crota didn't drop from any of our new accounts we had.
Nope.
No, man, darn it. It's kind of far away. Show me the necro.
Nope.
Okay. Something weird is happening. All I keep getting is just solely helmets. Like solely helmets. All I've done is delete helmets over and over and over and over again. I have everything I need. I have the helmet in my inventory. Give me Crux. No, the Fang.
And we still had about halfway to go on our next class item.
2, by the way, guys. That's halfway.
What was the part that made day 33 amazing? Oh yeah, I forgot that we hit our sub goal, meaning we got to decorate our room Halloween style.
Start with the small one, I guess, and we'll just work our way up. Oh. Well, there goes the spider. That was such a good spot for it, too. Hey there. Need more air. There we go. It's coming. It's coming. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That is very, very nice. Let's see what I can see. It's hard for me to see without the camera on what's being seen right now. Oh, nice. Yeah, that works. That'll work.
Who doesn't love Halloween? Day 34 was a productive day. We grinded Prison of Elders for as long as we could until Zur was about to leave. Right before he did, we stopped by to see him and we picked up 323 of coins.
Let's pick him up. Here we go, guys. All right, and there it is.
Honestly, not a ton, which was largely in part to our week being spent experimenting and doing other things outside of our dedicated strange coin farming. Mainly farming to get Crux of Crota over and over and over again. Week 5 and day 35 began back in my tomb. It took nearly 7 hours, but we were able to use all of our 323 of coins. At the end of this video, I'm gonna need a counter on how many Iron Lords we inevitably killed during this farm. For all of that work, we had 26 exotic engrams to show for it, but as you all know, 26 doesn't really mean 26. Of the 26, only 2 engrams were primary and 6 of the engrams were helmets, meaning more than 2/3 of the engrams were completely useless to us. We were still needing No Land Beyond, Acylophage Symbiote, and Insurmountable Skullfort. One thing that was nice is we were able to use the glimmer we got from the ether seeds to buy heavy ammo that we could turn in to get even closer to rank 25 for our final class item. With that out of the way, it was time to see if the exotics we needed would drop. Just kidding. We kinda hit another sub goal, which meant that we had to do a hot tub stream. Yes, you heard that right. I decided that there was no better thing to do during our hot tub stream than to open up some exotic engrams. Before that though, I wanted to do another attempt at the raid as I had a character who had his Crux of Crota attempt ready. Funny enough, before we could even get to our Crux of Crota attempt, the No Land Beyond actually dropped.
Hello there.
I saw No Land. No! No Land drop. This game is so funny. Let's see that No Land. I want to see it. Look at that bad boy. We don't get nice things on this stream.
Just not for me. Anyways, before we moved on to Crota, I wanted to take a quick trip down memory lane. When we did the hot tub stream for the Destiny 2 subathon, I was able to get the conditional finality first try, and I was hoping we could once again tap into that magic. Was the hot tub the key? Could we actually get the Crux of Crota to drop?
We bring this home, please, Crux! Bang of your Ute again. I already have 10 of those, man.
Unfortunately, not. But as I said, maybe this year wouldn't be something special happening in the raid. Maybe it was going to be something special that happened in the engram opening. With that being said, would our helmets drop anything we need? Let's find out.
First one. Acylophage Symbiote. And 3, 2, and... Do you know how many times I've seen this helmet? This helmet I've seen more than 3 times, I'll tell you that much. And... guys, this is literally playing the slots. Please, man. Acylophage symbiote. Take us home, please. Is this live? No. I've passed on. I'm getting scared. We only have 3 more left. And we still need a Titan helmet, too. So ideally, I really wanted to get it in 3. And Acylophage symbiote, please, please! 2. And Acylophage symbiote. Mask of the 1001, man. And
What was with the insurmountable Skullford and Acylophage symbiote? They just literally don't exist. Anyways, we had already saw a No Land Beyond from Eddhoot. Could we get one to drop with our 2 engrams?
2 No Lands. And Retold Tale. It's over, guys.
Of course not. This unfortunately concluded our very short exotic engram opening, but not before I made a very cryptic announcement.
Stream goes on a field trip on Wednesday. We're getting out of this house. Everybody mark your calendar for Wednesday.
What does that even mean? I guess we'd find out Wednesday. For a date check, it was now Sunday night, October 13th, 2024. We would see whatever I meant by that in 3 days. Until then, though, we had another pressing matter. We were getting close to being able to earn our final Infinity Stone. With that, I dried off, showered, and got back into the first mission for more speaker robbing for hours. All right, guys, and boom! Last one. Let's bring this home, guys. We tried to fight our destiny, but we couldn't do it. Now we get the stones to destroy the stones. It felt so good to never have to turn in another mode of light. With our rank ups knocked out, we set out to do our strikes, followed by our final set of Crucible matches. After one more long and painful grind, we had finally finished our 9th and final class item exotic quest. Man, appreciate the content, thank you. Guys, it's time. It's finally time. With that, we headed back to Lakshmi. As I was heading there, my brain was filled with so many thoughts. The hundreds and hundreds of hours I had put into these 9 class items. I felt like the hero that had pushed through and did the impossible. But I also questioned the steps that I took to get there. I had sacrificed over 500 characters on this path to these Infinity Stones. But I didn't have time for regrets. This was the circle of war. And more than anything, it was a small price to pay for salvation. Oh, the circle of war. It was definitely a circle of war. That's a good way to put it, but no more. Woo! All 9, guys, we got them. We gotta look at them real quick though. Cloak of the Rising, Chaos Cloak, Cloak of Oblivion, Mark of Oblivion, Mark of the Executor, Mark of the Circle, the Age to Come, the Light Beyond, and the Circle of War. We got all 9 Infinity Stones, guys. They're all ours. All 9. Each took at least 16 to 20 hours straight of grinding. I now had all 9 Infinity Stones, and reality could be whatever I wanted. I was hoping that that would mean that day 36 we would see some sort of tremendous payoff. And with that, I took a long nap drifting away. This was the best sleep I had gotten maybe since the beginning of the challenge. Something that I thought would completely derail this challenge, we had conquered. I will say this though, bring the camera to me. I will never, ever, ever do that grind again. Day 36 arrived and it started with some sleeping and some sleeping and some sleeping and yes, more sleeping. I had slept for so long that the subathon almost ended multiple times, and I have y'all to thank for keeping the subathon alive because, for all practical purposes, the subathon should have died right here. To speak very candidly for a second, it's really hard to sleep during subathons because you're constantly scared that your PC might crash, or the internet might go out, or the timer for the subathon might hit 0 and the stream's gonna end, or, you know, you're constantly live, so you can't really ever turn off a part of your brain because you know that you're on camera. There's just so many things that make it so hard to sleep, and why, like, just being honest, like, subathons definitely aren't for everyone, especially like ones that are this long. So I went a long time not getting a lot of good sleep, but this was the best day of sleep I had gotten so far. I guess the remedy to sleeping during a subathon is just collecting 9 Destiny 1 class items in one stream. That equates to 1 decent sleep in 36 days of streaming. When we finally woke up, it was pretty close to the reset as it was early Tuesday morning. I kicked things off progressing our Agnarok rune as it would eventually lead us to another calcified fragment. After this, and a bit of waiting, the weekly reset had arrived, which meant that it was off to do more raids. I wanted to start off with hard mode Crota as I was really wanting to see the Crux of Crota finally drop. With all of the Infinity Stones, I was praying, just praying that things would finally start going our way. I wanted to see the Crux more than anything. Please just show us the Crux.
You guys can down him again. Good job.
Nope.
Word of Crota. Wait, James got the Crux. This game laughs at me. It hates me in every way.
Was this really what our hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of blood and sweat and tears was really for? To get someone else the Crux of Crota? Was this really the purpose of my brutal journey? I was feeling ready to quit. Maybe he was really needing it. And if so, I can live with that. But could the universe not have just thrown me a bone and maybe just given us at least No Land Beyond? Was that really asking for too much? This just wasn't fair. I was so sad and feeling defeated, so I decided to go back to orbit, leaving the Crota raid not caring about anything that could have possibly dropped from the end screen. And
what a great game.
It dropped from the end screen. No way. There's just no way. No Land Beyond had dropped from the shadows, from the end screen. The one that I was feeling too sorry for myself to wait for. This is what collecting the Infinity Stones was for, and I had a huge surge of motivation rush through my body. With that, it was time to go all in and finally take on one of the biggest hurdles of this challenge head on. It was time to go for the Touch of Malice. We hit 7 calcified fragments, and we are going to be needing another 38 if we were wanting to get the Touch of Malice. It was time to go on an adventure.
Let's see which one that one. That was calcified fragment 5. Very nice. Calcified fragment 1. This is calcified fragment number 3. Calcified fragment 21. Fragment 2. Beautiful. Nice. That's calcified fragment 4. Beautiful. Nice. Calcified fragment 12. Random chests and things to open. Oh! Calcified fragment 6. Calcified fragment 10. Nice. Here we go. Calcified fragment 7. Was just enjoying the topic everybody's talking about. Calcified fragment. Calcified fragment 13. Which one is this? Calcified fragment 16. Oh, nice. Calcified fragment 17. This one was called the Weakness Verse. The next one is called not Destiny Rises, but Leviathan Rises. Love it. Yo, holy. All right. Here we go, and Calcified Fragment 19. Let's go. Calcified Fragment 22. There it is. So there's my fragment. I want to see it, though. I want to see it. I don't want to cheat. I want to see it. Should be able to see it from an angle. Yeah, right there. There it is. I want to be able to see it. There we go. Calcified Fragment 23. First things first is this. Calcified Fragment number... Which one were we on again? I forgot. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Calcified Fragment number 26. All right, that was Calcified Fragment number 27. Calcified Fragment 28. There it is. This was called Sisters. There it is. Boom. Not the silver, not the bronze. It's at least where I'm at currently. I could change my mind. Beautiful. All right. Interesting. I don't know. It's a good question. This is the one. I have no block or nothing. Third try. Oh, it gets an engram too. Holy. Let's go. Nice. I know about some of the farms we've created now, so I could have done those a lot earlier. Let's go. Let's go. I feel like there was a lot of reason to revisit the Plague Lands, the Dreadnought, you know, and a lot of the patrol spaces. I feel like patrol's just majorly struggling in D2. Oh, Worm's Feeder Room. Okay. There it is, Key of Yule. We got it. Insert Key of Yule. Beautiful. Let's go. Oh, nothing. Ah, it's almost a big pog you, nothing. Beautiful, beautiful. That should be good. Woo! Calcified Fragment. Hey, let's go, guys. Bounty done, bounty done, bounty done, bounty done. Boom. Hey, and another Calcified Fragment. Let's go, guys.
Finally, the 45 calcified fragments that I was needing were mine. What a crazy feeling and an even crazier journey. This is what exotic quests should feel like. The explorative aspect of this quest was just perfect. I only wish we could have had something similar for the reprisal of Touch of Malice on the Throne World. Now, before we go any further, we need to talk about two very important things that happened during our insane calcified fragment journey across Saturn, so make sure to buckle yourselves into your spaceships as we have a lot to explain. The first thing being that we kicked off a very important quest that would be required if we wanted to get our hands on the Touch of Malice. That being the Hunger Pangs quest. Now you may be wondering how in the world we kicked that off, so let me explain. This is a quest that you can pick up from Eris after you've completed the Shattered Past quest, which we completed back on day 10, as well as obtaining a total of 15 calcified fragments. After collecting the required amount, we took a stop by Eris during our journey to pick up the quest. Now hold that thought on asking me what this quest actually required us to do, and for now, just know that this quest was required for us to have if we wanted to get Touch of Malice. Another very important thing to point out is that in order to get the remaining calcified fragments that we were needing, we had to go back into the King's Fall raid. Now I'm sure you're wondering why I'm even bringing that up. Well, this gave us a great opportunity to go back to see our good friend the War Priest, as he actually still had something else that we were after. If you remember back on day 15, we had defeated the sisters in order to obtain the Shroud of Anuk, as well as slaying Oryx to receive the Ravenous Heart. It had been so long since we had brought these up that I'm sure by now you've probably forgotten what these were for, but they were required to complete the Old Hunger quest that was another quest that we couldn't get Touch of Malice without completing. This quest required one more item that we didn't yet have. The Blade of Famine. While we were hunting for calcified fragments in the King's Fall raid, we stopped by the War Priest, and after we killed him, he gave us the item we were after.
Nope. Oh, Blade of Famine. Blade of Famine.
Now you understand when I say that there was a lot to explain. The Shattered Past quest, the Hunger Pangs quest, and the Old Hunger quest were all required if we wanted to get our hands on Touch of Malice. Now you guys are all caught up. And with that, our day 36 concluded. What a day. We didn't get the Crux of Crota, but No Land Beyond finally came home, and we went on an unforgettable journey that still lives on in the hearts of all Destiny 1 veterans alike. I could have taken some time to rest from here, but I was determined to get the Touch of Malice, so we kicked off day 37 by pressing on in our 2 remaining quests. Now that we had the Blade of Famine, the Shroud of Anuk, and the Ravenous Heart, the current step that we were on for the Old Hunger was collecting 25 Worm Spore, 50 weapon parts, and our favorite, 50 Hadium Flakes. Now I see why the quest had hunger in its name. We're literally just putting together a concoction of different ingredients. Honestly, wouldn't be a bad Destiny cookbook recipe.
We'll make cake batter and we'll call it CB. This is good.
So once again, we went on a hunt in the Dreadnought for more Hadium Flakes.
Hadium. Nice, Hadium. Beautiful. Good. How close are we in the flakes? I don't know. I've kind of just zoned out. I'm just in a flow state. Whoa, I'm done. I've been done for a while.
After we had them all, we headed back to Eris, which completed our Old Hunger quest. She gave us an antiquated rune as our reward.
Take your materials, man. Give me my frame. Take all those materials. That was expensive too.
With that now done, we only had one more quest between us and the Touch of Malice. Next, it was on to the Hunger Pang quest that required us to kill a taken Centurion in the bottom of the salt mine. Not those salt mines. The one in the Bunker War 4.
I do see a Centurion. Brachus. Is Brachus on?
Right.
If so, he's dead. Essence of the Feast. Let's go.
Now that the Centurion was killed, it was time to head back to Eris. We had officially completed part 1 of the Hunger Pangs. Funny enough, Hunger Pangs is 3 individual quests. Hunger Pangs Part 1, Hunger Pangs Part 2, and yes, Hunger Pangs Part 3. Now that Part 1 was done, it was on to Hunger Pangs Part 2. Believe it or not, there were 3 prerequisites to even being able to get the next 2 subsequent quests. Completing Hunger Pangs Part 1, which we just did, completing Old Hunger, which we also just knocked out, and finally, collecting 30 calcified fragments, which as you know from yesterday, we had also completed. This meant that we could move on to the Hunger Pangs Part 2 quest. I felt like I did at that one moment as a kid where I couldn't go to the Elite Four without satisfying all of the badge requirements. Now that we had the quest, we were off to get a second Essence of Feast.
Another Essence of the Feast is out there. You must find it. Seek out Morgath, Lore Keeper in the Black Garden. Dude, there's so many steps. This guy. Oh, here we go. It's a knight. Hey, Essence of the Feast.
The Essence of Feast was now ours. With that, it was once again back to Eris. And with going back to Eris, Hunger Pangs Part 2 was completed. It was now time for Hunger Pangs Part 3. But remember, as I mentioned, each quest had its own set of prerequisites that had to be completed before they could be picked up. The requirements this time were completing Hunger Pangs Part 2, which we obviously just did, but then most importantly, and most iconically, collecting 45 calcified fragments, which is why we embarked on that long journey that you witnessed. Now that we had the quest, what did Eris want from us this time? Well, another Essence of Feast.
Return to the base of Phobos, kill the wizard, and claim the Essence of the Feast. How many Essences of the Feast, man? Oh my gosh. One more Essence of the Feast eludes us. Find and I'll unearth the answers. Dude, we already had a feast, man. This mission's low-key insane. There it is, we got it. That was the one we needed to kill right there.
And with that kill, Hunger Pangs Part 3 was now completed. After collecting 3 Essence of the Feasts, 50 Hadium Flakes, and 45 calcified fragments, it was time to head back to Eris.
It's time. 132. 6 away. 3, 2, and I will take it. Hunger Pangs. Hey, 132. Touch of Malice. It's ours. No more delay. Let's go.
The Touch of Malice was now ours, capping off one of the best quests in Destiny history. What a journey. We now only had 6 exotics left to be done with this challenge. Unreal. After more time than I cared to remember, I was feeling like I was finally ready to move on to the Outbreak Prime quest. But we just had a couple more things that we needed to take care of first. Remember what I said earlier?
Stream goes on a field trip on Wednesday. We're getting out of this house. Everybody mark your calendar for Wednesday.
Well, it was now Wednesday, but we still had no idea what any of this actually meant.
I think we'd still be good. I was still planning on if the subathon was going at that time, that I was just gonna cancel it. But I don't know. It just seems like it might be fun to just like try to see if we can take the subathon elsewhere. Like it's almost like an excuse to you know, go somewhere else and just see what we can do. And also it might reset our RNG. But you know, there'll be a memory. I will update you guys on everything when I get there, so you guys can be in the dark until I get there. But then once I'm there, talk about everything.
This is so interesting. This whole I do see. So you need to join here. So there we go. All right, now the cropping is still kind of strange, but it's a little bit better than what it was.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else we need. One more HDMI cord we need. And then I have to run to another room to go grab the gaming laptop. We have to prage that it's able to handle all this.
Yep. What you guys saw actually happened during the subathon. I got tired of my RNG, so I decided to take the subathon across the country to California. This concluded our day 37, but we would have much to discuss on why California soon enough. For now though, let me just take a second to say what a day. Touch of Malice acquired, streaming getting an Uber, in the airport, and setting up the stream in a hotel. What a subathon this had been. Before getting into day 38, it's important to note that we were only going to be in California for 2 nights. The number one goal was seeing if going to a different state could somehow revive my RNG. No Land Beyond was an extremely lucky break, but the reality was that our Crux of Crota luck, our Helmet Engram luck, and our Zur luck had been abysmal. I was really hoping that this trip could change something. Either that, or I was heavily coping. With that being said, let's talk about day 38. Once all the setup was completed, we kicked things off with some Crux of Crota attempts with new characters again. Unfortunately, it seemed like despite the change of scenery, that Crux of Crota still wasn't having it.
Alright, bring it home, Necrochasm. Crux.
Nope.
The Fang of Eddhoot.
It was already pretty late, so after a few tries, I called it a night as I had plans for the morning. After I get some rest, I wake up and get my teeth brushed as I have a busy day ahead of me. It was finally time to reveal why I chose LA. It was because I had a playtest opportunity where 2K flew me out to play their game they're working on called Project Ethos. I kept the stream going from the hotel until it was time to playtest the game on stream, and then I transferred the ingest from my hotel room to the location that we were streaming from. The amount of technical work that went into keeping the stream alive while going across the country and playing in a hotel was absolutely insane. Shout out to everybody who helped. I had a ton of fun playing the game, and then after we finished it, it was right back to the hotel as we had a ton of work to still do. The end of the playtest also marked the end of day 38. Can you guess how day 39 began? With more Crota? Nope. It was time for room service.
There it is. Looks good. I am excited, guys. I'm just gonna bring the whole table to me. We'll just turn it right here.
Fun fact, I had cooked every meal, or shout out to Sweat also cooking us a bunch of meals as well. He was such an MVP during this subathon, but every single meal that I had eaten up to this point had been from home.
Very, very good.
This was my first non-home cooked meal in 38 days, and I gotta say, it was fantastic. Besides this, we did do some more Prison of Elders farming that did get us an exotic, but unfortunately it was a duplicate, as well as many more failed Crux of Crota attempts. Maybe this trip was just a failure in terms of trying to boost our RNG by getting out the house. Prison of Elders drops still sucked, and our Crux of Crota luck was awful. But there was one more chance that could still turn this trip around. It was Thursday night, and what does that mean? Well, it means that at 4 a.m., just kidding, at 2 a.m. since I was in California that Xur was gonna arrive. How crazy would the story be if we flew across the country to reset our RNG during the subathon because it was the secret to special legacy engrams dropping after 342 days without Xur selling it? There was no way that the game would give us this type of fairy tale ending, but unfortunately, it was all I could cling to at this point. Xur still had about 4 hours before he arrived, so I decided to sleep, and in my dreams, I dreamt of Xur bringing us special legacy engrams. After an honestly pretty good nap, I woke up and I sat down at my very jank hotel setup. I had already packed my bags before sleeping because, crazy enough, my flight was going to be leaving at 5 a.m. back to Texas, so this was going to be the last thing that we did before heading back to the airport. With that being said, it was now Friday, October 18th, 2 a.m. Pacific. Could this be the day that changed the whole trajectory of this challenge? We were about to see. I hit my chat so I could search spoiler-free for wherever Xur was hiding, and then the search began.
Hello there.
Guys, what the heck? I don't even care that I was muted. Bro, I don't even care. Oh my gosh. It's been since November 10th of last year. Is this really real? Am I really seeing this right now? Bro, what the heck? I can't believe this. It's really here. What's the date today? Like, what's the date? It's October 18th. It's been 11 months. I can't believe this. Did this really happen? Did we really just come to LA for the 1 in an 11-month drop? This can't be real. This actually can't be real. There is just no way we just came from LA. We got it. Yes. I'm gonna get kicked out of this hotel and I don't care. You can't convince me this is real. This just made the subathon. This was the craziest moment of the subathon. This is bigger than Gjallarhorn. This is bigger than Twilight. This is bigger than Thorn. This is bigger than everything that's happened. I don't think there's no moment that can compare to this.
Of course I was muted. But what a moment. I can't tell you the relief I felt in this moment. I literally had tears in my eyes. I can't believe that us flying across the country to reset our Xur RNG actually ended up being the key to Xur selling special legacy engrams. You might think that the next thing that I did was buying some special legacy engrams from Xur, but you'd actually be wrong. I was full of so much emotion that I decided I needed to take a walk. So we walked across LA Beach to celebrate.
I'm just thinking like what we do is we grind an insane amount, probably on like our Titan. Hope for an insurmountable Skullfort. If we don't get it, then like, you know, it is what it is. I think that like low-key, it ends in a week. I really do. You just low-key can't convince me that that just happened just now. Hey, we just traveled all the way to California to find our RNG. Imagine that, guys. That's the story. After everything that's happened, the script always knows best. It does. Like, it literally does. And every time I try to fight it and control it, we get nothing. Like every time without fail, we get nothing.
We also did a small setup tour as well.
You said, what's my setup look like? So it's just, that's where OBS is being controlled. This is where we're gaming. This is where we're really just controlling everything. That's where I'm like remote logging in and whatnot in the PS4.
After this, we came back to the hotel to claim our prize. It was finally our moment.
Icebreaker. We were here in 3, 2, and year 1 Icebreaker.
Fight!
This game is lame. This game is lame. It's lame. It's lame.
Just kidding. It was now finally time for our moment.
And 3, 2, and 1. Oh my gosh, we have it.
Pocket Infinity, the only Destiny 1 weapon in history to be sunset and not return later in Destiny 1 was ours. What a feeling. One of the most broken weapons in the history of our game was now mine. I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe it. As happy as I was, I knew our business with Xur was still not finished. He also had the year 1 icebreaker that I refused to finish this challenge without. It was time to claim our prize.
2, show me the icebreaker, and 1.
Fight!
No!
Okay, I kind of forgot how many special legacy exotic weapons I still didn't have at this point. Now, if no other year 1 special legacy weapons that I might still not have don't want to interject, can we finally have our moment?
And 1, let's go. Year 1 icebreaker, give it. Oh, it's beautiful.
We now officially had 3 of the 4 year 1 Destiny exotic weapons that I refused to end this challenge without. The year 1 Gjallarhorn, the Pocket Infinity, and the year 1 icebreaker. All that remained was Crux of Crota to cap off the year 1 exotic trophies that we were after. I still couldn't believe this. After 342 days, Xur sold special legacy engrams after we flew across the country to refresh our RNG. Honestly, this is a story that I wouldn't have believed unless I lived it. And even still, I still don't really believe it. With that, even though it was almost 4 a.m. and normally this would be where we get a victory sleep in, we spent this time packing up our suitcase to get ready to head back to Texas. We had completed our mission. Luckily, I was able to sleep on the plane where I dreamt about the final 4 exotics that I was needing to finally be done. Once we made it back, we got right back to grinding a bunch of Prison of Elders for strange coins, as we were still needing to buy as many 3 coins as possible before Xur left. Even though the travel was great for our RNG, it had been really bad for our strange coin count. Despite feeling like a king living in an exotic palace, day 39 concluded with me in my same old prison. Regardless, this was a day that I'd never forget for the rest of my life. Xur bringing special legacy engrams after nearly a year of not selling them, the most broken weapon in Destiny history, one of the most iconic weapons in Destiny's lifetime, walks on the beach, and traveling across the country. Truly one for the books. Day 40 kicked off with holy did I just say 40 days. Good lord, this had been quite the stream. That 45-day goal was ever approaching. I wasn't sure if this goal was possible anymore, but I was still on yesterday's high, so I was feeling energized to push on. I spent the entire day doing Prison of Elders, so there really wasn't much to report besides the usual duplicates.
No, I just got those a little earlier. No, it was a hunter exotic, but not the one I needed. No, I wasted my RNG there on Trustfaster. Why not Acylophage symbiote? Why not insurmountable skullfruit? Why not? No, we're getting closer, but it's not it.
And conversations like these.
Okay, real and genuine question. Do you think the Earth is flat or round? I think the Earth is shaped like an exotic engram.
If there was one thing I realized from day 40 though, it's that Pocket Infinity is absolutely busted.
Dude, that's crazy. That thing literally never stopped shooting because I kept missing. Dude, Pocket Infinity is insane when you see something like that clip that just happened there.
We spent more of our day 41 tirelessly grinding Prison of Elders. After a painful grind, it was time to cash in on all of our strange coins before Xur left. We kinda only ended up with 203 of coins. Not great at all, but respectable keeping in mind that we had traveled and not done any strange coin farming this week. With that, we headed back to our tomb in order to see how many helmet engrams we could get to drop. Remember, we were no longer needing anything from 3 of coins besides 2 final helmets. With that, we got to work.
There it is. Thank you. Whoa, okay. Good start. No BS. Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes. Number 2. Come on. Come on, helmet. No, man. Dude, 4 primaries. Please. Please, helmet. Please, helmet. What is happening? Why is it just ignoring me? That's so weird. I've never seen anything like that before. What's happening? Bro, a 6th primary? Come on, Midas. Come on, man. Need you to bring this home for us, Midas. Helmet, please, please, please. More gauntlets, as if I didn't have enough already.
After that long and painful grind, we came away with 22 engrams, an 11% drop rate, which honestly wasn't bad. How many of those 22 engrams were helmets? Well, only 2. Poetically, we were needing 2 exotic helmets and only were given 2 helmet engrams. This statistically was not looking good for us. Before bringing on the disappointment, I thought it would be funny to do our primary engrams first. We had just gotten No Land Beyond, and I had a hunch that now that No Land Beyond had finally dropped, that now it was gonna laugh at us for the rest of this challenge.
And No Land Beyond.
Of course. Anyways, it was time to get to the moment I know you all were waiting for.
3, 2, and please. No, the Taconot. No. Let's see. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, please.
Do you know the odds of getting the exact same Titan helmet twice?
I believe there's 22 helmets, I believe. I could be wrong, but let's just use that number for the sake of whatever for now. What's 22 times 22? 484? That had a 1 in 484 chance of happening. I'm the most unlucky person there is. Good lord.
Statistically, I didn't know if I was cursed or secretly the luckiest person on the planet in the unluckiest way possible. And that, unfortunately, was the end of our day 41. What a painful and demoralizing sequence. I will say though, having 2 space helmets gives new meaning to going back to orbit. After a long and painful day, I was really wanting to get into the Outbreak Prime quest, but I was really feeling tired.
Sorry, that's nonsense. You can't be telling me we've been diddling in the middle for so long and we're still not getting to Outbreak Perfected. Like, what are we doing here?
Well, Milo, when did you get here?
That's not important.
And did you say perfected?
Obviously.
Have you not played Destiny 1?
No.
After everything that we had done up to this point, it was finally time to start the Outbreak Prime quest. We had a long journey ahead of us, and it was gonna push the limits of what quests could be in Destiny. But before getting too ahead of ourselves, let's start at the beginning. The beginning having us step back into the place that got erased from the future and only can be found in the ancient text, The Wrath of the Machine. To kick off the quest, you needed to activate 5 monitors throughout the Wrath of the Machine raid. The first one being at Vosik.
Definitely one of like my oldest videos. Such a good moment. Like I just missed these days. Oh man, it was a lot simpler.
For the second monitor, instead of taking our usual pathing to the secret chest, we took an alternate way that brought us to the second monitor.
Yeah, this monitor definitely not as much recollection. Oh man, I do remember. Okay, I do remember this now. Yeah, I do remember. Okay, number 2. Monitor 2. Such a great quest.
We now only needed 3 more monitors, but before we could press further, the game decided it wanted to laugh at us again.
Hello there.
Bro, and then No Land 2. This game is such a joke. Classic.
Anyways, the third monitor was going to require us to beat the siege engine first. Once it was completed, we needed to press on. Actually, wait, that's not actually true. We needed to jump through a hole in the side of the wall to activate our next monitor.
Where's the vantage point? Oh, it's down low. All right.
And now, it was on to the 4th monitor. And if you know this quest, you know what we're about to be in for. Unlocking this monitor is by far one of the most memorable quest steps, arguably ever. The monitor that required opening up the cube in the middle of the really crazy looking room with a bunch of circular platforms all around. Did these circular platforms have any purpose? Well, believe it or not, these circular platforms needed to be jumped on in a particular order for multiple rotations to make something magical happen. And you might be wondering how to know that specific order, and we're gonna get into that order right now. The secret to unlocking the order for the platforms and finding the 4th monitor was locked behind 2 other monitors. Yep, you heard that right. More specifically, a column monitor and a row monitor. And this leads us to a very important question. What is a column monitor? And what's a row monitor? Well, the answer is in the name. The column monitor displays a column and the row monitor displays a row. But what were they for? The answer to that question takes us back into the cube room. The row in the column displayed represented the circular platform that one of the players was going to need to stand on. This meant you needed to have one person read out the row monitor and one person read out the column monitor, and 4 people that are jumping on the platforms starting from position 00 and moving counterclockwise. All right, cool. So we're all good to start now, right? Well, almost. Let's go back really quickly to the row and column monitors. It's important that I mention that these are going to be displayed on the monitor in binary. So I hope you have your binary converter with you, or that you were in computer science discrete math like I was. We were going to need all 4 people in the cube room to jump on the correct plates in the right order without any mistakes, meaning we were going to need 4 correct calls from each of the binary readers. With that, I promise that we're almost ready to jump into this, but believe it or not, knowing all of this isn't enough to make this happen. There are actually start positions that all 4 players need to jump on to initiate this process before the binary part can even begin. Back in the day, these starting positions were found through an ARG that Bungie had on their site that made a diagram of the room when completed. Crazy enough? This website is still active today. Here's what the starting sequence looks like in action.
You guys get your jump. Yeah, it's on.
And now that all of this has been explained, let's relive one of the coolest experiences in Destiny history.
That's gonna be all the way on the edge. Okay. Let's wait for it to glow. Here it is. Okay, glowed. Okay, column 4, row 0. Perfect. Okay, you're gonna go right to that first one up there. Okay. First.
Column 4.
Okay, column 4.
Row 1.
All right, you're gonna be going to the middle one on right there. The middle one right there. Okay. Now it's made. Let me make sure it glows first. All right, glowed. Column 2.
Row 2.
All right, beautiful. Jumping on right now. Okay. Let's see. Waiting. All right, there it is. Nice. Was it really just one sequence? Oh, I wanted it to be more. I missed that so much. Can we get insurmountable sulfur, please? All right. This is a monitor that needed to be up.
The only way to describe this puzzle was absolutely magical. And I don't care what anybody says, this was one of the coolest moments in gaming. Like, period. I still remember being in college, watching Dado as he finished the puzzle.
Open.
Open!
Baby. Come on, baby.
Open.
Do it. I know you want it.
Yeah.
Oh! It's opening!
Yep. Is it?
It's open! It's open!
Funny enough, the chest in the cube actually gives a guaranteed exotic engram that you could open up on all of your characters. Needing 2 more helmets, I was hoping maybe we could get lucky here, but the chest told me to stay focused on the task at hand as it gave me a bunch of junk that I didn't need.
I got a heavy engram. It actually says collect loot. Wow. Is that actually for real? All right, give me a helmet then. No, special exotic, but it does work.
And with that, we pressed on to Axis, who was waiting for us. And after he was defeated, all that was left to do was head to the final monitor.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Final monitor. Here we go. Activate. And there it is. Cool. All right. Woo!
And just like that, we had the Siva engine. So with that, the quest is done, right? I can go ahead and pick up my Outbreak Prime. Obviously, if you've been here before, you know that we're just getting started. So what do we need to do next? Well, a car can't start without an engine, but there's another thing that a car also needs, a battery. And with this quest step, we were gonna be the battery.
All right, what have you got there, Guardian? We have to be careful with Siva, but if we're too careful, we won't get any closer to understanding it. Shiro. Here we go, guys. New step, complete objectives with a fire team comprising of 100 Titan and Warlock.
To do this, we needed to have a fire team comprised of 1 of each class for this to work, which had never been done at the time, and honestly, I still can't really think of many quests that require a class comp in general. Once you had a fire team of 1 of each class, we needed to complete a Nightfall Strike, 3 public events in the Plaguelands, 3 Crucible matches or heroic strikes, and we needed to get 50 kills with pulse rifles. We got to work on this right away. After we completed our Nightfall, we were unfortunately given our 1,000,000th universal remote.
Please, insurmountable, please. No, stop giving me Uni. I just got Uni.
We knock out everything else, and before you knew it, we had the step of this quest done.
All right, this should be this step done, guys, by the way. We should be done. There it is. Look at that. Synchronize the Siva engine energy flow. It's puzzle time.
The next part that we were going to be faced with was a puzzle. It's important that I mention to you all that for these puzzles, I'm not going to be using the internet at all, and that's because reliving these puzzles to the fullest is something I highly recommend all of you guys do. If you do decide to go back to Destiny 1, even if you did it years ago, go back into it and figure out these puzzles because it's just so satisfying to do this without just searching the answer to all of them. Like, trust me on this, it made it so much more fun. The only thing I would reference would be the number you need to solve for each time and what each of the different node types mean. But definitely work through it and find your own solution.
All right, well, honestly, let me see if I can, maybe I can do it on stream as long as I have control pluses here. Isn't the middle column worth 2x? I don't know. What's the middle column? All right, you guys, just tell me what the factors are. If I know the factors, then we can do the thing. Do you get unlimited tries?
No, actually, after the 3rd try, it explodes.
Let me see, let me double check. Let's double check real quick. Which is 70, 50 is 120. 120 plus 60 is 180, obviously. 120. Alright, let's try it. Here's our solution right here. So it's 300 plus 120 is 420. and then we subtracted 60 for 360. Then we added 10 for 370. Then we subtracted 50 for 320, and then we subtracted 70 for 250, and that put us back at 250. Dude, that was so fun. I love that so much. That was so good. Nice. And then select merge charge required. Sweet. Can they please like bring more of this?
Of the raid.
Wait. All right, let me see. Siva engine charge.
After not an insane amount of trouble on the first puzzle, we were able to get it done. Once this step was done, it was time to head back to the Plague Lands. We needed to gather Siva tech by exploring the Plague Lands, fighting in Archon's Forge, and defeating Sepix Perfected, which I'm always down for an excuse to go into that strike and jam out to the music.
Nice.
We waste no time gathering the Siva tech Shiro required, and after a bit of grinding, we had this step done as well.
All right, got it. I'm done. Oh my, dude, good lord.
After this, we once again had another puzzle to complete, which would be more difficult to solve than the first one. Up for the challenge though, I worked my way through it. Admittedly, these were really tough, and I could be saving a ton of time, but man was this satisfying.
All right, I got my key. It's gonna look crazy. Subtracting 310. I like this number because it got me to -50. It was just a really workable number. So we start there. That's -50. Just make sure I'm doing the work right. Then we did plus 220, which gets us to 170. Minus 130, which gets us to 40. And then minus 60, which gets us to -20. And then plus 20, which gets us to 0. I think I got it. Y'all. So the first one would be minus 310, which is right here. That gets us to -50, as I mentioned. Then you add 220, which gets you to 170. Then you minus 130, which is the 65 times 2, and then you minus it. That gets you to 40. Then you do minus 60. That gets you to -20. Then you do plus 20, which is the half capacitor here. You cut it in half, and then that's 20. And then you add it, and you're at 0. And then I think that if that's 0, then that should be it. If that's really what we're gunning for. Let me double check though. Let me do it again. I'm confused. What?
Here, from a reliable source, Dado says all 3 players should get to 340 and solve at the same time.
340. What is why 340? I wonder. Is there any reasoning? Where does the 340 come from? I would rather have some context.
All have to add up to a certain number.
Pepper, what was your number?
340.
340. Okay, what's your number? 420. Okay. All right, and my number is 260. Let's average them out and see what that is. It's the average. It's the average. There it is. Okay, now it all makes sense. Oh, this is so easy. This one's easy. Yeah, this actually got so much easier. I think I have the solution. Let me just double check. I believe it should be same workable number. We'll start with 310 like we did. That would give us -50. And then I did -10 here. That gets us to -60. And then after -60 means that we need 400 to get back to 340. And that was 220. And then we just need 180. 180. I think that's the solution. So -50 from here. Over here. This is half, would be 10. This is -60, to my knowledge. And then, so if it's -60 and we need to get back up to 340, 220, 50 times 2 is 100. So that's 320. And then 80 is 400. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I got it. That one was easy. Like, that one was a lot easier. That one was a lot easier than the last one. CB, you got it differently than the guides tell us, but isn't that the most fun? But this is the beauty of these quests. Like, if you actually like think about the why, you take some time to actually figure this out. Like, you know, it's so much more meaningful. Like, these are so cool. Defeat the Devil Splicers leaders in the Wrath of the Machine. Okay, I'm assuming that just means Vosik, Siege Engine, and Axis. Okay.
Once this was completed, my next step was to complete the Wrath of the Machine again. So for the final time of the challenge, we made it through the entrance, defeated Vosik, destroyed the Siege Engine, and slayed Axis one final time to complete the step.
Woo! Let's go. Beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful.
After we were done, it was back to the Iron Temple to complete one final puzzle. This would be the most difficult puzzle of them all. One small requirement that I think is super cool that I didn't mention is that all 3 people need to not only solve these puzzles while on unique classes, but also be in close proximity of each other as well. The little details of this quest were so good. Without wanting to waste any time, I got to work one final time to bring this quest home. Once again, you got the number to solve for by taking the average of the 3 team members' numbers, and then in my case, I had to round down. I had completely forgotten that people used an online calculator that would just let you put in your number and it would output a solution for you. This was much more satisfying.
Is it the same deal? Do I need to average the 3? Okay, so I'm just gonna take all 3 of our numbers and then I'm gonna average, correct? All right, well, I have 740. What do you guys have? 590. Okay. Okay, what do you have? 870. Okay, plus 870 plus, and I have 740. All right, and then divide that by 3. It's not even a round number, so I don't know if that's the case. 733.3. There's got to be something else that's not right. I remember having to get to 730. So is it just round down? It could just be 730. All right, cool. So it's the average and then just round it down slightly, I guess. All right. Weird that you round down a little bit. Okay, 733.3. All right, well, I'll get to work, I guess. 1370. I subtracted by 730 after that. And that gave me, where's that? Gave me 640. And then after that is GG's. Because then you just look at the numbers and you're like, okay, what gives me 640? And it's like, oh, it's literally these 3. 320 plus 210 plus 110 equals 640. 20, 10, 10, 40, 3, 2, 1, 6. Gives you 640. And you end up at your answer. So let's go ahead and give that a go. And we'll see if that works. Remember, 320, 210, and 110 were what we did to make 640. Which is how we backed our way back into 730. And then we used 50, as I mentioned, because we wanted 50 and 580 to get us to 1370, so we could backtrack our way back to 730. And that was how we got our answer, and let's see if it's correct. Woo! Oh, man, that was so fun, dude. Dude, that was so good, dude. Oh.
After an unforgettable journey, it was time to talk to Shiro one final time to cap off this one-of-a-kind experience.
All right.
You ready for this?
Oh, man, we're there. Let's go. Oh, man, and it's ours. Oh, my gosh. Outbreak Prime. Best quest in Destiny history.
The Outbreak Prime was finally ours. This was and is, without a shadow of a doubt, the best Destiny quest in history. Please, Bungie, I think that we're due for another elaborate puzzle when it comes to a raid exotic. This quest has not only stood the test of time, but I would say even now, it's still ahead of its time. And with that, Day 42 concluded with me taking a nap and reflecting on a very old, yet now very recent memory of a quest that is one of the reasons that I fell in love with gaming as a whole. I wanted to kick off Day 43 with a question. What is the ultimate definitive way to solidify an unbreakable, never-ending bond between 2 guardians? Crimson doubles? Well, maybe if it existed. Creating a heart with 2 thunder crashes? No? But that was a very cute moment. The answer is 2 Guardians completing a raid with 2 hands and 1 controller, which, since we had hit our next sub goal, was exactly what Sweat and I were gonna set out to do. How would this go? Well, just watch.
Chat, be ready. We're gonna do Vogue, but I think before we do that, I think we should like warm up, maybe just by like moving across the tower. Alright. Alright, I think that we passed the first test, being able to walk and jump. I'm gonna aim down sights the second we get close.
Got him.
Now. Okay, nice. Oh! Oh! Oh!
The Spire has been activated.
Here we go. Oh, oh dude. Pushing. Are we doing it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Here we go.
It's too
We're
free.
too good. Gary. Walk.
Look it up.
No. Yep. Gary back. Oh, dude. No! 3, 2, 1, go. Finish. They should have that Twilight Gary out.
Block.
We don't have it. I'm trying. I think we need to be on the ground.
Oh my god, we are locked.
Dude, let's go, dude. Holy.
Grab the triangle?
Yeah, 100%. We grab that. Might be Polyphage.
Yeah.
I think I already have opened it, but we'll open it anyways. That's fine.
Just like edit in some
Yeah,
insane loot here.
Gallahorn. What?
Chad, this is the part where you guys are supposed to like
everybody freak out. We weren't here. Where's the we were here? I can't believe Galley dropped again.
Whoa!
Nice. Same thing again. Okay. 4 letters Mars, left 4 letters, 5 letters Venus.
Go.
Right. Oh, we lost one again.
Oh, wrong way.
It's fine. Cool. I think we did it, bro. We did it. Hey, we low-key carried. We low-key carried.
We did.
Let's go. Like we low-key carried that.
Wait, put the party bubble down. 3,
All right, 2, 1, go.
Right, go.
Let's go.
Sweat and I are already brothers for life, but we crossed into a new realm after this. Anyways, after all the fun, it was once again time to head back into my prison. We were kinda in a weird predicament where we had already done our engram opening and we didn't really need anything besides Crux and 2 helmets. It's insane to think that all that stood in between this challenge being done was 3 exotics. I decided that our plan would be to focus solely on the 2 helmets and then we would finish off this challenge chasing after the fabled Crux of Crota. Believe it or not, it was already Monday, and Zur wasn't going to be arriving for another 4 days, which gave us a ton of time to farm for strange coins to buy as many 3 of coins as possible. By now, I had completely given up on the Prison of Elders chest because at this point, we had already received well over 100 duplicates. Also, we had definitely used up all of our Zur luck with Special Legacy engrams dropping, so with our plan set that we were going to grind as many strange coins as possible so that we could buy 3 of coins, we got to grinding.
1 strange coin. No strange coins. Oh. I can't get him out. I can't even put him out of his misery. He's just stuck there just to... Oh, he's... Oh! Bro, double motes of light. Come on, man. Strange coin? Strange coin? Not this first one, not this first one. Come on, 1,000,000 channel points on the line. I'm level 22. I got 2. Let me get another 2. All right, here we go. No, still no, still no, still no. All right, we'll see. We shall see. We shall see. 5 seconds. Oh no. No. Guys, it came home on a hunter. It came home on a hunter. There's no way that just came home on a hunter. Guys, 2 more and the challenge is over. I'm actually in shock. I was fully prepared to be doing nothing but Prison of Elders non-stop for the next week before even having a chance at another exotic, and instead, we got the insurmountable Skullford to drop within the first 3 hours of grinding. This was absolutely insane. With that insanely crazy stroke of luck, we were close to hitting a really crazy milestone. Yes, we only had 2 exotics left that we were hunting, but we technically now only had 1 left in order to have one of at least every single exotic in Destiny 1 on 1 account. Like, when I hear that, it's crazy to think about how wild that is. We had 1 of every single exotic besides Acylophage Symbiote. Just 1 more hunter helmet to achieve the craziest accomplishment that I've ever pushed for. But honestly, how hard could it be to just get 1 more hunter exotic? It couldn't be that hard, right? Buckle in, guys, because let me tell you that this is the longest and hardest and most brutal exotic hunt that I've ever taken on, grinding for just 1 exotic non-stop. This felt like a legendary shiny hunt, and this was about to push my limits in ways that I could have never foreseen. Without any further ado, it's time for the all-out hunt for Acylophage Symbiote. Success. Please. This game is not cool. It's been like 5 hours since our last exotic. It's definitely a death. Acylophage Symbiote. Acylophage Symbiote. The rail. Bad juju. Oh, I died to a mine. Of course not. Of course. Every single one.
Monte
No!
Carlo, really?
When do I get a hunter exotic? Let's see it. Double moats, that's criminal. Bro, come on, man. Darn it, man. Oh no. Ah, it's okay. Wait, when did I get my 9th helmet? But when did I get that though? No.
And
Oh, bro, he's so nervous. And understandably. Oh! Bro, 3x. Oh my God. Acylophage, please. Symbiote. No! I don't know if it's gonna drop from this. I don't know if it's gonna drop from 3 coins. I don't know if I'm gonna get it from a blue. I don't know if I'm gonna get it from a purple. I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't know where I'm gonna get this thing from. Good, name I got a coin. Oh, God of War! Oh, cool! My favorite shader. I finally got it. What? No, man! I've gotten that like 7 times! No! It was a helmet! No! I do not care for the Eternal Warrior, man. Coin. 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 No! And 1. There's 1. There's 2. Perfect. Now give me. No, 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 no exotic. But we did get 2 strange coins. We'll take it. We'll take it. Oh. Let's see it. Let's see it. Oh. Look at that. 1 for each character. Helmet, yes. Finally. No.
please. Thank you.
There it is. It's gotta be a helmet, right? Gotta be a helmet. Woo! There we go, number 4.
Dude, if I get another primary weapon, I'll lose my mind.
Bottom right has the count. Oh, thank God. Please. Please, guys. Yes. Alright, guys, I'm in timeout. Make sure you guys are spamming at the whole opening. And. Bro, we were just talking about that thing. No. And. Are you kidding me? And. Dude! Please. This is like some retail roulette level of like building us up, hopefully. We are failing at Acylophage Symbiote, the basic New Light Golden Gun Hunter exotic. Can't do it, man! A third Graviton. Back at 25, they're gonna give me the class item quest again. Oh my lord. No, we were close though. Acylophage. Oh, brother. What? Bone Crusher? Like, I'll never not be sad about it. That's been me the last 50 days, just spinning in circles. And... No! Oh, it ended up being a helmet. You know, but we're getting there. No, Shinobu's Vow. The mine's just not spawning. Purple Starfire Protocol. Acylophage Symbiote with the follow. Thank you. I appreciate the follow. That's you. Dude, these Cabal, man. No! Ah, it's always a helmet, but not the one I need. And the Servant of Axer. This is around the time where a chest, where an exotic opens up. Wait, no, no, move the revive. Ah! No! We're getting GTA 6 before Acylophage drops. We might. The real question just becomes, is it Acylophage Symbiote? Take it. No, no, no. I was so excited. No, no, it's always Celestial Nighthawk. There's no way that this was the real final boss the whole time. I have something to tell you. If Zerd doesn't bring it this today, it'll be a year. This is the year anniversary. This is the 1 year anniversary. You can't make it up. It's gotta be. This has to be fate. I don't know if I can look. All right, this was the secret. No! Oh my gosh. Helmet. Oh yes. Whoa, double helmet. That's gotta be a sign. No, 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 no. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Wait, what? No! No! Stop giving me helmets that aren't my helmets! You max out a coin slot, so it doesn't max there. It keeps going. You can get even more. Look at that. That's not a sight you see very often. Easy. Didn't even need the heavy. Didn't even need the heavy. Didn't even need it. And here it is. Take a look. 750 coins. What is that? No, it's a good question. I wonder what it is. Oh, no, double heavy. No, double dropping either. Oh, primary.
double! Yes! Oh, we're off to a good start. A double drop.
See, helmet. This has gotta be right.
No! Yes!
3 at 2. I think if I have like 10 to 15 helmets.
Oh, yes! Oh my god.
Helmet?
Yes!
Oh my gosh, yes.
Helmet! No! Stop! Please!
Yes, thank you. Oh my gosh.
Please! Yes!
Helmet.
Yes! Oh, yeah. Please?
1,050 strange coins. 753 of coins. 83 exotic engrams. 13 helmets. Almost double last week's haul. Let's go. Bro, was that the OG first curse that turned into real first curse? Oh, Necro. Wait, why is he like the enemy team? This is actually not real. This is not real.
Where did that come from? What is that?
I'm about to be hand cranking the power because the power's about to go out. All right, chat? I'm on his team. Okay.
He said you put me in the UFO.
He put himself in time. Absolutely not.
All right, guys, let's get this. Let's get this.
Alright, now I'm the first. Okay, Mask of the Third Man.
Warlock helmet. Warlock helmet. Come on, don't do us like this. Dude, Warlock helmets, really? Knucklehead radar. Please. In 3, 2. Oh, yes! Oh my gosh, yes! Oh my gosh! Oh, let's go! No way! No way! No way! There's just no way! Dude, it came home! It came home! And here's what it was! 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 No! 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 After a 13-day drought, the Acylophage symbiote finally came home. Words can't even describe how I was feeling in this moment. There were so many nights I genuinely thought I might never finish this challenge due to this helmet. We had grinded 1,840 strange coins in 2 weeks, and we had did more than 200 Prison of Elders until I genuinely went insane. And on top of that, Zurit let us down twice, and we had gotten more exotic duplicates than I'll ever care to remember. But somehow, we pushed through and we brought things home. And with that, we now had 137 of the 138 exotics we were going for. Only one more remained. That Acylophage symbiote that I had taken out of that box I had Banshee make for whenever we finally got it. Shout out to him for making that and sending it over in an exotic box on the fly to add to the moment. Now that we had it, what did we do to celebrate? Well,
all right, chat. We are en route with Mr. Sickle driving. There we go. What's your favorite Taco Bell order? The quesarito. Oh, dude, you think they make me want to? What if I tell them I got Acylophage? They make you be like, do you know this guy just got Acylophage? Definitely not a professional IRL streamer, but you know, we've been rolling with the punches. Taco Bell is the finest of dining. My body has been ready for this, guys. For somebody type exclamation point duration so Evan can read out how long it's been. So I can know how long my body's been ready for this.
All right, so the length of this subathon has been 1 month, 26 days, 6 hours, 20 minutes, and 22 seconds.
In every single one of those seconds, my body's been yearning for this moment.
Bro, CB has spent 20% of his year with you guys, okay?
That's actually wild.
Alright, so today is like a really big day. My friend just got Acylophage. Do you guys still have quesadillas on the menu?
We do not have the case. Is there a special exception just for this one time for us?
Alright, let's start off with the classic. We're gonna do a cheesy gordita crunch with chicken instead of beef. And then let's do that that chalupa box. Whatever that new chalupa box is, let's do that too. With all chicken.
Okay. And for the drink?
Baba.
Saha Blast.
And then a steak quesadilla as well. Oh, can I get a chicken chipotle melt for old time steak too?
And can I also do a chicken chipotle melt?
We used to do those together. It was all three of us when I was still working. That's what I would get when we were in the Discord calls.
Bro, that thing is...
Bro.
Oh. I'll contain myself because it's my friend's big day. Okay, he got that clear thing.
I did.
Hey, chat, open up. Open up. Ah. Crunchwrap Supreme.
Sure, this is good.
That was genuinely the best Taco Bell I've ever had in my life. It was so rewarding. Such an amazing reward after all of that pain. So much pain. One thing that I didn't mention over that 13-day period that actually wasn't pain was that we hit our sub goal, so the one break in the action I got from all of that pain was getting to put on an SRL tournament for you guys, which was so much fun and had so many amazing moments.
They're so close. Oh, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Oh, and then Tajir takes it back. Tajir takes it back. Oh, and he misses one. Oh, no. Oh my gosh, and Iridion the champion. I tell you, can't count him out. You can't count him out. He just never dies. Pig's still right on her tail. Can Pigs close the gap? Zella with another light. Oh no! Can Zella come back? Pigs was biding his time, waiting the whole time. Waiting the whole time. Waited for one mistake. Oh my gosh, waited for one mistake. All it took was one. Oh my gosh, one mistake was all it took. Pigs just waited. And then he waited some more. And he got one opportunity. And he just won by 1 second.
Shout out to the winners, and let me know if you want to see SRL come back. And no, I'm not talking about Destiny Rising. And with that, what day are we on now? Our day 56 at came to a close. More exotic duplicates than I even have new exotics, dismantling more mines than one man ever should, more Iron Tomb than the actual Iron Lords that were laid to rest there, Zur absolutely hating us, but at the end of the tunnel was the Acylophage symbiote, and I felt ecstatic, relieved, emotional, and overwhelmed all at the same time. That just left one final thing on my mind. And that was that I needed to once again go get my watch fixed after I had just gotten it fixed the other day. Day 57 kicked off with something really cool. With Acylophage symbiote coming home, something genuinely special happened. The challenge wasn't over, but we did complete something. And that was my exotic dex, or my Pokedex to put it more plainly. I now had officially one of every single exotic in Destiny 1 collected on one account in one stream in 56 days. I organized my vault in a way that was really reminiscent to PC boxes and Pokemon, and here was the result.
Oh, this was the dream from the beginning. I couldn't do this with the D2 challenge because things were on multiple accounts. That's the D2 weapon living dex. Look at that. From start to finish. That's every single weapon. At least a version of every single weapon. Like, I know I want the other version of Necrochasm. It has living dex for both. From Year 1 Galley, all the way to Outbreak Prime. From Mark of the Sun Forged, all the way to Acylophage symbiote. That's a full living dex. Now, obviously, I want year 1 Necrochasm because like the collector in me wants a Crux of Crota moment. Because I feel like, did you really have a if you didn't have a Crux of Crota moment, did you really play OG D1? Technically, I'm done. I'm not done with my challenge, but I'm done collecting. I've collected every single Destiny 1 exotic and armor piece, every exotic weapon and armor piece, at least a version of both.
This took me honestly forever to get organized, but with that, we had officially collected all 137 exotic weapons and armor pieces in one stream. What a feeling this was, and seeing them all in order was honestly surreal.
All of them, from start to finish. And it's crazy too, when I look at it, I remember the whole journey. I remember all of these. I remember starting off with Galley September 9th, 10-year anniversary of Destiny 1. 2 months ago almost, y'all, we did it. I remember Suros coming quick and then all the time. Our first set of Adept weapons. I remember the Booyah with Icebreaker, with the Sunrise. I remember grinding all the materials for the swords. I remember the class exotics. I remember the pain that Boolean Gemini was. I remember waiting on war sets. Oh man, I remember Wrath challenges. I remember Thorn Pain. I remember dressing up as Master Roshi and getting the bounty to drop from Shiro. I remember Necrochasm. I remember getting Vex to drop randomly. I remember Super Good Advice being an absolute pain. I remember No Land dropping on an end screen. I remember First Curse taking way too many weeks. I remember Chaperone making me want to pull my hair out. I remember Pocket Infinity and Icebreaker when we were on our field trip. Shout out to Zer. And I remember the best quest of all time. I remember it all. I remember it all. I remember my Twilight Garrison dropping. I remember my final class item. I remember Insurmountable Skullfort. And I most definitely remember Acylophage symbiote. What a journey. What a journey, y'all. What a journey. We really did that, y'all. We really did that. That's a complete living dex.
And something about them all being on one account just hit different. We had pushed past all of the pain and did something that if anybody would have even thought about in 2014, you would have been looked at like you were crazy. Well, technically I was even looked at like I was crazy when I talked about this in 2024, but you get the point.
It's one of the things that's thrilling about gaming, but also like, a little bit saddening is those first experiences, it's really hard to have them again. But what we can do as gamers is we make our own challenges sometimes, and then we say, I'm going to recollect every single D1 exotic the legit way and just be like, oh my God, off to the races. So that just, what a trip.
And with that, just like you all had heard, only one thing was left between me and this challenge being officially over, seeing the Crux of Crota drop. It just wouldn't be a Destiny 1 exotic subathon without it. So I had to stop celebrating and refocus up as we still had work to do. And since it was the weekly reset, we had 3 attempts ready to go. With the subathon end right here, it was time to see.
First YouTube video it dropped on 100. How cool would it be, please? No! The helmet. Oh, Pigs got it. It was supposed to be on that side. Pigs got it. Show us a Crux. Let us go home. Let us go home. 2 silken why? Why not? Why not? Why not? Please! No, 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 no. Alright, Warlock to the Shadow Realm.
Nope, we failed all 3 times. Of course this wasn't gonna be easy. After this, I passed out, and I'm not gonna lie, this was the second time where I slept. I had done nothing but Prison of Elders for 2 weeks straight, hundreds and hundreds of runs. Most days 18 to 20 hours straight of nothing but Prison of Elders. So with all of that being said, I slept through the rest of day 57, and the sleep that I got while on the floor was absolutely top tier. I didn't know what struggles may have awaited me, but surely they wouldn't be able to rival what we had just faced. Maybe completing this challenge in 60 days was actually possible. But for now, It was time to hibernate. Day 58 kicked off with an all-out grind for Crux of Crota.
Here we go. And Crux. Bangavir Yud.
Hello there.
Oh, Clausen got Crux of Crota. How many people do I have to watch get it before I get it? Pretty much this. Wait, what was that? What was that just dropped? What was that? Looked like an exotic of something. What was that though? It was so quick. Was it a weapon? It was Hawk Moon. It was Hawk Moon. I was like, what was that?
Despite the madness, motivation was high and I was ready to bring this challenge home. We had unfortunately used up our 3 attempts for the week with the weekly reset, which did really suck. Luckily, we already had a good strat in place. Delete a character, level him up until we could get him into hard mode Crota, and then try again. And with taking advantage of Iron Gjallarhorn and Ghost, we could do this decently fast since we could get in at a lower level than 33, but we did have some breakthroughs to make it even faster. We were going absolutely all out for Crux. The first breakthrough we made was that we are actually stunning our experience level XP gains by having Gjallarhorn on, believe it or not, when knocking out our bounties.
Alright, let me see. I got plus 18. I'm gonna put the galley on and everything. Plus 18 and need one more acolyte. Plus 5. Whoa.
Another thing was discovering that we could use Murmur to our advantage when adding to our light level, as it could be put on at a much lower level.
Alright, Murmur guys, Murmur for the win, for the win, for the win. Let's get rid of this. And boom, Murmur. And it can be equipped. Okay, there it is. Level 10. Why would I ever get rid of this? Lock.
And what made it even better was you could ascend it and still equip it at base level 10, which was absolutely huge.
Alright, let me try. Ascend. Okay, here we go. Ascended. Alright, 170. Now let me see. It still requires level 10.
Believe it or not, with all of these innovations, we are now able to get into hard mode Crota, which, keep in mind, the recommended for this was level 33 at level 11 with a light level of 151.
Wait, guys. Crazy as it is? Wait, guys. Holy. We just did it.
151 being the minimum light level that can get you into hard mode Crota, and all of the gear could be worn as long as I had an XP level of 11 on a character. This was absolutely huge. It was still a decent grind to get to this point, but it definitely beat grinding to level 33. It was so much faster through a combination of the optimizations that I mentioned earlier and burning through a very specific set of story missions and bounties. One, funny enough, that gives the Crux of Crota.
That looks like a Crux, guys. The key to the world's grave looks like a Crux. Look at that. I just got Crux.
Or the Walmart Crux of Crota, I guess. With that, we got to work.
Nice. That just shot us way up. This gives a big boost the first time, or at least it did last time. Weird how sometimes this decides it wants to give a lot of experience, and other times it just wants to give nothing. Nice.
Great work.
Nice.
Good work, Guardian. Your light is strong.
Okay. Alright, got us to about half. Alright. Alright, another Crota attempt. Another Crota attempt, y'all. Let's try it again. Here we go.
We were able to get the attempts rolling, and I gotta say that we were not off to a good start.
Let's bring this home. Let's bring this home. Darn it. The two phases always give the suspense. It's when I sit and look at Crota, and I'm gonna look in his soul and see if I think he has a Crux for me. Do you have a Crux for me? You give us the Crux and we will stop farming. We will stop. This can all end. This can all end. We won't cause you any more harm. Staying alive for my Crux. Stop giving me helmets, man. Let's see it. Come on. I took the Sparrow off. Just like 8 years ago. No, I saw another one drop. I'm just gonna watch everybody get one, but me. I'm gonna watch everyone get one.
I know that I've told you guys a bunch how much we've been trying to get Crux of Crota throughout this almost 2-month period, but this should put into perspective just how much.
There's just no way that this is a coincidence. That we're on our 49th hard. Come on. It was just supposed to drop on 50 the whole time. On our 50th attempt is when it was supposed to drop. You can't tell me not.
We were about to be on our 50th hard mode attempt. Yes, I said 50. With no Crux of Crota. Most of these being the entire grind of a new character back to the point where they can make an attempt. Absolutely brutal. With that being said, would the big number 50 attempt be the one? Let's find out.
2 sword, 2 sword, 2 sword. 2 sword, 2 sword. Oh. Bang. 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 On the 50th thing. What do I gotta do?
Of course not. And with that, day 58 and day 59 both came and went, and they were spent doing nothing but hard mode Crota attempt after hard mode Crota attempt after hard mode Crota attempt until I came to a brutal realization. Remember after Redeem cleared Riven and they had that heartbreaking feeling eventually realizing that they weren't done when they were at Queen's Walk? Well, after getting Acylophage, I thought that this would be smooth sailing and that I would be done relatively quickly, but I was absolutely dead wrong, and I was nowhere near done. And I went to bed feeling the despair of that realization. Day 60 started off weird. It didn't start off with me doing more runs, or even on stream. I was supposed to be downstairs making a quick meal to get started, but I actually was sitting on my couch reading Reddit. Why? Because something was really bothering me. Like really bothering me. And you might be wondering what? Well, it was something that I initially had brushed off entirely that only seemed to happen when I was creating a new character and trying to get Crux of Crota.
We sold. First sentence. We sold, man. We literally sold. This just can't get any worse.
Have a watch one more time. This was me completely disregarding a message on day 17 asking if Aqua could link me a Reddit post about year 1 Crux. Now Aqua does post this Reddit link, and guess what? I read it and completely disregarded it. I didn't even read it on stream. Just brushed it off. But here's what the first comment said. Yes, the year 1 Crux of Crota is still a random drop from completing the original hard mode of level 33 of Crota's End. Once you've already obtained the Glowwoo shader, which is a guaranteed drop from completing that same mode. Essentially, it just means that you can't get the Crux of Crota on your first hard mode completion, but you do have a chance from your second completion onwards. Crux of Crota not being able to drop on your first try because you needed Glowwoo just sounded like a myth to me. Just lunch table talk, as I call it, like we used to do when we theorized that Mew was under the truck. Plus, I had been transferring over Glowwoo to my other new characters. There was no way that these comments held any weight. Was there?
Are you sure you can drop on a character's first completion? Yeah. I confirmed it on, what's it called? Like in different sources on documentation of people complaining about their friends getting it on their first tries and how this person's had run it 30 tries, then his wife ran it once and got it, and how upset he was.
Once again, on a new character, I was being asked if I could get the Crux of Crota on my character's first try by Margarita, and I completely brushed it off and even said that I confirmed it. But you know what's funny? There was never any video or picture proof that any of these posts about getting Crux of Crota on their first try was ever the truth. Yet I just kept brushing this question off until fast forward, I was now sitting on my couch hitting a breaking point, as I just told you. Why did I keep getting asked this question every time I hopped on a new character? Did this actually hold some weight? Well, after going down a deep Reddit rabbit hole on my couch, I came back upstairs.
But anytime I was running those Crotas, now when I say those, with the new character that got up to level 16, Every once in a while I get a random comment. Not all the time, but like I'd say maybe like 5 total over the course of the whole subathon. That would say the first run on a character hard mode, it's not possible to get Necrochasm. I've heard so many different things, and you just kind of take with a grain of salt. There's a lot of like what I call lunch table talk, you know, just like when people said at lunch that Mew was under the truck, or that Goku was available in Super Smash Bros. In 64. Obviously, none of those things were true.
When I was going through this rabbit hole on my couch, basically wondering if I was losing my mind for thinking that a new character's first try couldn't get a Crux of Crota, no matter how many new characters that I kept creating, which admittedly sounded very, very crazy, I had a bright idea. And that was when Vex Mythoclast came out in Vanilla Destiny 1, people were posting YouTube videos of getting Vex in the first week. People were making guides on how to get it. People were talking about it in forums and Reddit posts. So I thought that I would see the same when I looked for Crux of Crota drops on the first week that hard mode came out, because think about it, it would be all of everybody's character's first try with hard mode. So I figured the best way to debunk this would just be to find some people who got Crux of Crota the first week that hard mode came out. Until I realized I couldn't find anybody.
The rare Destiny gun that no one seems to have. Hard mode Crota launched for Destiny, Crota in Raid. Hard mode brought the opportunity to win a number of cool new guns, but the rarest of them, a rifle called Necrochasm, appears to be mysteriously missing in action.
After taking an even deeper dive on Reddit, we noticed that there was a lot of people reporting that no one could get the Crux of Crota to drop on the first week. We even found a message from Deej that was extremely cryptic.
There's another post, and so this is where Deej responded saying, "I'm investigating, please stand by. Checked in with the team, Crux will drop. It's in the loot pool. Crux will drop, not Crux is dropping. Crux will drop. Will drop, was it next week? Will drop right now, will drop tomorrow, will drop yesterday, is dropping." Deej had away with words. I think we all would agree with that. You know, Deej had away with words. Does that mean that it's dropping now, or is he being cryptic? Maybe it is the next week. Who knows? Maybe it's a bug. It's vague. At the very least, it's vague. There's a lot of Reddit posts that were going down the rabbit hole because no one had Crux the first week. So many of these, like going down the massive rabbit hole, why Crux might not be dropping. This one was now 2 days after. Still nothing. Internet silent. No Cruxes. No Cruxes at all. How's there not one? Think about it. Not everybody's going to get Vex Mythoclast on the first go, but there's going to be the one person that did. They're going to let the YouTuber use their account, and then it's going to be up on YouTube, or it's going to be on a forum post, or it's going to be a screenshot, or there's going to be something. Because that's the game Destiny was. It was to show your friends. That was the beauty in Destiny.
Apparently, no one could get the Crux of Crota to drop. But actually, that wasn't the full truth. There apparently was actually one person on the planet to get the Crux of Crota to drop on the first week, and he went by the name of Skyello. The craziest part about all of this is that this is a completely forgotten about story. Like it literally got lost to time. And it seemed like no one, besides the very few people who tried to warn me in chat, remembered this. And believe it or not, there were some familiar names that covered this. The first being Reach Forge Network, who later changed his name to My Name is Bife. Also Noah J, and then one other name that we'll get to here in a minute.
Hey guys, what is going on? My name is NoJ456, and today what I have for you guys is the world's first gameplay on YouTube of the Necrochasm.
Funny enough, another comment that I got a lot was needing to do hard mode Crota before doing normal mode if you wanted Crux of Crota to drop, and it actually spawned from this era.
You need to have not raided on that character before this week. So in other words, if you did a normal raid in preparation for Crota hard mode, you will not be able to get Necrochasm from those drops. You need to have both your normal and your hard raid loot drops intact by the time you finish Crota. In other words, skip the normal raid on your character, go straight to hard, and wear the Glowhu shader.
Now I know I said there was one other creator that covered this that I said we would get to in a minute, and that person was none other than Pro NDC, who was the channel that reached out to Skyello, asked him questions, and got to play on his account. As crazy as it was, only one human managed to get the Crux of Crota on their character's first week. Could it really be possible that one human could know something that millions of others didn't? Or was it just bugged? I even reached out to Bife to see what he remembered.
Like I said, he was asking if you even get Crux in D1 like that anymore. Obviously, because there's the Year 3 quest, he's 100% right. The Year 3 quest obviously isn't RNG. You do 1390 Crota, you do Omnigul, you do whatever else, and you're done. 100% right. And then I just basically said correct, but you know about the Year 3 version, but there was the Year 1 version, and obviously with that version, the Crux dropped as RNG, but it seemed like no one was getting it in the first week. I gave a little bit of context of why that's relevant, and said it's so wild that there's only one person in the entire world that has it. How is that even possible? Basically. And I just asked, does he remember anything else, basically, or anything that wasn't in the video? And then I linked the video. I said, not much more than it being a hard mode drop, but that week 1 drop rate is absolutely correct. Just a single person I knew of got it. It increased a bunch in the weeks that followed, but it took a while to get it out there. If it does still drop, you're going to be at it for a while. And obviously we've seen a bunch of people get it. It's like with that part we knew that it drops, but like the big thing obviously is the first part that he mentioned. He only knew of a single person that got it then. Took it with a grain of salt. Also, don't quote me on this as as like this being fact. Basically, it's been 10 years and that it's been fuzzy. That's what he said.
Also, he gave us confirmation that we could use this and told all of you beautiful people hi. Shout out to Reach, I mean my name is Bife. With that being said, it was feeling like we were screwed. Either it was a bug or requirement that made it where a character's first hard mode can't drop Crux, or it's a 1 in 1 million drop rate. Either way, it felt like our new character's strat was doomed to fail, and that our only way forward would be waiting each Tuesday reset for actual chances. Our community was so torn, and honestly, I was ready to quit. Some told me that technically we already had this challenge completed since we had the Necrochasm Year 3, so it was okay to stop here, and others were not sold and wanted me to keep trying and not give up. What do you think after hearing everything that you've heard so far? I know for me personally, there's one thing that could really help before forming an opinion. What if we could talk to Pro and DC to actually hear from the channel that got to play on Skyello's account and talk to him? Well,
I'm Marius. I'm the current owner of the Project NDC channel on YouTube. We haven't really uploaded content, I think, since 2021. And Destiny 1 was one of our main games back then. We focused on different kinds of content, mostly guides and tutorials, for example, like limiter and material farming. We even showed the loot cave back then, but also had raid guides and weapon reviews, which was like more my territory. I think like it took a day or two because people, like a good amount of teams actually completed the hard mode on the first weekend, and people even started reaching out to Bungie. Hey, is there something going on with your loot table? Is the Crux actually in there? Back then, Deej was still in charge of the communication towards the community, and he said, well, it is. It will drop at some point.
It will drop. It was cryptic.
Yeah. So people were coming up with these weird theories of what actually needs to be done. Like, is there maybe a specific setup of fire team required to get it to drop? Do you need can it actually drop all together with the Glowhoo shader? Do you need to have it equipped? Do you need does it need to be unlocked in your account? And people were crafting these wild theories just to find some sort of explanation why it hasn't dropped yet, or why you're not seeing anyone with a weapon yet. He was a member of our community, so he watched our videos, but he was fairly quiet, so I can't remember any comments from him. My friend's PlayStation tag was Project NDC, so that's probably how he approached him, even though I created most of the Destiny content on our channel. And he offered to share the footage because he said, I think I might have the very first Necrochasm in my inventory. And I was a bit skeptical at first. So I,
Right.
of course, looked at the account. Like, is everything legit? Did he actually complete the hard mode raid? Did he have, I think, like, didn't he also, like, receive a certain amount of grimoire points back then? I'm not sure if there was any sort of, like, let's say, achievement connected to it, because it's been more than 10 years.
Right.
But everything seemed fine. So we were not sure, like, what's his deal? Does he want some sort of exposure? Does he want to get, like, famous from it? Like, does he want to charge money? But he didn't, and I think he reluctantly agreed that my friend, like, as a like to return the favor, at least buy him dinner or takeout, like,
right,
or a takeout. I will pay for it, and I think he took him up on the offer, but he didn't want anything more. He just wanted to share it because he really liked our videos. Kind of. So, I'm not sure if this function still exists, but back then, when you used the share option, you could give the control to someone else via stream.
I do remember that.
With with the bad internet back then, like especially in the most parts of Germany, I think like a 16 gig connection, like downloads of 16 gigs was considered fast. So uploading videos took ages. So my friend Jörg, he took over the account and took the Necrochasm for a spin in the Crucible. And I was really excited to hear about it. And then he returned to me and said, well, this weapon is really bad. It's just, the stability is just awful. You can barely control it. Like, it's nice that your enemies explode. But other than that, I don't recommend using it. It's just so underwhelming and underperforming. But yeah, that's how we received the video footage from him. No, I myself didn't. I didn't. I actually looked at our old Project NDC Facebook page and was just going through the timeline because I was sure that my friend posted a video about it. And then I looked at the time it was posted, and then I think back then, at least European time, the reset was around like 10 or 11 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
I think depending on like daylight savings time or not. And some teams reran the raid directly after the reset, and then it dropped. So there was some sort of confirmation. I was hoping to have any confirmation about Sky Yellow's drop, but apparently it wasn't. It was just like confirming that what happened, or that the weapon from a Sky Yellow was a legit one. So that it's the same light level. It's a fully upgraded one without the yellow borders, and that's basically it. Yeah, definitely, most definitely. So people, like, I've been a member of some of the biggest German Destiny 1 Facebook groups, and whenever someone received any sort of achievement or any rare weapon, they immediately took it. They didn't even take a screenshot, even though the PlayStation had the screenshot option on the share button. They were still like taking pictures with the phone from their monitor or from their television. And they were immediately posting about that. So of course, since it was early in Europe, so not a lot of people ran the raid at like 11 in the morning. But yeah, once the day went on, it got a bit later. More and more people completed it that have completed the hard mode in the first week and received a drop and were running around with a Necrochasm. I think it was a bug in the system, because being one out of like hundreds of thousands of active players, because Destiny 1 was so popular back then, it doesn't make any sense. I don't think that they program their loot table that just one player globally will just receive this item.
Shout out to ProNDC, aka Trading Card Z. It's so wild to hear from him 10 years after him being the main one to break this story. The rest of this interview will be posted on my Patreon if anybody wants to hear the full story. Based on ProNDC's theory, he believed that this was a bug, and honestly, I agree with this. How does something only drop for one player in a week with hundreds of thousands of players playing? This unfortunately killed our new character strat completely. At this point, I think it was unfortunately time to quit. We were at the 60-day point. This was my cutoff, and keep in mind that we had one of each exotic on one account in the game. I felt like we had accomplished our goal, completed our mission, and had already accomplished the impossible. I know we didn't see the Crux of Crota drop, but we did have the Year 3 Necrochasm, and that was enough, right? So with that, I made the executive decision to end the stream, which I was at peace with, which ended this long 2-month journey that we were on.
Oh, it feels so good to finally be done.
You did it! You collected them all in 60 days! You took the easy way out. Quitting before getting Crux of Crota is actually embarrassing.
But I gave it my absolute all. As you saw, I tried to get Crux of Crota so many times, and it's just impossible.
Exactly. You did your best. You should be proud of yourself. Something seeming impossible never stopped you in the past. I miss the old you.
Well, what do you think I should do?
Do what you've done with every other problem you've had in the past. Find a way. Honestly, you should walk away. No one would fault you.
Ugh. I need some time to think.
I have fallen, and yet again I'm vexed with giving into the void, the darkness, and like the Iron Lords of old, I will rise.
I took some time to think, and here's what I came up with. We were going to get our attempts up to 100 tries, but with a catch. Remember the rule I said at the beginning. We can use multiple accounts in Destiny 1, but without spoiling anything, this isn't gonna go how you think it is. Well, when I said it like that, it was because of this moment. We were going to do all of the rest of our attempts this week on new accounts. That way, 2 things would be accomplished. 1, we could all say with confidence whether or not it actually was possible to get Crux of Crota on a character's first attempt. And 2, it would set us up to be able to get Crux the following week. That second part might not make a bunch of sense, so let me elaborate. It was Thursday, November 7th. My plan was to keep leveling up new characters, which would admittedly take quite a bit of time on each account. Luckily, we could take advantage of the Spark of Lights and hope that by Tuesday, November 12th, which would be the weekly reset, that we would have at least 25 accounts where we could do 75 tries that would technically be on a character's second week that would all be possible Cruxable runs. With that, I made the executive decision that if our experiment where we got to 100 total attempts on new characters didn't bear fruit, that Tuesday would be the official last day of the subathon. And Tuesday, November 12th would be special for one other reason other than it being the weekly reset. Coincidentally, this was also my 30th birthday, which just seemed to line up all but perfectly. With all of this in place, we got to work.
Look at how many things dropped. Oh, I saw a Crux. I saw a Crux. You know how many times I tried to get that out of the chest? Oh, so many things. That first one's always so many things, right? Despair. That first one is always so like jarring because you see all the stuff on the screen no matter what.
Wait, stop the music. I know the music was very, very epic, but I want to take a quick second to talk about Xur because now it was the Friday morning reset and that meant that Xur had arrived. And you may be wondering why that's even relevant at this point in the story. Well, just watch.
Alright, well, let's see. Does he have a helmet? Are you guys laughing at me? Does he have Acylophage? Does he have anything? Let's see. Really? 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 Last November 3rd, by the way. There's just no way. This game just never ceases to prove me right. Not to amaze me. Never ceases to prove me right. I literally knew it. I said it. I said, I'm gonna do it because I know how this game works. I know how this game works. I've known how this game works. All of that hard work for Acylophage to be right there. It's right there. What do you think this is gonna be, guys? I'm gonna buy one. I want everybody to know I'm not happy. 3, 2.
Hopefully this is close.
After over a year of Zernut selling legacy helmet engrams, he decided to sell it on the final Friday of the challenge. One final middle finger to me as a parting gift.
I love it. I love the game. Having a blast. Everything's fine.
Unbelievable. And that unfortunately set the theme for the rest of the day, as the rest of day 60 was filled with nothing but disappointment after disappointment after disappointment. With it now being day 61, it's crazy to think about, but we were officially now starting month 3. Now I know I had already asserted that things were a bug and that most likely things weren't possible, but strangely, I was still feeling pretty optimistic. I was gonna give this the best shot that I could.
Nice. Word of Crota. Grave robber. Can we debunk the mystery? Oh. Here we go. Let's see our Crux. Word of Crota.
Yesterday was unfortunately pretty rough. I was starting to kind of lose some of that optimism that I was feeling about maybe one of my new characters being able to get Crux of Crota. We were up to 66 looted hard mode attempts on new characters. That didn't mean that I wasn't going to give things my best shot though. To try to give myself a spark, I did something a bit differently. I created 12 accounts and got all 36 characters ready to do Crotas before actually attempting any Crux runs, meaning I was going to be able to do 36 Crotas straight.
There it is. Alright, more like it. That's more like it. Oh yeah, the middle was
I also think it's
poetic
that my birthday is on it.
It showed us something. It wasn't quite what I was looking at.
Not only was Crux in my first YouTube video.
Another vein of dark guns.
Why is it trying to vein of dark guns? It's just full circle.
Well, see you later, bro.
At the end, you see it, think about it for a second, but it gave me a point missing.
I haven't
Instead of
got
101 Dalmatians, 101 Cruxes. And that is 102 looted hard mode Crotas. Over 100, my friends. Over 100. I had officially lost my mind. 102 lootable Crota attempts on new characters to 0 Crux of Crotas. I was officially convinced that it's impossible to get Crux of Crota on a new character's first attempt. Regardless of this, I promised to give it my all until Tuesday, and it was only Monday, which meant despite being completely demotivated and demoralized, I needed to get in my chair and grind. We needed to get through 8 more accounts to be at the 25 account mark, which meant we were gonna be busy.
We did a lot of help.
In my opinion, Dark Below is the
that was
worst
a fun
DLC
little area
currently
in both games.
Which
How
how
about
about
so Cyrus haven't played it?
those DLCs were And then I got loot. Good. Good. Right before. Very nice. Guys, it thought about not giving me my loot again. Dirt, guys. Word of Crota. A bunch of other goodies that I don't. All right, guys, we have one more account. Crota, you better work. Okay. What the lag was that? Oh, man. Hey, let's go. I hit him. Let's go. Look at all that loot. Nothing I need. See you later, Crota. See you later. See you later. And that is 25 accounts locked and loaded for the finale. Just like that. GG's, everybody. We did it.
We were able to get all 25 accounts done before the end of day 63, which felt amazing. But now that we were done, there was like this calm before the storm where I kinda was just at peace. The reset wasn't gonna be for another 10 hours. I should have been stressed. What if I didn't create enough accounts? What if we fail tomorrow? Will I be able to walk away? So many questions that I didn't have the answer to, yet I was still at peace. I knew I had done everything I physically could have done, and even more so, I knew our community had done everything they could to keep the stream alive for 63 days. And to piggyback off that, I knew that everyone who was in the fire teams over these 63 days had did everything in their power to help keep me going through these activities. And with that knowledge, I was willing to accept that myself and everybody in our community had done everything in their power to make this challenge a success. In fact, we had tried so hard that over the course of these 63 days, we had seen over 400 duplicates. And if any of you guys are curious, here were the exotic weapons that tortured us the most throughout this challenge, and then the exotic armor that kept dropping instead of the armor that we actually needed. What an insane grind this was up to this point. We decided to kick back, and we had our first chill night of the 64-day challenge. We watched old videos and reminisced on the Destiny 2 All Exotic Collecting Challenge. It's crazy that that challenge went 16 days, and here we were poetically going for 4 times as long. After we were done watching the video, we chatted some and had some really good laughs. The clock also struck midnight, which meant it was now officially my birthday. My 20s were gone just like that. It's crazy that I had started playing Destiny 1 at 19, still just getting started in college, through my 20s where I graduated college, got my first job as a software developer, went full-time, and now here I was at 30. We did some more reflecting, and then I went to bed for my final sleep of the challenge. When I woke up, I had a surprise for everyone in our community.
We do have some surprise guests that are going to be accompanying us today as well too, which is also going to be something that adds an extra little exclamation point on things as well. And oh, and it wouldn't be a finale if we didn't have my mother here. Holy.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, and my brother here as well. They'll be accompanying us today as we see the glowing green orb drop.
That's right. My brother came from New Hampshire and my mom came from Virginia to be here for this moment. It was super short notice that I gave all of them, so my dad couldn't make it, but shout out to him as well because he was locked in the entire subathon, checking and celebrating our victories. With that being said, it was time to get down to business. We had 25 accounts and 75 characters, and most importantly, every single character, yes, all 75 of them, had done hard mode Crota once the previous week, so now that the reset had passed, this meant that all 75 of these runs should in theory be Crux of Crota eligible attempts. And with that knowledge, just like how back in 2015 in week 2 of hard mode Crota being out, the floodgates opened up and people were able to start getting Crux of Crota, I was hoping that we were going to be able to as well. It's kind of crazy that we were back in 2015, essentially simulating the second week of a 9-year-old buried mystery. With all of that explanation out of the way though, it was time to bring this challenge home. With my family members here, with my friends here, and with all of you here with me, there's no way that we could fail. And even if I did, I knew that after all of what we went through, I could live with the results. To recap, we had gotten Galley first try, watched Gary come home, were dumb enough to go for all 9 class items, brought home all 16 Adept weapons, watched the Vex Mythoclast drop like it was 2014, saw No Land Beyond come out of nowhere from the end screen, relived Lost to Light with Black Spindle, suffered all the way through Chaperone, collected 1 trillion materials to get our swords, booyah'd our way to the Icebreaker, traveled across the country to summon special legacy engrams from Xur, went on the wildest ride and relived 2 of the most amazing quests in Destiny history with the Outbreak and the Touch of Malice, watched 2 of the most basic helmets come home after nearly 2 months, and now all that remained was bringing home the crux of Crota. One final thing that I want to point out before we get into the attempts is just how long we've been working on this video. We started in January of 2025, and now I know you can see the TV screen. It's November 20th, 2025. So you heard me say I was turning 30. I'm 31 now. So we started this journey at 29, and here I am at 31. And the reason I wanted to bring this up is just to highlight how many amazing people helped work on this video that I'm so grateful for, and just how much this video means to all of us. And so I really appreciate you guys watching it. The script is longer than anything I've ever written before, 58,097 words, 175 pages, and it's all been just a wild ride, like making this video for you guys. So if you do enjoy it, definitely hit the like button. If you're new, make sure to subscribe. We're almost at 300,000 subscribers, so I do really appreciate that. And also, I cannot wait to never have to wear this shirt again, because I've been having to put it on and rewash it for the last 10 months. I kind of feel like SpongeBob, where his whole closet was one shirt. Every time that I recorded this over the course of all these months, I always had to wash the shirt and then re-put it on. So very much looking forward to not having to wear this shirt anymore. And with all that said, let's get into the attempts. I said this wouldn't be a Destiny 1 exotic challenge if we didn't get Crux. So let's see if this journey ended with this being a true Destiny 1 exotic challenge, or if after 64 days, we came up short right at the finish line. It was time to see. We kicked things off on my main account because how cool would it be if it dropped on our account with all 137 exotics? That would be extremely cool, but would the game allow it? Let's find out.
Come on, first one. Please? It's just energy and shards, that's it?
Unfortunately not, but without any time for breaks, we continue on as we have a lot of accounts to go through. After 9 attempts and 3 characters, we were off to a pretty rough start, but luckily, we still had a lot of characters remaining, so we pressed on.
No, the ship. The sweat piece is real.
Can you imagine, bro?
Oh. Oh, grave robber.
After 21 attempts and 7 characters done, I can't lie, I was starting to get pretty nervous. Yes, we had 25 accounts, but what if something else was still wrong? And maybe this still wasn't possible. No, we did our due diligence. Let's stick to the plan and stay focused. We did another run, and here's what happened. I really thought that was gonna be the run. We ran it back again, and here's how the next one went. More of the same, unfortunately. But then, on the 24th run of the day, this happened.
Oh, it's the double heads! The double choppers! Oh, put it back on! Oh, let's go! Oh, we did it! We did it! Oh, it came out. Let me see. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my. Oh my gosh. Let's go! Oh my gosh.
The adrenaline rushed through my body despite me streaming for now over 2 months straight. The stream had been going on for 1,533 hours, and God knows how many of those hours I had slept. Words can't really describe how I felt in that moment, or even how I'm feeling now. This was one of the most magical experiences I've ever experienced in gaming. Maybe ever. Destiny 1 wasn't just a game. It was an experience, and one that is truly unlike anything else out there. Destiny 2 is fundamentally a better game, but Destiny 1 is and always will be the better experience. This game has changed my life. From being a teenager where me and my brother Evan were enamored by the trailer as we bought it on PS3, to me and Lamar having a LAN party and playing through the campaign in my basement, to doing my first raid with my original clan Junkies for Raids with Lena, AJ, and Trav, to suffering through trials with Nate, Tanner, and Taylor and loving every second of it, to playing all night in college with Tyler and Quan, to starting my channel, to Graham making me an intro, my parents buying me a capture card, and meeting each and every one of you that has joined this family. Support Tube, Shattered Sundays with Vet, help streams with the YouTube stream community, Whispers and Outbreaks with Josie, to all the shorts with Scoot, to having the game lead me to 2 of my now lifelong friends and buying a house with them in Sweat and Evan, to going full-time and now getting to live out my dreams for a living, to now it all coming full circle at 30 years old and making this video with the help of so many amazing people. And I know I called this a video, but this isn't a video. It's a love letter to a game that I'll always love. Thank you all for supporting me through this journey. I thank God for each and every one of you. To everyone who worked on this video tirelessly and so passionately, I want to say thank you. And I want to say thank you to all of you for watching this video. If you did enjoy and want to support me and my team, make sure to check out the Patreon for more projects like these. It's kind of crazy that we've barely played Destiny 2 at all this past year because we've put every single ounce of effort into this video. I hope this allowed you to relive the magic that completely changed my life. And just like that, this concluded the story of how I collected all 138 obtainable Destiny 1 exotics in 63 days, 21 hours, 38 minutes, and 4 seconds in one stream. Thanks for watching.
Oblivion, world's coming to an end, but I'm not afraid.
since we was locked down. Every year starts so strong and then it dies down. Looking at the time they said you wasted. If I listened to them then I wouldn't have made it. Chilling with the crew, doing what we do. We done made it through, we got nothing left to prove. Believing in a kid, yeah I love the life I live. I've been through some shit, but I do it all again.
The final shade. It's been a long journey, memories getting blurry in the final place. Witness oblivion, world's coming to an end, but I'm not afraid. No, I will not run away.
CB! Your stream is starting. You were supposed to start an hour ago.